Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, you are going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Golang. I can guarantee if you complete this whole video, you are going to learn a lot of things. We'll start everything from complete scratch to advanced level. So let's see what are the sections and the concepts we'll be covering. So first we'll start with Go setup and writing our first Go program. So that will be our first section. Moving to the next one, we'll be having our Go fundamentals about variables, if else, then we have for loop, switch, all this. Then we have collections, right? So in Golang mostly you will work with slices, but we are also going to understand the concept of arrays, and then we will be learning maps, the get, set, delete operations, and then we are going to understand what is the value and OK pattern. Moving to the next one, we'll be learning functions, structs, and pointers. So functions with single return, multiple return values, variadic functions, anonymous functions. We'll be learning what is pointers, structs, and then we are going to understand the concept of methods with value receiver, methods with pointer receiver. Moving to the next one, we'll be having a section on error handling and defer. Then we'll be moving to our next section, which will be very important, how you can work with Go packages and Go modules, right? So here we'll be learning the concept of Go mod init, how you can create local package and how you can import those local packages and use in your Go project. Then we'll move to two very important sections. One will be the HTTP server, JSON and HTTP client, and external APIs, right? So we are going to use the net HTTP package. So you're going to understand the concept of JSON encoder, decoder, what is JSON unmarshal, how you can use external APIs in your Go project, and a lot of other things. Then we'll be creating our first project, which will be on Gin and CRUD, right? So here you will be learning very important section, how you can work with env variables, how to do database connection, how you can work with repository or how you can create repositories, handlers, services, model, etc. Moving to the next one, extremely important section, which will be our project 2, that is authentication and role-based authorization, right? So how you can work with JWT, user registration, password hashing, how you can implement middleware in Golang, and how you can implement role-based authentication, right? And then our final section, which will be concurrency in Go. So here we'll be learning the concept of goroutines, wait group, what is channels, buffered channels. Then we have some other concept like how we can, what is select statement. Then we have something called context, which is very important. So these will be overall the curriculum that we are going to cover. Now a couple of things I wanted to mention. First, the source code you will be able to download from my website in ACEDEVHUB, so you can just click on the link in the description. And one more thing I wanted to mention, in case if you're interested in joining the waitlist, that I have some full stack video that will be in pipeline, so you can join here. You can see that almost 3,000 people already joined the waitlist. I'm targeting actually 10,000 people as soon as possible, but again, in case if you are only interested, then only please join, or else it's absolutely fine. My YouTube videos are always free, right? I always mention the same thing. Now next thing I wanted to mention, if in case you're interested in AI, so I already have a AI course on Udemy, which is on LangChain and LangGraph. This is very advanced. So till now I already uploaded the phase 1. So phase 2 actually I am currently developing. So if you're interested, I added some link, you can check it out. So with this, so that is all about the intro. So now let's get started and good luck. Alright, so now let's get started. See, first thing, before I'm going to discuss anything, right, I wanted to make one point, and that is, if you're learning Golang for the first time, second, if you have already watched some other videos, right, and you already have some idea, for you also I wanted to make one point very clear, and that is, do not skip first 4 to 5 hours of this particular video. If you're going to skip, I will suggest better you don't watch this video. Now don't take this one in a negative way. There is a reason why. See, if you go to the official documentation of Golang, right, which I normally tell for each and every technologies, but for this one it is little different. If you are complete beginner, and let's say if you go to docs and you go to any spec user manual, it will be actually really little tricky for you to understand, and you can see this one very clearly. Just search any topic and try to read from the documentation. Why I actually tell that don't skip any of these, at least the first 5 hours of this video is very important, because I've taken a lot of time creating this video, and the way that I'm going to organize each and every topics, right, so that you are going to do that particular topic after learning the previous topic. Okay, so there is a reason why I'm telling that. So it's very important. What I will suggest that you watch the video, you learn a particular topic, and then you search that same topic in the official documentation, and then you learn from it, and don't skip any of the first 4 to 5 hours. This is my only request. So first let's start. See, first thing what you're going to do, right? So as usual, we're going to download Go. Now I already have downloaded in my laptop, right? So I have already done quite a few projects previously. What you need to do, right, it's very, very simple. You can also watch some videos that are available on YouTube also. Whatever machine that you have, let's say Windows, Apple, Mac OS or Linux, you can simply download from here directly. Once you do that, you just have to install as usual you do for other packages. Once you do that, right, you can check the Go version. So that will be the first thing. You can also download it from the source. You can just click here and you'll be seeing all the installation steps and everything. But I will suggest you can directly download if you're using Windows and just check the version. And once you'll install that one, then we are going to start learning the basics. Now remember, I think you already seen the curriculum in the first intro part, right, that how we are going to divide. So first we will be start with our first section, which will be our Golang basics. Very, very, very important. Don't skip. And you see, you have watched other videos, right, and you see my teaching, how I'm going to teach and make each and everything clear. After watching this video, I can guarantee you'll be able to create projects like for Golang. Now I'll not say you'll be able to create advanced level of project, but yeah, if you're a beginner, you'll be able to create a CRUD, REST APIs and all these backend related Golang projects. So first what you're going to do, right, each and every topic or concept, for each and every topic I'm going to create a folder, and inside that we are going to learn that concept by writing some example code, and then I'm going to explain. And what I usually do, right, if you watch my previous videos, I usually write all the comments inside the code only, and the same thing I'm going to do for this also. So basically what I mean, let's say you are learning if else, so what I'm going to do, I'll be writing the concept inside the code file, and you'll see that it will be very, very easier for you to understand. The first thing what you're going to do, right, we are going to init our Go project first, and for this one we are going to use this Go mod init. Now remember, Go module is a complete separate section that we are going to discuss later, or basically when we will be starting our CRUD with Gin. But for now, you just understand this Go mod init. This command actually used to initialize a new Go module. Okay. And here actually you'll be managing all your packages dependencies. Now you can compare this one with your Node.js package.json file, right? So that will be best way to compare if you work with Node.js. So first what I'm going to do, right? So let's do one thing. I'm just going to run. So just you can see that I don't have anything else. I have a blank folder. So I'm going to do Go mod init, and here you just give, right, so you can give any name you want. Here I'm just going to be example.com and slash, let's give this one as go-basics. Okay, and now once you enter, it's going to initialize a new Go mod file. Now remember, for this one you need to have your Go install in your local machine. That is very, very important. Once you will do that, so first of all what we are going to do, so first let's start with writing our first Go program, and here we are going to learn nothing, but I'm just going to explain that how we are going to approach this particular section. So first what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a folder, and see, this is what we are going to do. I'm going to give 01 underscore, and let's give this one as setup first program. And the same we are going to create every folder for each and every concept. Okay, so that you can understand that, okay, this particular concept I need to learn after learning the previous one. Enter, and then inside this we're going to create a main dot Go file. See, I normally teach like this, right? So I usually like to teach practical way, so that you'll be learning all the concepts by writing small snippets, in case you're a complete beginner, and you'll see that it will be very easy for you to understand. So first of all, what you're going to do, right, so here I'm going to take a package. Okay, so I'm going to take a package main. Now remember, I'm going to explain each and everything. First you need to understand what is happening here, what is the concept of main function, why actually main is the entry file. All these things you need to understand. So first I'm going to take a package main, and here now I'm going to create a function, and then I'm going to create a main function. Now what actually this main function is, so this will be your first concept. So main actually is the entry point, right? So that means whenever I'm going to run this particular file, or whenever I'm going to do Go run, Go actually looks for a package main. This is the first thing, and second, it looks for this function, main function. Why? To start execution. So if I'm going to write a command, so it will be main is your entry point, is the entry point. So whenever I'm going to run a particular Go file, so Go actually looks, so I'll do Go looks for this, this will be Go looks for this package main, and a function main. Okay, so that means this will be your entry point. This is very important. Now here what I'm going to do, right, simply now, okay, one more thing, what actually this package main tells. So this is actually telling Go that okay, this is an executable program, right, but this is not a reusable library. So that means this program is executable, or this is actually an app. Okay, so now here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to just import. So let's import fmt. Now I'm going to explain all of this later, and I'm simply going to do here fmt dot, and let's do this one as print ln, and I'm just going to print anything, right? It's just like a console.log, something like that, and I'm just going to do hello. Sorry, you have to give hello, and then I'll do go. That's it. So now save this, and now we want to run this, right? So how we are going to run it? So to run this, you just have to do go, and then you're going to do run. Okay, and then I'm going to go to this particular folder. So I'm going to just do rename. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm just going to go to this folder and then hit enter. So you can see that you're getting hello go. Okay, so this is getting printed, right? This is not the point of creating this particular folder. The point is you need to understand two things. This is also interview questions, that why package main is needed and what is actually the entry file, the entry point. So entry point will be your main function. I hope this is clear. So with this, now let's move on to the next concept. So in the next concepts, what you're going to learn, so will be as usual, just like for other programming languages, you learn variables and types, right? Similarly, we're going to learn variables and types. So I'm going to create one more folder. So I'll do 02 underscore, and let's give this one name as variables underscore, and I'm going to do and underscore types. Similarly, let's create main.go. Okay, now let's start with first one. So first of all, once again, we need package main, and then what we need the main function, right? So I'm going to do main. All right, now let's import our fmt package also, right, because we need to print. First of all, we are going to, what are the variables and everything that we are going to learn. So first of all, we are going to learn var. We're also going to learn, I'm going to divide each and every variable step by step. First, this one we are going to learn variables, then we'll be having boolean, we're going to learn float and lot of other things. So first let's do one thing. Inside this, I'm going to just take a var. So how you're going to do that? So we'll be giving var, the concept will be var, then the name, then the type. Okay, so this will be like this. We'll be giving var, then the name of the var, and then the type. So that means I'm going to do var, and let's say I'm going to give my channel name, right? So I'll do channel name, and the type will be string. I hope this is clear. And then what you can do, simply you can take the channel name, and then you can give this one. Let's say my channel name is ACEDEVHUB. I'm just giving an example. Okay, so this is okay, this is not used, but this is how you're going to do. So you give an var, this will be the name of the variable, and this will be your type. Okay, now one more thing you can also do, right? You can also var, this particular var can also declare plus assign in a single line. So that means what I mean, so if you, let's say I'm going to take a var, and let's say I'll take the name of the variable is year, and this will be a int, and then I'm simply going to take this one as 2026. Okay, so in one line you can also take that. Now let's say I wanted to log this, so I'll do fmt dot print ln, and let's give this one, let's give this one as maybe channel, and then I'm going to pass the channel name, and I'll log one more, copy this, and I'm going to do this one as year, and I'm going to log the year. Okay, now let's save this. So now what you can do, simply you can run this, right? So I'm going to clear all of this, and then I'm going to just copy, and let's do go run, enter. Sorry, we getting channel is ACEDEVHUB, here is 2026, which is fine. Now here also we can do, right, you can also declare multiple variables at once. That is also you can do. Let's say you want to take something like float. So what you can do, simply I'm just going to do var, let's say I'm going to take a rating, and let's say I'll do this one as a float 64, and then I'm just going to do 4.8, something like that, and then again you can log this. So I'll do fmt dot println, and here I'm just going to do this one as rating, and you're going to pass the rating here, and if you just log this, it'll be getting the same result. So we'll be getting 4.8 here. Okay, so you can see ACEDEVHUB 2026 and 4.8. So these will be our very basic concepts of how you're going to write a variable. Okay, so two things you have learned. One thing is very important, you need to understand the var, right? This is the name of the var, this is the type. Okay, now again, these are very simple, I know, but if you already know some of this might be boring, but still I will suggest you don't skip these. This will become very interesting once you follow, and if you're a beginner, this will be interesting for you, right? So don't skip any of this part. So this part we have done. So now what will be our next thing? All right, so now let's create our next folder. So I'm just going to create one more, and let's give this one as packages and import. Although for this one we will be using throughout this particular video, but I thought it will be better if I just give you some small glimpse so that you will understand. Now here let's create first the main.go file. Now first let's see that why actually you need packages, right? So packages here, so for example, let's say, let me explain in a simpler way, that you are creating a project, and in that project you need some helper function related to math, right? So now normally in your JavaScript project, if you worked with JavaScript, right, you can directly use math, and then you'll do dot and it will give you all the methods and everything, right? So that means we need some kind of package that we can import in this particular file, which we can use right from that particular inbuilt package, something like that. So here, first of all, let's import our package main, and let's import our, so I'm just going to import what? So I'm going to import our FMT. Now what this FMT? This FMT is, now we are going to understand, because we have already used in the previous two. So this is a standard package for formatting input and output, right? So that means similarly, just like you have console.log. Now here, what I'll do simply, I'm just going to take a function, and this is my main function. And now here, let's say your task is that you need to print out some math related square, or let's say you need to print out a square of 25, something like that. So in that case, you need to do what? You need to get the math package in this particular file. So this is where you are going to do what? So your import, so this import is going to bring the external packages into this particular file. Okay, so this will be your concept. So that means imports brings external packages into the file that you are working, or that you actually need, or where actually you need it. So that is, now if I need my math package here, so I'm going to import the math package. Okay, now if you need something else, you can need some custom package that we are going to see how we are going to create a custom package. So you're going to import based on that particular path inside this import. Okay, so I hope this is clear, right? So now what I can do simply, now here I'm going to give you one more concept. So what you should always do, right, use the package name. So let's say whatever package that you are having, right, so you'll do package name dot the function name, right? So this is to call a function from a particular package. So that means, let's say if I just want to do fmt dot, so this will be my method, right, for printing. And now here I'm just going to do, okay, do a square root of 25, and then I'm just going to do what? So I'm going to now use my math, and if I do dot, now see, you're getting all the methods and everything. I'm just going to use the square root, and then I'm just going to do what? I'm going to pass a value. So I'm going to pass 25, something like that. Okay, and now let's save this, and now I'll go here and then just log this. First I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to just take the name, and then I'll do what? Go run, and then I'll go here and enter. Let's see what you're getting. So you should be getting 5, because square root of 25 is 5. So that is not the point. The point is how we are actually importing a particular package and using that function based on that package. Now this is not about only math package. This will be applicable for any package that you wanted to import here, or even if you're creating any custom package that we are going to see in the Go module, not now. So for now, this will be more than enough. This will give you some very basic idea. So now we are going to understand a very important concept, that, so you've already seen that how we are going to write a variable, where variable name and the type. But here you have actually two common ways that you can declare a variable, right? So there is a sort way. So we're going to see that, and mostly you'll see that we are going to use that throughout this particular project or video. So I'm just going to do here, let's give this one as 04, and I'm going to do where maybe let's do verses, and then I'm going to do what, sort declare, and let's create main.go. So first of all, what I'll do, right, so here let's import our main package. I'm going to import our fmt package, and then I'm going to take our function, which will be our main function. Okay, now first you have already seen, right, that okay, this is my var, this is my city, this is my variable name, this is my type, which will be string, and here I'm just going to do our city is London, something like that. Okay, so till this part you have understand that how you are going to do that, right? And also you have understand that you can do one more thing, right? If you have worked with TypeScript, I'm going to give you a very important concept, and that is called the inferred, right? Inference means whenever, if you notice that whenever you're going to write in a TypeScript that okay, I'm writing a let, and then I'm going to write a x, and then I'm going to give this one as my name, what TypeScript will do, right, you don't have to specifically mention that okay, this is a string. So this is the concept of inference, right? So that means TypeScript actually inferred, or TypeScript already know that this is a string value. I hope this is clear. Similarly, you can do the same thing here also. So for example, let's say I'm just going to do var, and this is my channel, and then I'm going to do here Sangam, and you'll see if you hover here, right, it is automatically taking this one as a string. That means you don't have to tell Go that okay, this is a string value, but definitely you need to know both the ways, but this is a very important concept. So this is doing what, this is actually doing inferred to string. Okay, now let's see the sort way. So sort way, there is a concept called, you have to take this colon and you have to give this equals. So this is actually doing what, this is declares and the assigns with type inference, right? And if you, why we are learning this, because I already mentioned this, you will see that most used this inside function. Why? Because if you want to take any kind of quick local variables, you have to take like this. For example, let's say I have subscribers, something like that, subscribers, and I have, let's say, 5,000 subscribers. So how I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take colon and I'm going to do equals, and then I'm going to do 5,000. And the moment you'll hover here, you'll see that very interesting. This is taking as a var, this is the var, this is the variable name, and the type is the int, right? So this is very important. So now what you can do, right, you can also do something like this. So you'll take subscriber and you can just do a subscriber plus 1,000. You can definitely do that, okay? Also, you can take multiple variables at once. How are you going to do that? See, that's why I mentioned, right, now you'll understand why I clearly mentioned that don't skip any of this. If you skip any of this and directly go jump to the CRUD, you'll not be able to understand what is happening here. If you're doing Go for the first time, you'll see that it will be little tricky to understand. I'll be very honest. I'm not like someone else who I'm going to tell that, oh, you can learn Go within 1 week. You can't do it, right? So you need a lot of practice. I myself learning Go for a long time. I'm not talking about my professional experience, but I've done some freelancing project and everything. More than 2-3 years I'm learning Go. So you have to understand all these things very clearly. So here what I can do, right, you can take, let's say, likes, and maybe I'm going to take one more. So I'm taking multiple at once. So I'm going to do comments, and then you can do the same thing. So now first of all, I have a like of 100, and then what you need to do, right, you need to give a comma, and this will be my comments, which will be 30. So like will be 100 and comments will be 30. I hope this is clear. Now you can just log all of this, right? Let's say I'm going to do fmt.println, and let's say I'm going to log, let's log the city. I'm just going to show you all the result. So you have city, you have the channel, then you have the subscribers, then you have the likes, and then you have the comments. Okay, now save all of these, and then I'm going to just rename, copy, and then I'll do go run, enter. So you're getting London, Sangam, 6,000, which is what, 5,000 plus 1,000, which will be 6,000, 100, and this is comments 30. So you understand very important things, right? So first of all, the concept of inferred, that how it will automatically inferred. Whenever Go will already know this will be a string, this is a int, this is a sort way of writing a variable, right? So you don't have to give any var or anything. You have to take this sort syntax, colon equals, so it will understand automatically this will be a int, right? And also you can take multiple variables at once also. This is also very important, right? Now one thing you'll understand, right? Let's say I'm going to make this one as a string. Hover this will become a string. If you hover here, If you hover here, this will be int. So these things you need to understand. So I hope this is clear. So now in the next part, what you're going to do, right? So let's understand some of the very basic, although I think you already know the concept of string, but in case I'm just doing these particular things for a complete beginner. If you're in college, or let's say even some students are learning from school also, which is good. So in that case, you need to understand, right? So first I'm going to do, let's say, basic types string, and let's do a main.go. Now in case you know the basic types of the strings and everything, you can skip, that is absolutely fine. So I'm just going to take the main package, and then I'm going to do what? So I'm going to do an import, and now I'm going to import our first fmt package. Okay, and I'm going to call this one sort as fmt. Now first I'm going to take our main function, and let's say now I'm going to do what? I'm going to take a first name, which will be Sangam, and then I'm going to take my last name, which will be Mukherjee. Okay, now I'm going to take a full name, and I'll do the same thing. And then what I'll do, right, I'm going to concat. So I'm going to do plus, and I'm going to give a space, and I'm going to do the last name. Okay, and now, so we can now log this, right? So you just do println, and I'm going to log full name. Also, now let's say you have one more task, that what you need to do, right? You have a string and you have to convert to a uppercase. Now how you're going to do that, and what concept that you have learned just now that you can apply here? Can you guess? So similarly, just like in your other, like if you worked with Node.js or JavaScript, what you can do, you can use string dot some method. That means what? That means we need to import one more package, right? And that package will be strings. Okay, and now what we can do right now, let's say for example, what I can do, I'll just do fmt dot println sorry, and I'm going to use strings, and then this is going to give you all the methods that is available. And let's say I'm just going to do to upper, and then you're going to pass full name. Okay, so now let's save this, and now we can just copy this and then run it here. So I'm just going to first do clear, and I'll do go run, enter. Okay, so this is working fine. So this will be a very basic concepts of string. Now let's move on to the next one, which will be some basics of int. I wanted to discuss, although we have already done, but let's do it. Okay, let's not skip anything, and I'm just going to give this one as, maybe let's do basic types, and I'm going to do int, and I'll do main.go, and here first of all we'll need our main package. I'm going to import fmt, and then I'm going to create our main function. So I'll do function, and let's do main. And first of all, I think we have okay, let's do one thing, maybe I'll do views, something like that, and I'll do views 1, and I'll take this one as maybe 1000. I'll take one more, I'll do views 2, and I'm going to do 2000. Then you can create one total views. I'm just showing you all these things, right? So this is already inferred, right? So if you hover, this will be int, this also will be int, and then what you can do, you can simply do here views 1 plus views 2. So it's going to add both, right? And also you can learn the incremental patterns. Now let's say I have a likes, which is 10, and then you can do what? You can do likes plus plus, do the same thing, likes plus plus, and then we can log all of this. You can also do the divide. So let's say I'm going to do average views, and average views, maybe I'm just going to do total views divided by 2. So it's going to divide. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now if I just log all of these, and let's say I'm just going to log the total views, likes, and the average views. Save this, and let's clear, copy this, and then I'm going to run it here. So do go run, enter. So this is going to give you all the result. Awesome. I think that's all for this particular part. Now in the next part, what we'll do, so I think we can do the same thing here also, right? So maybe I'm just going to change this one to a int, and let's do this one as float. Now float also is very simple. So what you can do, now let's say I have a rating. Okay, so I'll do rating 1, and this will be now 4.5. And if I now hover this, see, this is now changed to float. So that means this is also inferred. It will automatically, Go will automatically understand this is a float number. Similarly, you can do one for rating 2. Let's say I'll do 5.1, something like that. And then you can do the same thing, average rating. So this will be my rating 1 plus rating 2 and divided by 2. Okay. And then if you just do this log fmt.println, and if you just do average rating, so you'll be getting the answer. I'm just not running this, but I just wanted to show you all these concepts, right? So for example, let's say you're creating a CRUD application where you have to take a float type. So in that case, you can take like this, right? So 4.5, it will automatically take this one as inferred. So it will be inferred as float. So this is done. So now let's understand the Boolean. So Boolean is also very, very important. So I'm just going to do basic types, and I'm going to do this one as Boolean. So main.go. Now Boolean, first I'm going to take our package, I'm going to import, and then let's take our main function. Okay, so inside this, first of all, how you're going to take Boolean. Now Boolean concepts are everywhere almost same, right? So I'm just going to take is logged, and what it will do, it will be either true or false. So here I'm just going to take this one as true. Hover this and you'll see that this will be as bool. Bool means Boolean, so it is also inferred. So this is also inferred as Boolean type. Then I'm just going to, maybe let's take one more, that is admin. I'm going to do this one as false. Okay, and what else we can do? Maybe I'm going to do has subscription, something like that. And I'm going to do this one as true. And now what we can do, right? So now let's say I wanted to check a AND. So I'm going to check AND here, okay, where what will be the concept? Both must be true, right? So now let's say I wanted to have that whether this particular user, if this user will be able to open a particular page or not, something like that. So I'm going to do can open dashboard. So I wanted to check that if the user is logged in user, if this is true, and if the user has subscription, if both is true, this user will be able to open the dashboard. Okay, now this will be the concept of AND. If you worked with, or if you know JavaScript, this will be very, very simple. You already know, I believe, all these things, right? So you just have to take AND operator. Now here similarly you can do the OR, right? So let's say I wanted to take one more, and I'm going to do can delete post. And in this case, I'm just going to do if this user is an admin user, or so either it's possible, right? Means one of the condition can be true, right? So if this is admin can delete the post, or then I'm going to check if it is not admin. So I'm going to check if this user is a logged in user and this user has subscription, then also this user will be able to delete a particular post. And let's say if I'm going to do println, and then I'm going to do can open dashboard, and then I'll do can delete post, save this, and let's clear this, and then I'm just going to do rename, copy this, and I'll do go run, enter, and we'll see what is happening here. Then only you'll understand. So you're getting true both the cases. Why? Now in this case it will check that okay, is logged in is true, and this is also true. Now if I make this one as false and save this and now run once again, what will happen in that case? So first both will become false. Why? Because here it is true, right? This is false, so both has to be true, so this will become false. Here this is also false, right? So in that case, but if you make this one as true, right, in that case what will happen? So clear this and run once again, and you see second one will become true. Why? Because is admin is now true. Okay, so the concept is here you need to understand, and is where both must be true, or is where one must be true, one condition can be true. Okay, now you can do like this, right? So maybe let's say I have an age of a particular user which is 25, and I'm going to check that if this user is an adult user or not. So in that case what you can do, I'm simply going to check if the age is greater than 18, so that means this user is an adult user. Now in that case you can just log this, so it will going to give you a true, because this user is already an adult user. So if you save this, run this, so you'll be getting true. Okay, awesome. Make this one to 2, will be getting false. Awesome. So this will be about boolean. Now we also need to understand the concept of constants. Constants are also very important, right? So we'll create one more, and I'm going to do this one as constants, and let's do this one as main.go. So first of all, I'm going to import as usual our package main. I'm going to import fmt, and then I'm just going to do function main, and inside this, so how you're going to take, so simply you have to take const with same const. Okay, so this will be your const. Now remember, constant, what is the concept of const? Constant are the values that do not change. Okay, so when you're going to do or use const, when you have some fixed values, right? For example, let's say you're using some kind of configs, so in that case you can take const. Let's say I have an app name, and I'm just going to do this one as go basics. Okay, so this will be a const. Now here you are also going to understand one more thing, is that you can take something called typed constants. So I'll do typed constants. So what I mean by this, so you can do something like this. I'll do const, let's say I'll do max upload, something like this, anything, whatever, and then here you can do, right, you can take int, and then you can do 25, something like that. Similarly, you can do the same for your float also. So I'll do discounted price, and you'll do a float 64, and you're going to do 10.3. okay, I hope this is clear. So now if you can just use or log all of this, right? I'm not going to run this, but I just wanted to show you the concept of this const. Okay, so just run this and you'll see the result. So till this part we have understand the variables pretty well. The important part here, you know which one, this sort, how we are going to write the constant in a sort format. This is what we are going to use throughout this particular video, so you have to understand this one very well. We understand the concept of string, float, boolean, and also the concept of constants. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one. So now let's say the concept of if else. So let's create 09, and then I'm just going to do if and else. Let's create main.go. Okay, let's close everything else. So first of all, let's import our package main, and I'm going to import fmt. So I'll take a function main, and inside this, now let's say I have a score which is 72. Okay, now these things are very simple, so I'm not going to explain in very details, right? Until unless you are completely beginner, right, you don't have any prior experience of any languages, then it will be little difficult for you. But this is like normal if else, it will be almost same for any other technology that you worked before. So what you need to do, right, you have to use a if, okay, and then you're going to use the variable. So let's say I'm going to check that, okay, if the score is greater than 90, so I'm going to log that this student got a grade. If it is greater than 75, this student got a B grade. If the score is greater than 60, this student got a C grade, or else this student got a D grade. So how are you going to do that? So I'm simply going to do, if the score is greater than or equals 90, so in that case I'm just going to do a print. So I'm going to do print ln, and I'm going to do grade A. Okay, then as usual, so you're going to do else, and in that case you have to do if, because you have multiple conditions, right? So you're going to do if the score is greater than or equals 75, so in that case you are going to do fmt.println, so this will be a grade B. Again you will do else if the score is greater than or equals 45, so we are going to do a grade C, or else, now here you don't have any more extra condition, right? So you have to do what? You have to take your last else, that whatever score will come below 45, so in that case I'm going to do a fmt.println, and this will be grade D. That's it. So now if I now save this, and let's say I'll just do clear, and I'll do go run, and I'll do if, so I'll do 09 underscore if underscore and underscore else. So what we should be getting here? Should be getting C. Why? Because this is going to check here, it is false because score is 72, so it's going to skip. It's going to come here greater than 75, no, so this is not going to work. So it will come here if this is greater than 45 and less than 75, Yes, so it is 72, so it's going to print here. So you can, now what you can do, right, you can experiment, you can change this and you can see, make this one 100, it will print A. Make this one, let's say 76, print B. Make this one 20, it's going to print D. That's it. So I think this is done. Now let's see how you can write if this also with a sort statement. Okay, so what I'll do, right, maybe let's create a folder only, it will be easy. So I'll do 010 underscore and I'll do if with sort statement. I'll do sort statement. Okay, and then I'm going to do main.go. So what I mean by this, so as usual, let's take this, import, and then I'm going to take the function main. Alright, now see what I'm going to do. Now consider I have items. Now again, I already mentioned, right, all these concepts, if I don't write this simple example, it will be tricky for you to understand, I can guarantee. So that's why doing all this, if you're watching the video and at the same time you're doing, right, there is nothing better than that. I always mention all this, right? So what I mean, whatever example that I'm showing here, you try to write some more example which is not shown in this video. So for example, let's see if I'm taking with items, you'll write 2 more example by yourself so that you can apply the idea that whatever you are learning from this particular video, or else you will be dependent. Same thing I always mention in my other videos also. This is where you're going to stuck in the concept called tutorial hell. So you are watching 10 Golang videos, you will buy 10 Udemy courses, still you are getting stuck whenever you're getting any freelancing project. Let's say you're working in your company, and that is the main reason why, because you're only learning whatever is shown in this particular video. I hope you're getting right what I mean. It's very, very important, and this is the opposite that how I actually learn. So let's say if I'm learning a particular Golang, I'll watch a video, YouTube video, I'll go to the official documentation, and then I'll read some multiple blogs, and then I'm going to create a complete project from scratch, and I don't have any idea that how I'm going to do. I'm going to stuck, I'm going to go read again and do back and forth, because previous last 2-3 years back there is no ChatGPT, those kind of things are not there, not this much hype, right? So that time also we used to learn all these things, right? So this is where you are going to learn. This is the approach that you need to follow for learning any technology. So here what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to do this on S3. Now you see that why I'm telling all of this, you'll notice that I'm taking a little bit of time. This is fun because if you're watching this video, you guys need to know these things. You're spending so much time on various YouTubers, they're launching course back and forth. You'll see I'm not going to say any name or anything. I'm just giving you this kind of warning that don't spend too much money on courses, right? For example, let's say very, very famous YouTubers, I'm not going to say any name, they're launching cohort courses every year. Now what is the point of that? Now this is nothing but a greed of money, right? Launching cohort every year is what? That means they're actually forcing you to buy that course every year. And why actually you need to buy these cohort courses every year? What is the need of it? You're going to buy one particular course and you need to learn from that course only, or else what is the point of buying that course and whatever concept that you are applying? So don't fall in this particular trap, especially the college student, or if you are in school, right? Don't see all these big YouTubers, they're launching courses like every year cohort courses are coming. That is absolutely waste. I'm telling you, I'm not telling them because of I'm jealous, not like that. You buy one particular course, any technology that you are learning, right? Let's say Golang, JavaScript, Node.js, React.js, Next.js, buy one course. And then let's say if that React.js is launching a new version or Golang is launching a new version, so you need to buy a new course based on that version. What is the point of then buying the old course and whatever things you have learned? So what I mean by that, if you watch a particular video, right, and let's say after 2 months Golang is launching a new version, you should not watch a new video to understand the new version. You are getting what I mean? So for example, let's say Golang version is 10 and then you bought a cohort course on this, okay? Now why these things are important, I know I'm taking some time, but please listen. So there is a version of any technology, let's say Golang or FULLSTACK, Node.js, whatever. You buy a cohort course, spend 10,000. I'm not going to give name or anything. And then go after 1 year, Golang launches version 11, which is changing some of the things. And that YouTubers, these people are so greedy, so crazy, like they will launch one more code course with 15,000 rupees. And what you guys are doing, you guys will be very excited and going to buy. So that means whenever there is a new version launch, you are going to buy a new code. What is the point of learning from here? So what you should do, right? For example, what I'm going to do, if I'm creating a paid course, instead of creating a new code, I'm going to update the old course only. You're getting my point. See, this is the thing that you should do. So that's why, and this is applicable for each and every technology or whatever courses you are following or any other paid courses, right? You don't have to buy paid courses every time there will be a new technology will be getting introduced. In that case, you need like in lakhs to buy 10-20 courses. You should not do this. Okay, now coming back, I know I've talked a lot of this, but I think these things are very, very important. I will create some of the videos, but see, these videos will make my channel will too much controversy, and I don't like that, because everyone has their own choice. They can create multiple code courses. It's up to you how you're going to choose all these, your YouTubers, and from where you're going to buy all these things, right? Now, okay, so here, this is your items, and then now let's say I'm going to do price per item. And here what I'm going to do, so let's give this one as 50, or let's make this one as 49, something like that. Okay, so you have items 3, and for each and every items the price is 49. Now see what I'm going to do. So I'm going to write this in a sort statement. So I'm going to check that, okay, if the total, which is a variable, so I'm going to take this one as this. So see, if I hover here, for now we don't have any type. So I'm going to do if the totals, which is items into price per item, okay, and then I'm going to check total is greater than or equal 100. Now this is very, very important. So what we have done here, now if you notice, first we actually calculating the total. So if you hover here, this will become what? Int. So this will become 49 into 3, and then now in this part what will happen, this total will be always automatically 49 into 3. I hope this is clear, right? So that means in one line we are creating the total, and at the same time we're writing the if statement. So this is called if with sort statement. And here what you can do, right? For example, let's say if this is, then I'm just going to do fmt.println, and maybe I'm going to do, let's say if this is greater than 100, so you are eligible for shipping, just some random message just to check, or else I'm just going to do you are not eligible. But that is not the point. The point is you need to understand this part here, this line. So I'm just going to do a not eligible. So I'll do no eligible. Okay. So I'll do not eligible. Save this. Now see what will happen. So if I go here, right, I was going to copy this, and then I'm going to do enter. So you're getting eligible for shipping. Why? Because this total is becoming what? 49 into 3. Right, so 49 into 3 is how much? I think 147 or something. 147. So 147 is greater than 100, so it will come here. It will make this one 3 and 4, so it will become what? 3 into 4, 12. So it will become non-eligible, not eligible for shipping. Clear this and run 1 second. Not eligible for shipping. Okay, I hope this is clear. So this is done. Now this is very, very simple. Now anyways, even these things are simple, right? So if you see my teaching, right, you don't have to think in that way that, okay, you just learn if and else statement. This is very simple. That is not the point. The point is when you're creating a CRUD application, or let's say you're creating a very big complex application, there if you're able to apply these concepts or not, that is the thing that you need to understand. For example, let's say you've learned 10 different concepts, but if you notice, if I combine all of these concepts in a single file, right, you can create a simple project. You're getting, right, what I mean by this. So what I mean that every concept, there is a way that you're going to apply these concepts in a big project, and that is where your learning will come. Okay, this is not like you're creating simple things, and but actually you're learning quite a few things, that how you're going to apply all this in a project. That is the real learning that you need to do. No YouTubers or no course is going to teach you that. I can guarantee you have to learn by yourself. So this is done. Now next thing will be, so let's understand the for loop. So for loop also very classic concept, right? Everywhere you are going to, every technology you are learning, you have to understand. So I'm just going to do for classic loop, and I'll do main.go. Okay, so let's take as usual package main, and I'm going to import I think I can remove this. Okay, so first let's take a function, and I'm going to keep this on simple only because these things we are going to anyways apply in our project. So first I'm going to take a for. Now this will be a for statement, right? Classic concepts. Well, three parts. So one will be your init part, initialization part, condition part, and then post that what you are going to do. So for example here I will take a variable I. So in short I'm going to take 1. So simply we are telling that this is my initialization or init part, that my initial value of I is 1. Okay, now I'm going to give the condition. So you init condition, and after that, after post condition, what you are going to do. So my condition will be if the I is less than or equals 5. Okay, so simply we are telling that we start I from 1, and you're going to run this particular loop until I will be what? Less than or equal to 5. Means until this condition will be true. That is what you need to understand. Not about I, because this can be I, this can be X, this can be 5, or this can be 5000 also. That doesn't matter. The thing you need to understand, the initialization part and the condition. So until the condition will be true, your for loop is going to run. And then I'm going to give the my condition that okay, I'm going to increase the I every time. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to do fmt.println, and let's say I'm just going to log the I here. Let's directly log the I. That's it. So simple. So now what I'm going to do simply, so now let's copy this, and I'm going to go run, enter. So we're getting 1 2 3 4 5. Simple. So we'll go to 1, increase, this will become 2. So 2 less than equal to 5, true, log 2, again increase, 2 will become 3, 3 less than equal to 5, true, it will become rendered here. Then increase once again 4, 4 less than equal to 5, true, it's going to render. Then it will become 4 plus 1, 5, 5 less than, no, equal, yes, so 5 equal to 5, so it's going to log. Okay, now let's create one more here. So I'm just going to, maybe let's create where we are going to create a sum of based on a number. So for example, let's say I have a number which is 10, and let's say I have a sum which I'm going to take as a sum which is 0. So now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to do here that for, again, init condition. Okay, so I'm going to do what? Init will be 1. So let's make this on 1. My condition will be until I will become less than this n. Okay, so this will be 10, and then I'm just going to do I plus plus, and inside this what I'm going to do, I'm going to do sum will become sum, and then I'm going to add this particular I or the current type. This is normal programming concept, right? So I'm just going to become, so if I will become, so first this will be 0 plus I will be 1 1, then next time sum will become 1, your I will become what? I plus 1 2. Okay, so it's going to add based on that. So now if I just log this, so I'll do fmt.println, and let's log the sum. So let's see what you're getting. So it's going to add all this, sorry, so it's going to give you the sum. All right, so I think this is, I hope this is clear. So I think that's all for this particular part. Now what we can do, right? So maybe let's understand the switch, because switches are also important, because most of the times normally if you worked in some big project or company, right, you'll be seeing there can be some kind of sonar checks, right? Sonar checks is means, let's say you're creating any condition and you have multiple conditions, more than 3 conditions. So in that case it's not advisable to use if else. So what you need to do, you need to use switch. So switch you are going to understand. So I'm going to do just switch statement. I'm going to do main.go. Okay, so first I'll do this function main. What I can do, maybe let's do a day. So I'll do day equal to 3, and then I'm simply going to do a switch. So you're going to take a switch based on what? So you have to give that particular variable or the condition that I want to switch based on the value of this day. So I'm going to take switch, and then you have to take day, okay, which is a init, and then this is same thing, right? So you're going to give a case, and then you will check the value based on the value of this day. So if the day is 1, it will be Monday. If the day is 2, it will be Tuesday. If the day is 3, which is in this case true, so it will become Wednesday. So it will do case 1. Now remember, this case 1 is actually the value, right? So we'll do case 1 will become what? So we'll do fmt.println and this will become Monday. Okay, similarly I'm going to take another case 2 and this will become fmt.println and this will become Tuesday. If case 3, so I'll do fmt.println and this will become Wednesday. And or else in default case, so I'm going to take a default will be, so let's do one other days other than of this, so I'll do maybe unknown day, something like that, unknown day, right? This is not the point. The point is you need to understand that whether you are able to write the syntax or not, because this is where when you'll be running the concept, the syntax will become very important. So now if I'm going to log this, so this will become what? It will give you the Wednesday because this is now 3. So important part is this is switching based on what value. Okay, this is the important part. So if you run this and then you're just going to enter, so it's give you Wednesday. Okay, so you are given Wednesday. And I will not cover anything else because we have a lot of interesting things to cover in upcoming, so I'll try to complete this one quickly. So now we'll move to another important concept. Now I will not say this is important, but you need to understand like the concept of arrays. Now remember, in Go, arrays have a fixed length. Now this is very important. You can search on Google also. Okay, so that means in real Go apps, whenever you're going to create any project, you will see what you're going to use, right? We're not going to use array. We are going to use something called slices. Okay, so this is very, very important. Why? Because slices are dynamic sized. What I mean by that means slices can grow, but arrays can't grow. So it will be always fixed. So this will be a very, very important concept that you need to understand. I will say you need to master this slices concept. If you can do it, you'll be able to do a lot of projects, right? Because you'll see that slices will be most of the times you're going to use slices, and it's like very, very important. Okay, you can consider this one as just like you have worked with Node.js project, right? You used ES6 concepts in every project, even in React.js or Next.js, whatever projects you're creating. Similarly, slices are one of the core concepts that you need to understand. So don't skip next half an hour. So we'll move to, first we'll start with arrays. So I'm going to give you some ideas of arrays, but we'll learn main concept of slices. Alright, so now we'll start with arrays, right? So I already mentioned that in Golang we normally work with slices, that we are going to do in details later, but let's also understand some of the basic concepts of arrays. So what I'll do, right? So let's create 0, 1, 3 and then I'm just going to do arrays. And let's create our main.go. Okay, so first let's close everything else. So we'll take our package main and then I'm just going to do function main. Okay, so first of all, and also if you see, right, if I just go here, I just search it. So in Go, the array is a fixed sized. Now here actually what I mean by this, in real Go project, whenever you'll be working, so you will be working with slices. Okay, and there is a reason. Why? Because slices will be dynamically sized or dynamic sized, means slices can grow, right? But in array it will be always fixed. Now what I mean by this, so first of all, let's do one thing. Maybe I will do something like this. So I'm going to take a var, then I'm going to do something like maybe let's say marks, and I'm just going to do 3, and then I'm going to do a type which will be int. So here what I mean by this, so if you see that the size is 3 here, okay, this is the first point, and this is fixed, cannot grow. So two things you need to understand, this is fixed and this is cannot grow. Very, very important, right? So why this is very, very important? Because whenever you'll be creating a project, it's not like you are learning the concepts. You need to learn the concepts so that you can apply these concepts in a project, right? So that will be your final idea. Not like you know what is arrays and then you creating a CRUD application, but you don't know where to use arrays and where to use slices. So this is why it's very important that most of the times, almost 99% of the time, you are going to use slices. Why? Because slices will be dynamic, right? So it can grow. But here, this length 3, this can't grow anymore. So here, for example, let's say I'm just going to do marks and then I'll do 0. So this will become, let's say 10, marks of 1, this will become 20, and then I'll do marks of 2 and this will become 50, right? So now if you just log this, right, so for example, just let's import this fmt package, and then I'm just going to do print ln, and what we'll do, right, I'm just going to log the marks and see what is happening first. So save this. So we'll go here and then just copy this. So I'll do rename, copy, and I'll do go run. Okay, so see what you're getting. So you're getting 10, 20 and 50. Now one more thing you need to understand, let me just minimize this, that what is the concept of array literal. Okay, so I'm just going to write, so I'll do array literal. So what is the concept of this? So this is a quick way you are going to create a fixed sized array. So how you can do that, for example, let's say anything we can do. For example, let's take a response, something like that, a variable, and I'm going to do 5, and then you're going to give a type, so this will be int, and then what you can do, right, you can give the values here, for example 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then you can just log this. Also, if you want to use length property, you can use directly length in this fixed sized array also. For example, let's say if I'm going to do fmt.println, and what you can do, right, you can use a length property, and then you can pass this res here, and if you just log this, right, you'll be getting the result here. So let me just run this, enter, and you see what you're getting. So you're getting 5. So this is length of 5. Now I'm not going to go into much detail, there is not much point here. Why? Because I already mentioned we are going to use slices, but the point that you need to understand, and that is important in interview, that they can ask you for sure that what is the difference between arrays and slices, and why we use slices in Golang instead of using arrays. So that will be important interview query, because in case you are a beginner or you are giving beginner level of interview for Golang, it can be very, very important. So with this, now we'll move to the next part, which will be slices, which is actually now important. Okay, and you'll see that whenever we'll be creating any CRUD or anything, we are going to use slices. And if once you learn all this, right, let's say you're get a job in Golang, or working as a backend developer or whatever, right, so you'll be seeing that you are going to work with slices only, not arrays. So first I'm going to do here 0, 1, 4, and let's give this one as maybe let's do as slice literals, and I'll do main.go. Okay, so first I'm going to take the package main, and I'm going to do function, and let's do main. Okay, so first I already mentioned, I'm going to repeat once again, same thing I'm repeating multiple times, but I know some of you will be getting a little irritated or something like that, but it's actually important to repeat the same thing so that you can understand. So slices are the most common collection type you can consider, right? You can note it down, collection type, most common collection type. So we'll do common collection type. So here it will be dynamic and it can grow. Okay, so it can be dynamic, not can be, it is dynamic and it can grow. Okay, so now let's see how we are going to do that. So first, how you can usually write a slice. So it will be something like, so you're going to give this, you'll be giving type, and then you're going to give the values here, something like this, right? And if you see, right, it's like very powerful and flexible data type used to work with sequence of typed data. Unlike arrays, which has a fixed size, slices are dynamically sized, right, and it can grow, right? So you can see slices can grow or shrink, unlike arrays. And you have something like this you can do, right? So here maybe I'm going to use the same example, but let's write here, because writing is always help, right? You'll be able to understand. So I'm just going to do something like, let's say results. And here what I'm going to do, so you're going to take this, so you will be giving the type. So let's say I'm going to take this one as a string, and I'm going to give some name here. For example, I'm going to give my name and another name. So now this is a slice, and if you just log this, right, you'll do fmt.print ln, and you can log these results, save this, and if you run this, so you'll be getting the result here. So copy this, and we'll do go run, and we'll see what you're getting. So you're getting Sangam and John. Let me clear this. This is giving the previous result. We'll do 1 second. Okay, so you're getting these two. Fantastic. Now let's see a couple of things here, so that we'll go one by one. Minimize this one a little bit. Okay, so first one thing you need to understand that how you can access these. So you can access these by indexes. Very simple. You work with array in JavaScript, it's like almost similar. So let's say here only I'll do, right? So maybe I'm just going to do let's do results of 0. You can do that. Or if you want to get the last one, so what you can do, so you can simply do results of, and then you can use the length here, and length will be what? So it will be your length of results means this one, and then what you're going to do, -1, right? So basically you're taking the last element here. So this would give you the first element and this would give you the last element, and you can check it. So clear this and run once again and we'll see what you're getting. So getting Sangam, which is the first one, and this is the last one. Okay, so this is done. Now you can also update by index also. That is also very important. For example, let's say you can take results, and I'm going to take this element of in the index 1, and I'm going to change this one to John 2. Maybe let's do this one to Priya. Okay, and then if you just log this here, and you'll be getting the updated results. I'm going to do results, save this, clear this, and you're going to run. So you're getting Sangam and Priya. Okay, this is very important. You can also create empty slice and you can append later. Okay, so very important, right? So for example, let's say what I'll do, maybe I'll create a nums array. So I'm going to do var and see what I'm doing. I'm doing nums, and this is the important part here. So I'm going to give array, and then I'm going to give the type. So this will be type of int. Now I want to append something, so you can append this one later instead of doing immediately. So something like you can take nums and you can do append, right? So you can see append nums, and already it's giving suggestion, but I'm going to use this append, and here in this append you can give the slice and the element. So for example, let's say I'm going to give, this will be my nums, and I want to append 10. Okay, again I can do nums will be equals append, and then I'm going to do here let's do 20, 30. So you can do multiple times also. And if you log this, so I'm just going to log nums, and I'm going to save this and see what you're getting. Okay, so you're getting 10, 20 and 30. Now this is our very beginning start of this slice, that whatever things you have learned. First of all, very important, it's common collection type that most of the times you're going to use. It's dynamic, it can grow. The type will be here, you're going to take in this format. So you're going to take empty array, something like that, consider type. Okay, and then you're going to take the values directly. You can also take a empty slice, and then you can append the values later. You can also make use of the length property to a particular slice. So this is done. Now next one will be, so let's say how we can work with length and capacity, all those things little in depth. So what I'll do, right, instead of creating in this file, let's create one more file. So I'm just going to do 015, and I'm going to do length and capacity of slice, right? So you of slice, so do main.go. So first let's take our package main, and I'm going to take a function, and this will be main. Okay, so now let's see. So first of all, concept. So concept will be slice has both length and capacity. Now what is length? So length will be how many elements you currently have. Capacity is how many elements you can store. Very important. Okay, so length is how many elements you currently have. Capacity is how many elements you can store, right? So let's see with example. So for example, let's say I'm going to take something like scores, and maybe I'll do I'm going to use a make, and inside this what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to explain what we are doing. I'm going to take a int, and I'm going to do 0, and I'm going to do 5. Now what actually we are doing here, this make function, that whatever you are seeing, this creates a slice with a given length and capacity. You can note it down. So this is nothing but, so what you are doing, simply we are taking make here, and here you are going to do, so you will be giving the generic. Now remember, generic means this type can be anything, so I'm just giving an example here, and here you're going to give length, and this will be your capacity. Okay, so it's going to create a slice with a given length and capacity, right? Why this is actually important? Now this is, you can note it down, this is for advanced level also. This is used for your performance. Why? Because if you want to avoid repeated allocations, right, while appending. So instead of doing that, you can take first time only, you can take the make, you can pass the type, you can tell that okay, this for now my length will be 0 and this is how much capacity this particular scored slice will have. Okay, and now if you just do fmt.println, so I'll do scores, and okay, you can also use length, so let's use here on this. I'm going to do length of these scores, and you can use cap. Okay, cap is the capacity, so it's going to give you the capacity. I hope this is clear. So now if I just log this, so to go run, okay, you see what we are getting. Okay, so you're getting empty, we don't have any element, right? Length is 0, capacity is 5. I hope this is clear. Now what you can do, right, so let's do some manipulation and everything. So here what I'll do, right, maybe I'm just going to take the scores and I'm just going to do append, right? So score, I'm going to append 100. Okay, and then what I'll do, I'm going to do again, I'm going to take scores and again I'm going to do append maybe 200, 3000, something like that. You can do that, right? And now what will happen right now, see, one more thing, it's very, very important. See here, while creating this, you already given that okay, this capacity will be 5. In case if you are exceeding the capacity, what will happen? So go is going go grows the capacity. I know, okay, I'm going to write. So go is going to grows, means go is going to grow the capacity of that particular array. Okay, so what I mean by this, so let's say for now I'm going to take append. I'm doing first, I'm appending 100, okay, then I'm appending 20 and 3000. Now first I'm going to explain in a different way, so I'm just going to log here. Okay, so I'm just going to do println and let's do after appending 100, and then I'm going to log this, and then I'm going to log once again, and then I'm going to do after appending 200 and 3000. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, right, maybe let's append once again. So I'm just going to do here, so I'm going to copy this and maybe I'm going to do here let's do different 45 55, and then I'm just going to log once again and I'll do appending 45 and 55. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to see you already have, right, 5 capacity. Now I'm going to append once again, so I'll do score equals append scores and maybe I'm going to do 60. Now you will see what will happen, and with this your every concept will be clear. You'll be able to understand very, very clearly what is happening here. And I'll do after appending 60, and here what I'll do, right, I'm going to log the scores, I'm going to log the length of scores, and I'm going to also log the capacity of score. First I'm going to log this and then I'll explain what I was talking about, this go grows that line, right? So you'll understand. So first I'm going to run this. Alright, now see, so first of all what you're getting here, if you notice, so first we have after appending 100, so this is you're getting 100, after appending this you're getting, and now if you notice here, length is becoming 6 and capacity is becoming 10. Now this is actually little tricky. Now you'll understand why this is becoming 10. What happened, this is what I'm talking about, so I'm going to write it here instead of telling if in case. So if in case we are exceeding, right, exceeding the capacity, so this is what I'm talking about. Go grows. Go grows means go means Golang. Go is going to grow the backing array, and it's going to do usually doubles. It's going to do doubles. So here it will be usually doubles, right? So that is the reason you are seeing here. So length is how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now see it's already exceeding, right? So you have 6 length, but capacity is becoming double, so it's becoming 10. Okay, so you can also search this in case you are exceeding capacity. I'm going to copy this, right? So we'll see here. Okay, we'll do let me just check, go grows backing array if exceeds capacity. Okay, for slices below a certain size, right, the capacity typically doubles. I already explained, right? For large slice, the capacity is reduced, increased by factor of 1.25x plus some extra bytes. Now, this is the important part that you need to understand, that it's going to increase by doubles, okay? And you can read it out, all the other things and everything. You can go here, right? I usually read all these things, right? How does append grow? See, more than one element. So if you read here, right, capacity. No, these don't have any more information. So we'll see here, search for. So I'm going to show you that how I usually see. When Go creates a new array to adapt a growing size, it usually doubles the capacity, but this changes once the slice reaches a certain size. Now this is what I'm talking about, right? See, this is how I usually learn all this concept, by going to this. So here it is very, very simple, that in our case, right, what we are doing, we are actually exceeding this, okay, this capacity. So in that case, it's going to do what? It's going to doubles the capacity, but only it will happen once the slice is going to reach that particular certain size. So its Go is going to decide that, oh, now this capacity is increasing, so I'm just going to, instead of increasing by 1, I'm going to increase the capacity by double, so it will become 10. I hope this is clear. Now with this, I don't think you should have any more doubt or anything in this length and capacity in the slices. So in the next part, what we're going to do, right, I think append we have already discussed, right? And I'm going to show you some more example. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now I hope that your length and capacity concepts will be resolved, right? So we don't have any doubt or anything. In case you can comment it down, I'll try to see. So now I wanted to show you one more thing before we move to the next one. Maybe let's do here only. What I'll do, right? So let's take a to-dos slice, and I'm just going to take this one as string, and I will do something like, maybe what I'll do YouTube workout every day, something like that. Now maybe I will take one more, so let's do more, and here I'm just going to do this on a string, and I'll do maybe learn Golang. Now what you can do right here, now you can append one more slice into another slice. How? So you're going to use something called the spreads. Now spreads, I think spread operator you already know from JS if you worked in JS. So here it's called spreads, so it's going to spread the element of a slice. So let's say I'm going to do to-dos, and now here what you can do, right, you can use append, and you can take to-dos, and then you can pass the element. So here let's say I wanted to use more this slice, so what you have to do, you have to use more, and then you have to spread it, okay, or else it's going to give you error. Okay, see, it's giving error. So now you can log this, so we'll do fmt.println and do to-dos, save it, and I'm going to just run it here. So you're getting do YouTube workout every day, learn Golang. So this is also is appending with this existing slice. So I hope this is done. Now next what we will do, right, maybe let's create one more file, not this one. So we'll keep this every file clean. So I'm just going to do 016, and maybe I'm just going to do for range over slice. I'll do main.go. Okay, let's open this. I'll keep package main. I'll do function main. Okay, so first maybe what you can do, comments, or let's do views, and I'm going to take one simple slice, and I'm going to take this one as int, and I'm just going to do maybe 10, 20, 45, 50, 60. That's it. Okay, now here I wanted to use something called, let's say you consider this one with a array in your JavaScript, right? And then you want to use something called, let's say you want to use for loop there, or you want to use some map or something like that. Here we have something called range, right? So you have for range. So for range is what? For range is the common way to loop over your slices. So you have something called for range, right? Very, very important. You need to know all these concepts. For example, let's say I wanted to get or create a total sum of all these items, right? All these views. So to do this, what you can do, so first, whenever you are going to create a particular result, right, you need to take a variable. So you have to take total and shortcut like this, and this will be 0. So now this is your variable. Now why I'm telling all these small things in very, like, you will be like, oh, he's doing these small things in like it's like a big of a deal, but the point is, right, if you're coming from a JS background, or let's say even if you're doing for the first time, the syntax can be little bit different. I hope you're getting, right? Normally you do in JS in a different way, here it is completely different. And Golang is like, once you'll start practicing, right, it will become very simple. In JS, actually, I will say sometimes the code will become very messy, and I also don't like that, but here it is very clean. Okay, but you need to know how you're going to write all of these. All right, so now let's see how you can do that. Okay, first one, you have to take a for. Now how it is works, so we are going to use for range. So these will be index and value. It's going to return index and value is same concept, right? So here you are going to do for, I'll be doing the index and this will be my value. Okay, and then I'm going to do range, and then you have to tell that you want to run the range on top of what. So you're going to run the range on top of views. I hope this is clear. And then I'm going to do fmt.println, and let's say I wanted to do maybe some day, and then I'm going to do, this will be my I, which is my index, and then I'm going to do my views, and I'll do views, and this will be my value. And then what I'll do, right, I'm going to use the total, and total will become what? If the current total, so for every index it's going to give you the value, so you're going to add this current index value with the total. So this will become total plus v, the current value, right? And then you can log this. So I'll do fmt.println, and this will become the total. Then okay, first I'm going to clear this, and I'll do rename, copy the name, sorry, the folder name, and I'll do go run, and let's see what you're getting. Okay, so you're getting day 0 views 10, day 1 views 20, day 2 views 45, then 50, then 60. Now the point is, again, the point is not about that how you can do total and everything. That is not the point. The point of this particular video is that whether you can write the syntax or not, right, and whether you are able to apply this concept in a real project or not. That will be the thing that you need to understand. So I hope that this is clear, right? This is not that much difficult. So you'll use for, this will be index, the value, range, and you have to tell that on top of which you want to run the range, right? And then you, whatever calculation you want to do, you can do this one here. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now let's understand the maps, or how you can work with maps. So let's create, so let's do, last one was 016, right? So we'll do 017, and I'll do map create, or let's only keep map, and let's do main.go. Now you see why all these things are important to understand, because when we will be implementing the CRUD and all the authentication related projects and everything, all the concepts that we are learning now, we are going to apply all those. So that time I'm not going to explain that why we are taking this map, or let's see if I'm taking in a slice. So you have to actually take context from these concepts that you are learning. So I'll do package main, and I'll do function main. And here, first of all, so how you can create a map. Now see, map is actually, it's all same, right? How you write a map in your JavaScript, so it will be like a key value pair, right, or key value store. So how you can create a map? So to create a map, you'll be doing map, okay, then in bracket you are going to give the key type. So this will be your key type. Now this is important, and outside of it you are going to give the value type, because every map is going to have a key value pair, right? So for example, let's say I'm going to create a map of ages, and I'm going to give map. Inside this I'm going to have the key type. So key type will be that what will be the type of the key. So this will be my string. So my key type will be string, but my value type will be int. And once you do that, now inside of this you're going to give. So now remember, here you have to give, like, let's say you'll do something like this, right? So this is not correct. Why? Because your key will become the string. So let's say I have my name, and I'm going to give my value, so the age, which will be, let's say, maybe 65. Okay, so this is string, the key, and this is int, the value. Similarly, let's take this one, John, and I'm going to do this one as 35, something like this. Okay, so this is a proper map. Now you have to remember this one only. You don't have to consider on these, right? Check how you're going to write or create a map. So map will be map, then you have key type, then the value type, right? And if you just log this, right, you will do fmt.println, And maybe what I can do, right, so you can take the ages, and then inside of this you can pass, let's say, Sangam. So key of this map of this key, so it's going to give you the age of this. So this will be the value, which will be 65. So you can just log this here. So I'm going to run this. So go run, and let's see what you are getting. Okay, so you're getting 65. So I think this will be more than enough, right? And also what I can do, right, so let's say if I just do here length of ages, and let's see what you're getting. Save this, run it again. So you're getting 2. So you can apply length also. I think this is fine. Now next what I can do, right, okay, one more thing we need to understand, that remember we have used something called make property, right? So here also you can use make to create maps. Now why actually this is actually important to understand. Now let's say you consider a situation that you need to create a map, but the map will be empty and you're going to fill the map later. For example, let's say I'll give you one practical example, that you have a map and you are doing an API call, you are getting the data back. Once you get the data back, then only you're going to put the data inside that map. So that will be a practical approach, and to do this it is very simple. So what you're going to do, right, you're going to do something like, you're going to use make. So this will be function, and inside this you're going to use map. So this will be map of k, which is key, and then you have the value. So let's take this one capital. So this will be your key and value. So this is how we're going to create an empty map using make. Now let's see how this will work. So for example, I'm going to do var, let's do something like scores, and then I'm just going to do map of string, and then I'm just going to do this one as int. Now here you have to understand that this is a nil map. Okay, and now what I can do, right, for example, let's say, okay, first let's do one thing, let's log this fmt.println, and I'm just going to do scores, and I also want to do, let's say, scores of a, some key which is not present now, and I'm going to save this first, and I'm going to run it here, and you see what you're getting. Okay, map of MD, and this will give you 0 because that actually not exist. Now what you can do, right, something like, so I can take the scores and I can use the make, and inside this you're going to do map of string, and then you're going to pass int, and now you can do something like that. Okay, scores of, now I'll do math, and this will become 90. And now if you just wanted to log this, you'll do fmt.println, and you can maybe let's do scores. Save this and see what you're getting. Okay, so you're getting math of 20. You can also run this, right? You can, if you do scores of math, you'll be getting 90 here. Okay, so this is how you can create a map using make also. Now what else? Maybe let's do okay, this will be simpler. So map delete, how you can delete a particular key from your map. So for this one I'm just going to take a user here, and maybe let's convert this one to a map. So I'm just going to do map of string, so key value will be string and the value also will be string, and I'm just going to take maybe user1 will be Sangam, and then I'm going to take user2, this also will be John, something like this, and I'm also going to take user3 which will be Rahul, something like that. Now what I'll do, right, so first if you log this, you'll be getting this, right? So I'm just going to do fmt.println, and if you just log this, you're going to get this result, which is okay. Now let's say you want to delete this particular key from this particular map. It's very simple. You just use a delete property here, right? So you're going to use a delete, right? So it's a built-in function, just like length you have, right? Then you have make, then we have capacity, and you're going to pass that, okay, what you're going to delete and which key. So here you can see that you have something like it's giving options and then the key that you want to delete. So I want to delete from users, so I'm just going to pass users here, and then you have to give the key name. So let's say I want to delete u2 or user2. Okay, but one thing you need to understand is that delete is going to do nothing in case, let's say by mistake you will do something like this. So you'll do delete, and I'm going to do users, and then I'm going to give a key which is not present here. For example, I'm going to do u100. So it's going to do nothing. It will not give you any error here. Okay, if you just wanted to verify this, just log this. You'll do fmt.println, and log the users, and you'll see clearly what is happening here. Run this, and if you notice that it actually didn't give you any error. So first time when you're logging here, so you're getting all three, right? So here you're getting Sangam, John, Rahul. You deleted the user 2. Now you don't have the user 2 here in the map. But the important part what I mentioned, that you will not get any error in case you passed a key which is not present, right? You're not going to get any error. But this user is actually successfully deleted, so you don't have John here in the updated one, basically here. Okay, so this is how you're going to use map delete. Now so we have learned that how you can create a map, how you can access the key, how you can access the values, how you can delete, how you can use make to create a map. Now I'm going to show you one very interesting thing, that is something called value and OK. But before that, I wanted to show you here what actually this value OK pattern is. So this is something called as comma OK idiom or something. It's a standard convention in Golang, is to check success or existence of an operation that might fail or return a 0 value. So how it will work? So it's like a 2-value assignment. The first variable will be receiving the result, and second one will be a bool value, means boolean value. Okay, and I'm going to show you that how we are going to use this, and this is very, very important. Why? Because in our CRUD, when we are going to implement this, we will be using this particular concept in our practical project also. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Okay, so now let's see how we can use this value and OK pattern, right? So I'm just going to do here 018 underscore, and what I can do, maybe let's do read value OK, and I'm going to do main.go file. I'm going to create the package, and let's create our main function. So first let's do one thing. Maybe what we'll do, let's take one something like points or whatever. If you take, it's up to you. So I'm going to create a map first. So I'm going to take string, this will be int, and now I'm going to have two key value, which will be a is 10, and then I have a b which is maybe 29, something like this. Now what I'll do, right? Okay, no, let's do different. Let's make this one 0. So that means here the key actually exists, but the value is 0, which is a valid value, right? So it's a valid value. Now what I'll do, simply notice carefully what I'm doing. So I'm just going to do fmt dot println. Okay, so println, and then I'm just going to do this one as points of a. So a will be these points of a, copy this, and I'm just going to do b, this will be points of b. Now I'm going to do c, which is not present in that slide, in the map only, but I'm going to just log it here. C, this is missing. Okay, now I'm just going to first, let's save this and let's log it here. And you'll see what you're getting. All right, now you're getting, see, okay, let's clear once again, run once again. Okay, you're getting a is 10, b is 0, c is 0. Now the point is, actually b is present, okay, but this is a valid value, right? So it's 0, so it's going to log that, but even the c is not present, so it's going to render 0. But here it becomes very, very confusing, right? I don't have to explain also, right? Because you don't know that, okay, this is a valid value, so it's getting consoled there, but c is not present, still it's giving you 0. So here we can use something called the value and OK pattern, right? So I'm going to show you. So I'm just going to do val, and let's do OB, and I'm going to do OK, and this is B. And now you see what I'm going to do. I'm going to do points of B. So now if I just do fmt.println, notice what I'm doing here, and I'm going to just do val B and OK B. Okay, now what actually this is doing, right? So it's going to check the existence. Why? Because this OK, if this is true, if the key exists, if it is false, if it is missing. If I copy this, and let's say I'm just going to do the same thing for C, so I'm going to do val C, OK C, and this will become C, and I'm going to just log it here. And if you save this, and now see what will happen. I'm going to run this. Fantastic. Now this is very important. Now for the B you are getting 0, which is a valid value, and if you see okay, B is true. Why? Because these keys exist. That means these keys exist and this is a valid value. But here this is false. That means this key is not even present, right? So this will give you what? Extra check, right? Or safe check. Now if you want to use this, how you can use this, that I'm going to show you. And you see that this one we are going to use. So you're going to do like this. So you'll see if, and you do val, so this will be a value and this will be okay, true check. So you will check if this val and okay based on what? Based on the map that you have, and you're checking this C property, and then you're going to do something like this, that if this is okay, so you're going to log the value. Okay, so that means the value is present, so it will become true. If it is not, so in that case you're going to do else. Okay, so if this is okay, so it will become true. For example, let's see if you just do point instead of C, if you do B, right, it's going to come here in this because B is present, but for C it is not present, so it will come here. And we can see this clearly. If I just log here, right, I'm just going to log this val here, and here I'm going to log that this key is not present. So I'm going to do C key is not present in the map. Save this, and I run this and see what you're getting. Okay, C key is not present. Just change this one to B. Save this and run once again. So you're getting 0. Why? Because this is coming here, and if you see log this, right, you'll do B is present. That's it. So B is present here. So this is how we are going to use the pattern called val and okay. I hope this is clear, right? So with this one, so maybe let's do one thing. Okay, let's do in this, or maybe okay, let's do it here only. How many files we'll create. So I just wanted to show you that how you can use the for range in a map, just like we have done for slices. So I'll just take one prices or something, products or whatever you want to take, and I want to take a map of string of int. And here I'm just going to do maybe let's do xyz is 500. I'll do def is what will do 1800, right? That's it. Now we have to make this a number. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, I'm going to create a total. So again the same thing, you're going to do total, this will be 0 and nothing to explain. Here also it will be for, you're going to do item, and this will be your price. Okay, this will be a price. And then what I'll do, again the same thing, you're going to use range, and on top of what you're going to apply the range, so it will be on these prices, same to slices only. So you're going to pass prices, and then you can just do total equal to what? Total plus the current price plus price. And also you can log this, right? fmt.println, and log the item and the price. Now you can log the total here. Save this. You can see that we are getting this, right, and this is the total 500 plus 1800. Now here for example, let's say you only need this key, or you only need this value, you don't need both. That also you're going to insert. So for example, for I only need the key, so I'm going to take item, and that's it. And then you're going to do range, and then you're going to do prices, and then you can only log the item only. So if you copy this, paste it here, and you can just log the item, so it's going to work. Same for the value also. So if you run this, right, so you're getting only the keys xyz and def. Okay, so this is what you have learned, that this is how you are going to use or work with maps. So how you can create map using make to create map, right? How you can see this part is actually important. No, this one, this value and okay, val and okay pattern that you have learned, this is important. Also how you can use map for range in map. So all these things you have done. So I think with this we have completed all this. Now we will be moving to next one, which will be our functions section. So we are going to understand some of the basics of functions and everything, and then we'll be moving to the next part, which will be Go module. First let's complete this beginner section, right? So this will be our Go basics. I think we have still two sections left. So one will be the functions, and second I'm also going to discuss some basics of struct, because struct we are going to use a lot when we'll be creating our project. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's understand some of the functions concepts, then we'll move to the next one. So I'm just going to do functions. Okay, so I'm going to create the package and I'll do function main. Okay, now function definition, I think we are already using function, so it's like a reusable block of code, right? So why? Because if we want to avoid repeating the same logic again and again, so we usually use functions, so that we can call the functions from anywhere from the code and we can reuse that logic. Now here, till this part we haven't discussed, although we are using function main, which I already mentioned, which is your main entry file. You have to consider like that, but you have to understand that how normally you are going to work with functions. For example, let's say I wanted to use a add function here, which I wanted to use inside my main function. So basically from my main function I wanted to call the add function. So let's see how a typical function structure will look. So you're going to have the function, and now let's say this is my function add. This function is going to take two ints and it's going to return one single int, or it's going to return the sum of both the numbers, something like that. So how you can do that? So it's actually similar how you write function in your JavaScript code also, in case you are from a JS background. So what we'll do, okay, you'll give that, okay, I'm going to take A and I'm going to take a B, but the point is you have to give the type. Okay, what will be my type, right? So A will be int and B also will be int, and then you're going to return the return type, right? So you'll be giving the return type. So okay, these, whenever I'm going to return from this function, this will be the sum of both this A and B, so it also will be a number, so also the type will be int. Okay, so here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to do, let's say, return A plus B. Now why? Because this return is going to do what I'm going to explain. So return is going to send a value back to the caller, right? So now let's say here, for example, let's say I wanted to do sum1, which is a variable, and I wanted to call A, and let's say I'm going to pass 10, 20. So it's going to give you error. Why? Because this has to be a number. It's a simple concept, right? Nothing to explain here, right? You have to pass a number because you're giving a type which will be a number, and then if you just log this, you can just get the result. So we'll do fmt .println, and you're going to log this sum1, so you're going to get the result. Okay, so this will be the very basic definition. Now consider you have you want to return multiple returns, right? Not a single return here. Like for example, here I'm returning one single, and that is also very, very simple. So let's say I'm just going to create one more function, and I'll do, let's say, sum and product, something like this. These again, it's going to receive two inputs, so one will be a int A and second will be also B. But when you're going to return, so how you'll be giving the return type when you're going to return multiple returns, right? So you'll be giving like this. So first return type you're going to give, okay, the first one it also going to return int, the second return type also it's going to return int. So this will be your return type with multiple returns. And here for example, let's say you are going to do, okay, I'm going to create a sum which will be A plus B, and I'm going to create a product here. So I'll do product which also will be A into B, and then you're going to return. So you're going to return what? So you're going to return sum, and then you're going to return the product. Okay, so this is how you're going to, if you don't return, right, something like this, it's going to give you error. Okay, so you're going to not enough return values, right? Have this, we want this. Right, this is very, very good, right? The way the everything, see, once you start learning Go, right, you will absolutely love it. Although you'll see that so many videos on YouTube will say that, oh, Golang is not that much good, but it's not like that. I will say my experience, I haven't used Golang in my professional experience in the sense means in the companies that I've worked, but I worked in freelancing projects and everything, and I genuinely like it. So it's very, very good, right? And currently I'm learning Rust, so that is the reason I'm not creating any videos, because I'm not in that place of creating a video, because that I also need more experience. I will be creating quite a few projects, then probably after some months I'll be creating a tutorial on Rust also. So here I'm just going to do product, and then you can just simply call it, right? Maybe what you can do, something like this, that okay, I'll do s comma p, and then you can just do sum and product, and then pass to value 6, 5 or whatever you want to pass, and then you can just log all this. So do s comma p. Okay, Now one more thing I wanted to mention, now these concepts also you need to understand, or else you don't get confused. Sometime let's say you don't need to return the value, so in that case what you're going to do, you will be using these underscore, something like this. For example, let's say you want only sum and you don't want the product, so you'll do something like this, keep a placeholder, and then you can call this sum and product, right? It's going to work. So you'll do 10,2, and then you can just do fmt plus println, and then you can just log the only sum, so it's going to work. Okay, this is also very important concept, and you can just run this, right? So I'm just going to rename, I'll do clear, and then I'm just going to do go run, and you'll be getting the result. So 12 you're getting because only the sum, and this is the sum 1, this is 30, this is 11, and the 6 into 5 is 30. So this is done. Now let's say what else we can do. Okay, Go also allows something called named return values, right? So how they act, right? So they act like variables inside the functions, right? So let's say how we are going to do that. Maybe let's create one more file here instead of doing here. So I'm just going to do 020 underscore named return values. So I'll do named return values, and I'm just going to do main dot go. Okay, and now let's do one thing. So first of all, I want to create a function, and I'm going to do this one as maybe let's say divide, which is going to receive a, which will be int, b also will be int. And here what we are doing, right, we are actually naming the return value. So for example, let's say I want to return something called x. I'm just giving an example. Okay, you can give any name you want, I'm just giving an example. So it's returning x, so this is a name. Or let's do something a very funny way. So I'm returning a John, and John is the name here, and I'm giving this is a int. Okay, and then I'm going to do Sangam, I'm just giving an example, and this is a int. So this is actually named return values, right? So for example, let's say you want, definitely you will be giving some meaningful values here, right? For example, let's say you want to return a reminder, right? So that name you can take here. So why this is? Because this is just nothing. This is will make your code more readable, as simple as that, right? So it's going to make the intent clear. And then let's say I wanted to do that. Okay, I wanted to do something like this. Maybe what I can do, right? I can take the John, and then I will do, okay, this will be a divided by b, and then I'm going to do Sangam, and I'm going to do a or maybe let's do plus b, whatever, and then you're simply going to do return. That's it. Now here, this is, now you can ask me that, okay, what is the concept of this? Now this is called a, you can say something like naked return. So what this actually do, right? So naked return is going to return the current values of the named returns. Current values will be these John and Sangam, right? So it's going to return. So you don't have to write that return this or this. Okay, I hope this is clear, right? So see, first of all, I'm going to explain once again. So it's going to, you can also search, right? So named return value, something like this. We'll do Golang named return values. Let's see what it is telling. See what it is doing. See, you have x, y in it, int, and then you're doing this, and see, it's going to return, right? You have to return the current values of x and y. This is what I'm explaining, that you don't have to return explicitly that you have to return this. You can directly do return. It's going to automatically understand. It's going to return John and Sangam, these two values. And you can also test this one, right? You can do q and r or whatever you want to do, and you'll just do divide, and I'm just going to do 10, 10, and then you can do fmt dot println, and you'll do q, r. Save this, and we'll copy this. See what you're getting. You'll be getting let me just clear my 1 second. You'll be getting 1 and 20. See, you're getting 1 and 20, right? So 10 divided by 10 is 1, 10 plus 10 is 20. I hope you're getting this concept. Now this is a very interesting one. Now one more thing, you have something called as variadic function. I don't know if I'm spelling this one wrong or pronouncing, so I'll do variadic function. You have something called this. What actually it's going to do, right? It's going to accept any number of arguments. Okay, you see here, a function that accepts a variable number of arguments of the same type, of the same type. Now let's say you want to have some helper function for sum, or let's say for, or I think more production level example will be, let's say you want to create some called some reusable logging or something, or building list. So there you can use this. How you can do that? So what I'll do, right, let's create one more here. So I'm just going to do 0 to 1 and I'll do variadic functions. So do main.go. So do package main, and here maybe first, okay, let's take the main first. And now see what I'm doing. So I'm going to do function and I'm going to do sum all. And now here what it's going to receive, it's going to receive a list of numbers. It's actually same. I'm not going to tell you, but if you have worked with JS, we have exact one concept in JavaScript also in ES6. So you can search it, or you can also write in the comments which concept I'm talking about. So it's going to receive nums, and then you're going to tell, okay, this will be an int. Okay, so it's going to receive number of any number of items or numbers, and the return type will be also int. And then I'm going to create a total 0, and then what I can do, you can create a for. So I'm going to do in, so I'm going to do a range on nums, and then I think we have already done this. Total will be equal to total plus value, or you can take this one as value also, current value, or whatever you want to take, the current value or whatever. So I'm going to take total plus current value, and then you're going to return the total. Again, this is not the point. At the point of understanding this part, that how you can use this, right? And then you can simply call this. So I'm going to do fmt.println, and then you'll do sum all, and I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, how much you wanted to take, and you can just take this, right? So if you just log this, so I'll do go run. Okay, and also let's say if you want to do, maybe you have some slice. So let's do, I have a values which is int, and then you can have 10, 20, 30, whatever, blah blah, right? So these two, and then you can use these also. Do fmt.println, and then you're going to use the sum all, and then how you can spread. I think this part also I've explained you in the previous one. So you can take values, and then you can spread it. See, it's already giving suggestion. So values, and then like this, and this also will give you the sum of both. So it should give you 20, or if you do 23, this should give you 33. So run this. So getting 33. Okay, so I hope this is clear, that what is the concept of variadic function means. Then you have something called anonymous function, right? Means the function that don't have any name. Okay, so now let's do one thing. We can create here also, right? So maybe let's say what I can do, right? So I'm going to take a result, something like this variable, and here I'm going to take a function. Now notice this is actually important, okay, or else I told you that okay, you can skip this. No, because we are actually going to use this, and also there can be possibility you need to use this in your project. So you have this function, and then this is going to receive a n or number, whatever, which will be type of int, return type is int, and then what you're going to do, right, you're going to do return. So I wanted to return n into 2, something like this, right? And then what you can do, right, you can just do function, sorry, fmt.println, and you can call this result, this res, and then you can pass the value here. So we'll do 2, so it's going to give you result, right? Now what actually we have done here, so this is the concept of you're defining an anonymous function and you're assigning to a variable. Okay, now we can call this directly with like a normal function, or you can also directly do that. You remember we have something called if style. If you know JavaScript, you'll know what I'm talking. Immediately invoked function or something. I'm not able to recollect the full form. Immediately invoked function expression, right? So you have something like this. So in that case, what I can do, so I'll do result 1, and here you can take a function, and here you're going to do a init, let's say b, not init, man, int, and then this will also return int, and then it's going to return a plus b, which is okay. But now how you're going to use this, so here you're going to invoke this, right? So you're going to invoke this, and then you have to pass the value. So I'm going to pass 5, 10. So this is a ify style you are writing, and then if you just do function.println and just log this result 1, that's it. So it's going to work. So if you save this and if you run this, okay, so you're getting 50. So I think with this we have learned quite a few things related to functions, how you can write anonymous function, how you can use variadic function, named function, normal function. With this, now there are a couple of things we need to discuss in the next part, so let's complete this particular section. Alright, so now moving to the next one, so let's understand, so I already mentioned it, there are a couple of things that we need to understand. First of all, how the error handling works in Go. So I'm going to give you some basic idea, then anyways in the CRUD application, whenever we're going to create the projects, we'll be having some more idea that time. So let's do one thing, let's create 022 underscore and let's do error, and maybe I'm going to do return pattern, something like that, and I'm going to create main.go file. So now let's close everything else. Okay, now here first of all let's take our package main, and I'm just going to create our function and main function. So first there are a couple of things you need to note it down here. The first one is there is a rule that you need to understand in Go, that Go doesn't use exception for normal failures, right? So I'm just going to write it here. So Go actually don't use exceptions for normal failures, right? So this is the first rule that you need to understand. Whenever you're going to use a function, functions are going to return errors as a normal return values, which is very, very interesting and very cool. So I'm just going to write here that functions are actually that going to return errors as normal return values. Okay, now we'll see that how it actually works. Now there are some pattern that you need to understand, and we'll see that I'm going to use so many times in the next projects, and that is, you consider you have a value, right? Okay, let's give this one in the comment only. So you have a val, so it's a value, and you'll take an error, and then what you're going to do, right, you will do something here, right? It can be anything, and then what you're going to check, and you're going to check if error is not nil, so you're going to do not nil, right? If this is not nil, that means that is something wrong, so you are going to handle here, so handle the error. Okay, now you can ask me that, okay, in case in interview that you are getting query that why this is actually good, so very simple way it will be like it's a very, very visible, right? And second is like you are going to decide that what you're going to do, you're going to return the error, or you're going to log the error, or you're going to retry something, or you're going to do something else. Now let's do one thing, right? So maybe what I'm going to do, right, so first let's create a function here. I'm just going to create a function. I'm going to create two functions. Okay, so I'm going to create a run function, and now see what I'm going to do, right? This run function is going to return an error. Okay, so it's going to return error, something like this, and then I'm also going to do, maybe let's do a function, and I'm just going to do a parse label or something, whatever you can give. This function is going to receive a input which will be a string, and now see it's going to return multiple values. I already explained that how you can return multiple values in your function, right, in the return type. So you have to give bracket, and then what are the things that you want to return. For example, let's say I want to return an int, this can be any value, then I want to return an error, so you are going to return error. I already mentioned, right, that functions are going to return error as a normal return values, something like this. And then what I'm going to do, right, so let's go to bottom to top, so it will be easy to understand. So first I'm going to create this function, then I'm going to use it here, then I'm going to use this function in the main function. So this so first one, okay, let's write it down, it will be easy. You can also note it down, it's actually important. So error return pattern, you need to understand this will be value comma error, so this will be a return pattern, right? So here error is the type, actually error. If nil error means no error, so it means what? Success. If non-nil or not nil, so I'm going to do non-nil, so in that case this is a failure. See, I'm breaking it down in very, very simple way, right? So nil error means it's a success. If it is not nil, right, that means it's a failure. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's take a value. See, I'm going to taking a value, right, then I'm going to take error. something like this. Okay, I hope you have to actually practice this, because you're going to use this lot of times. Okay, so you're going to take this is your value and the error, so this will be your error return type or pattern. You will say, not type, sorry, it will be your pattern. So this will be your pattern that you need to follow, right? So we are going to have a value and the error, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to use a string conf, and then I'm just going to do dot this method. Sorry, what this going to do, right, it's going to, so I'm just going to explain here. I just open this. So it's going to convert a string to a number into a type integer. Okay, this method. So here what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass this string that I'm receiving here. Okay, and now what I mentioned, so you have to follow this process. That if error is not nil, that means it's a failure. So you're going to give here if error not nil, and you're going to do something. And also I already mentioned that you can do whatever things you wanted to do. So for example, here you can handle the error, right? So what you can do here, you can, first thing, you can return the error, you can log the error, you can retry, and you can do some other things based on the functionality that you are creating. It's up to you. Now here maybe I wanted to return it, so I'm going to return. Now see, you're going to return the value, right? So first one will be value, second one will be your error. This is the pattern you need to practice a lot of times. So first of all, let's say if there is an error, that means if this is not nil, so I'm going to return this int value as 0. And in this error value, right, so in this error value, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take our fmt package, and now I'm going to pass error here. So I'm going to do error f, and then what I'm going to do, maybe let's do this one as label must be a number, something like this. So the format that you need to understand, that what pattern that we are using, something like this. Or maybe let's give one more thing, that if n, this n, now this n will be already converted, right? So you're going to check if this n is less than 1, or if this n is greater than 5, then also I'm just going to return something. So I'm just going to do, in that case also you're going to return 0, and then I'm going to do fmt.error f, and I'm just going to do label must be between 1 and 5. Okay, if there is no error, so that means you need to finally return something here. That means there is no error, means your error is nil. Okay, so it's a success. So in that case, you're going to return the int and the error. So now in the end, you're going to return, so what will be the value? So value will be this n, correct? And then what will be your error? Error will be nil, because there is no error. I hope this is clear, right? So this is how we are going to do that. Now what I'm going to do, right, so now let's say in this one, I'm just going to take input, and I'm going to pass a 3, and then I'm just going to take label, and again I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take error, and then I'm just going to call this. So I'm just going to do here parts level, and then you're going to pass the value, so which will be my input. Then you're going to do again, so you're going to check if error is not nil. So error is not nil, and here I'm just going to return the error. Okay, and also let's do one thing. I'm just going to log this. I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm just going to do selected level, and here what I'm going to do, oh, this will be string selected level, and then I'm going to pass this one as level, and at the end you're going to return nil. So if there is no error, you're going to return nil. Now this I wanted to use from my main function. So basically in the main I'm returning the error. So now I can simply check, right? So if you see, I'm returning the error here, which I'm going to use from my main function. So I can simply just do if. Now directly I can do, right, if error, and then I'm going to call this, and then you're going to directly check if error is not nil. So in that case you're going to do log.fatal, and you're going to pass the error. I hope this is clear, right? So this is how you're going to handle the error. Now let me just run this. I'm just going to rename, copy this, I'll go run. Let's see what you're getting first. You're getting selected level is 3. Fine, makes sense. I'm just going to do this one as 30. Run again. Okay, fantastic. So level must be between 1 and 5, exit status 1. Now the point is you need to understand that what actually error is doing. So this is the important part, that function is going to return the errors as a normal return values, right? And this is the format that you need to understand. You have the value, you have the error. You're going to check two things, two possibility. Either it's a nil error, means success, non-nil means, or not nil, it means it's a failure. Okay, I hope this is clear. This is very, very important. Try to practice or try to apply all these concepts in your real project that you are working. Let's see if you are getting any issues or anything. You can comment it down. So with this, now let's move on to the next concept. Alright everyone, so now moving to the next one. So let's understand one more concept that is called defer. So I'm just going to create one more folder. So I'll do defer basics. Let's do main.go. So let's create our function. Okay, so first, what actually defer is, right, or what actually it will do. So you consider this one is like, it's going to schedules a function call that's going to run when the current functions returns. Now what I mean by this, now or to put in a bit better way, that why actually you need defer. Now see, most of the times whenever you'll be working on a complex project, right, you will face definitely some kind of scenario where you have to do some kind of cleanup at the end, right? So something like, in a simple words, you're going to stop something, or you're going to unlock something, or you're going to close something like that, right? In real code, right, real code in the sense means whenever you will be working on a project, there can be many return points, right? Now what defer is going to do, right, it's going to guarantee cleanup happens in all times or in all cases, right? So something like, you will see that in our project we are going to do something like defer, and then we're going to do response.body.close, something like that, right? So this kind of thing. Now if you just go and search here, right, so I'm just going to do Golang, and you'll just do defer, and you can see that what actually this is, it's scheduled a function call to run just before the surrounding functions returns, right? So you have closing files, unlocking mutex, tracing executions, panic recovery. Now all these terms, right, you understand in a simple way. If you're a beginner, right, what I mean by this, just note it down. So it's like you are doing some kind of cleanup, that's it. So you're stopping something, you're closing something, or you're finishing something, right? Or for example, let's say you have to do some kind of file related closing work, right? Let's say you want to check network connections or database handles are closed right after they are opened, so something like that, right? So maybe you're doing some database operation and then you want to close something, so you're going to use defer. So that will be in a simple way. Now let's see. So I actually created a very simple example, because this, to understand this particular concept can be little tricky. So let's see how I'm going to explain. Okay, so for now, first I will do, so let's create a simple function. So I'm just going to do a do work or something, and this is going to receive a success. This is a input, okay, and this will be a boolean, and this is going to return an error. Okay, all right, so now let's see what are the things that we are going to do, and I will try to keep this one very simple. So let's say in this particular function you're receiving a flag, right? So success is a flag, and you're doing some kind of resource related work, and I'm just going to do what, I'm going to actually print or show two message. So one will be our start message. So here means the resource is acquired, and then I'm going to do a cleanup message. That means resource is released. And let's see how we are going to do that. So first what I'll do, right, I'm just going to take fmt, and I'm just going to do println. So here this will be my start. So I'm doing some, now don't think like, okay, I'm just logging here, but you think that you are working on a real project, and instead of just doing a print or console or just rendering the message, you are doing actually a real work here. So this is your start of your work, and this is actually where you are actually acquiring the resource. Okay, now what I'm going to do, right here, after this only I'm just going to use defer, and then I'm just going to do fmt dot println, and I'm just going to do cleanup, and then I'm going to do resource released. Okay, now what actually this is doing now, if you can understand, right, it will be clear. So here this defer that you have written, this actually will guarantee that this runs at the end of this function, right? So means it is going to run in both paths. It's going to run on success return, or it also going to run on error return that will happen early, right? So let's see how we are going to do that. Now I'm just going to do here, right? I'm going to simulate a early failure here, and let's see how I'm going to do that. So I'm just going to do if not equals success. Now what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to return. So let's take errors, and then I'm just going to create a new error. So you can create an error using this errors.new also. And then I'm just going to do something went wrong, and I'm returning early. So I'll do I'm returning early. Now I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm just going to doing some kind of work, and let's I'll do doing something here or something important. And then I'm just going to do one more log here, and then I'm going to do, and let's do work, and then I will do this work is done. So I'll do this work is done, and then I'm just going to return nil. Okay, so now here we have done something. Now let's go through one by one. So first of all, consider this function you are doing a real work. What will happen, right? The important parts that you need to understand that in this particular function, that even if we return early due to an error, cleanup will also run, or cleanup must run. So that means this differ actually will guarantee that this is going to run at the end of the function. I'm going to repeat once again. So this differ will guarantee this runs at the end of the function, at the end of this function. Okay, so that means it is going to run in both the times. It's going to run in both the paths. So let me write it. It's going to run in both the paths. So it's going to run when success return, and also it's going to run if errors return. Okay, so now what are you going to do, right? Now let's create these two cases in our main. So I'm just going to do something like this. I'll do fmt.println, and I'm just going to do case 1, which is success, and you'll see, you'll understand that what is happening. So I'm going to do this one will be success, and then I'm just going to take a if, and this is returning error, right? So I'll take error, and then I'm just going to do work, and then here I'm just going to pass this one as true. So means it's a success scenario. So in that case, now I'm just going to give here error not equals nil, and in that case I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm just going to log the error. So I'm going to do error, and then I'm going to log the error. Okay, so this is the first scenario. The second scenario will be it will fail early. So here I'm just going to do what? I'm going to do fail early, and then copy this, and then I'm just going to do the same thing, but in this case I'm just going to pass the false. Okay, so now if I just log this, right, and you'll understand everything will be clear. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'll run it here. And we'll see what is happening here. Alright, so first let's go one by one. So first we have, okay, let's go here. So first we have case 1 success, which is correct, start. So this is running fine. Then it will doing what? It's actually skipping this. Now notice that what is happening, then you'll understand. So it's skipping because success is true. Makes sense. It will go here, it's doing something important. This work is done, but it's doing the cleanup. This is what I'm talking about, right? Now if you're getting confused like 2 minutes back, now it will be clear. This is why I mentioned that it will always guarantee that this is going to run at the end of the function. It's going to run in both the cases, even you are passing success as true or you are passing success as false. So you see that what you're getting, cleanup is getting run. Now I will give you a very simple, but I'm not sure if some of you are from React background or not. It's like you can compare this one, not exact, but compare this one with a use effect, right? We use some kind of use effect, and then we have a return block. That return block is like a cleanup effect, right? Every time that component will get unmount, that function will get will be running, something like that. So in success case also cleanup is getting run. Now go to the fail case. So your fail early makes sense. Then you have resource acquired, correct? Then you'll see resource acquired. Here one thing you need to understand, I think this part I didn't mention, that's cleanup. This cleanup is going to run early. Okay, this error return, so here I'm going to do this will be early, and then this error will be getting run that something went wrong, I am returning early. Okay, and then these two will not be running here in this case. And if you're getting confused, let me just comment it out here, this part. Save this and you run this. So you can see that, okay, first fail early is getting console, then you have resource acquired, then we have what, cleanup, so resource released, and then this is getting something went wrong, I am returning early. Okay, so this is the concept of defer. But in the success case also, this will be getting, and in both the cases this defer will run. Okay, so this will guarantee this will run at the end of this function, both the paths, so success return and errors return, this will happen early. Okay, I hope this is clear. In case if you're getting little confused in this, you can comment it down, I will try to help in the comment section. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now before we move to the next one, I wanted to mention one quick point which is important, that in case, right, a lot of you are getting confused with these concepts, for example, let's say defer or error handling, or let's say anything related to slice or any basic concepts, comment it. If I see a lot of comments are coming, right, I'm going to create a part 2. Now why I'm mentioning this part, because you see, when I explain this, right, I thought that, okay, see, I'm very serious, right, about teaching, that I always think that, okay, whenever I'll be teaching someone, I actually think from your point of view, because let's say if I'm learning something for the first time, it will be definitely going to be very tricky, right? You see that explaining only, it's actually tricky, this Golang or some new languages to a beginner students, it's not that much simple, right? You'll see that is the reason I will repeat same thing again and again and again, right? And that is intentional. This thing, that if you just notice this only, explaining this to a very beginner student, it will be very challenging, because they will understand that this deferred is going to run every time. But if you ask that student, okay, now you apply this particular concept in a real project, you'll see that they will find this one very difficult. I'm pretty sure you are getting what I mean. So that is from that context only I'm telling that if you're getting that kind of confusion, that you are not able to apply all these concepts in a project, right, comment it. If I'm getting a lot of response, right, I'm going to create a fantastic project in part 2, but that is only possible if I'm getting a lot of comments, right, more than, like, let's say 500 or 1000 comments, then only, because or else I always create part 2 and 3 and I don't see much responses. So just I wanted to mention. So for now, if you're a complete beginner and let's say you wanted to understand the concepts, this is more than enough. But applying this to a project, in case if I'm getting a lot of comments, I'm going to create part 2 of this. Okay, so moving to the next one, so what I'll do, right, let's understand the concept of pointers, and we are also going to understand the concept of address. So this is called operators. So we have address and dereference, both are very important, and you'll see that we are going to use quite a lot where in our project, in the CRUD project and the authentication project that we are going to build. So here I'm just going to do 0 to 4. So let's do 0 to 4, and you're going to do this one as pointers, right? So I'm just going to do pointers, and I'll do main.go, and let's do this one as package, and I'm just going to do function, and this will be main. Okay, first of all, now what is actually pointers, right? So if you ask me about the definition, I'm going to explain in a very simple way. So pointer is something that's going to store the memory address of a value. Consider like that. That is the best definition. So it's going to store the memory address of any value, value. Two things we are going to understand. One, something called operators, one called the address. So we'll write something like this. We'll do and then the name. So let's say we have X. So this will be considered as address of X, right? What actually this is going to do, you can note it down. This can be actually an interview query, that this is going to make a pointer. Okay, so it's going to point to that particular memory address. I hope you're getting right. Second, which is also very important, it's called dereference. So we write using this asterisk operator. So it's called dereferencing, right? And then you have something called, you can search for address also, right? So you have address operator. So address. Okay, so you have this. address operator and dereference operator, both we are going to discuss, right? So I just wanted to show you. So it's write something like this. So you have asterisk and then the name. So let's say here what you are going to do, something like maybe, okay, first I'm going to do, this is called dereference. I'm just writing in short deref. What this is telling, so it's telling that this is what this is makes a pointer, so it's point to that particular memory address, but this is telling the row. Now you go to that address, and you can now read it and also you can write it, means you can change this. Okay, both are different but both are very, very important. Why you need this? Now this can be interview query. Now the answer is very simple. It's simply to change a value inside a function without returning it. Very, very important, right? So if you want to change any value inside any function and you don't want to return it, you can use this. Now I'm again going to create a very, very simple example, but this example will be more than enough, because I didn't mention this about differ, because differ can be like, there can be a lot of scenarios where you need to understand how you are going to apply, but this will be very, very simple. So let's say I'm having a add bonus or something, some function which is receiving this score, or maybe let's do add score, and this is going to receive a score and which is, let's say, int. Now see what I'm going to do. Okay, this is not yet correct, I'm going to show you, but now what I need to do, right, this add score I wanted to call from my main function, which is okay. So I'll just do score, and you just do score, and we'll do 10, and I'm just going to do fmt.println, and you're going to do before, I'm going to do before, and this will be score. Now what I need to do, right, I wanted to call this and I wanted to pass this score. Now definitely you can do this, right? You can pass it, you can do something, and then you can return from this particular function. But here if you have pointers, you can do what, you can change the value of this score inside any function, and you don't have to, or you don't have to return it simply. So first of all, what you have to do, so you have to first give the address. So how you can give the address? So first you have to pass the score, but to pass with the address operator. So you're going to pass like this. Okay, I hope this is done. Now what you have to do, so you're going to get error, definitely cannot use this value of type, this it's already giving here, right? So means what, you have to convert this one to a dereference operator. So means you have to use this. Okay, remove this, you're going to get error. So I hope this is clear. So now you're telling that, oh, I'm actually passing this score as a pointer to this function, and then I'm actually receiving this as a dereference operator, means I wanted to change this. So now what you can do, right, you'll do something like this, you'll do score, and then you're just going to do score plus, let's say, 5. That's it. So it's simply going to update the value and you don't have to return. Now see the beauty of Golang, right? It's awesome. Now what you can do, right, you just have to let's run this. So to go run and see what will happen. Oh man, I haven't logged. I have to log this. So I'll do after, and I'm going to save this and now run this. That's it. So before is 10, after is 15, means you have successfully used the concept of both pointer, which is the address of x, right? So it's the address you are using, you're passing this one as address, and then you're receiving as a dereference operator, which is what, it's simply telling that go to that address, you can read it, write it, or so we are simply updating the value of score with 5. I hope this is clear. Now with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now next we'll be learning very, very important concept that is called, let's do structs. I don't know how to pronounce this one properly. It's called structs, right? So let's create our main.go, and this will be package main, and I'm going to do function. So I'll do main. Okay, now if you work with TypeScript, this will be very simple. I don't have to also explain. It's like I usually do like this, right? It's simply you are creating a project, right? Okay, whenever you will be working with any object or anything, let's say any data, not object, I'll say any data, your data will have some modeling in the sense your data is going to have some properties. Properties is, consider yourself as a data. So you as a person, you are going to have your name, your address, your age, all those things, right? So whenever you're going to create any kind of this data, so data is going to have the model of that particular data. So that to represent that model, I hope this is clear, represent that model or represent that field related to that particular data that you are creating, we need what? We need some kind of thing where we can structure all of this, and this is where we have the concept of struct, right? So this is same as like we do like interface or type in TypeScript. How we can do that? So for example, let's say we'll take user as a type, right? We have a user type, and user is going to have ID, it's going to have a name, it's going to have email, age, password, blah blah, it can be anything. So I'm just going to take, so we're going to take type, then I'm going to take this one as user, and then you're going to pass this one as struct. And now if I give you the definition now, so it will be a struct groups related fields into one type. Okay, that will be the best definition now. So I'm just going to do here, so it will be struct groups related fields into one type. Makes sense, right? Because this is going to do whatever types that I'm going to write here, it's going to group all the fields into one type, so user type. Okay, now here what you can do, simply you can pass ID, and then you have to pass the type int. So let's say we have name, then we have email, which will be string, and then let's say you have age, which is also int. Now you can take any other, whatever you like, right? So you are actually the one who is going to define that what are the data that is this user is going to have. Simple. And then if you just wanted to use this, we'll create a user one, and you'll take this user. Now remember, if you hover it's already give you the suggestion, and now you're going to give the values. So now to give the values inside this, you have to pass. So if you take ID, so you'll give the ID. Now if you give this, it's going to give you error because this is as int, so you're going to pass this one as number. Then you have the name, then what else we have? We have the email, some blah blah, whatever you want to give, and then you're going to have the age, let's say 100. Now this is done, and then you can just log this. Now I just wanted to, we have to import the FMT package, right? println, and here I'm just going to do u1, and then let's see if you want to do access. I think, see, the reason why I'm not explaining, because it's very simple. Let's say you want to access the value of ID. What you'll do, simply you'll do UI dot, so you're going to get, right, you're going to get the ID. Let's say you can log UI dot email, you can log this email, something like that. It's very simple. Okay, so now save this. Now one more thing I wanted to mention, okay, another thing I think that is very important, that how you are going to update a field. So now let's say, okay, first let's do one thing. First let's console this. I'm actually forgetting some of the things that I need to explain. Okay, so I'll just do rename, copy this, and I'm going to do go run. So first we'll see what we are getting. Makes sense, we are getting all this, which is correct. Now what I'll do, right, I'll do UI dot age, and let's do this one as 200, and then I'm just going to first log this fmt.println, and you can guess what will happen, u1, and then I'm just going to run it again. See, so means what? Means these struct fields are mutable by default, so you can note it down. So it will be struct fields are mutable by default. Okay, now one more thing, you can also create struct with partial fields also. Partial means, let's say if I create one more u2, and I'm going to take user, and let's say I just wanted to, for this particular result, I wanted to take the name, which will be John, and I can do this also. And then I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'll do partial user, and then you're going to pass u2, save this, clear it, run it, and you'll see what will happen. You're going to get partial user, so you're getting 0 John and then zeros. So that means you'll be able to do this. Now you can take the others also. Maybe let's see if you take email now, so you'll take some value, save this, so you'll be getting the email value now in this. Okay, So I hope this is clear. So this will be all about the structs concept. Don't worry, because this one I'm pretty confident you'll be able to master, because we are going to create a lot of struct in our CRUD project that whenever you are going to create. So now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now we are almost at the end, so let's finish this section with two more topics that I wanted to cover. So first one is called the I actually named this one as methods value. So I'm going to do val receiver, and then also I'm going to give one more which will be method pointer receiver, and both you will understand what actually you're doing, but still I want to cover this. I think this is actually important. So first let's create our package, which will be main, and then I'm going to create the function, and then I'm going to do main. And let's do one thing. First I'm going to create a struct. So I'm going to do type user, and I wanted to do this one as struct, and let's take this one as name, which will be a string, and I'm going to take a age, which will be int. What I wanted to do, right, so here I wanted to create a method, and that method will be a function that will be attached to this type, or to a type basically. So, and the idea of this methods value receiver is that the method that we are going to create is going to receive a copy of this user. Okay, let's see with example, then it will be clear. So first what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to create a user, and then I'm just going to do this one as I'm going to call our user struct. So this is going to have a name, so I'm just going to give this one as Sangam, and then I'm just going to take this one as age, and I'm going to do this one as 20. What I need to do, right, I wanted to create a method here. Now notice what I'm doing. So I'll do function, and I already mentioned that value receiver, so method value receiver. So I'm going to do value receiver means this method that we are going to create just now receives a copy of the user. Okay, so this is the important part here. And when you're going to use this, so first let me create this, then I'm going to explain that when you're going to use this. So this is will be type will be struct, the user struct, and then I'm going to create this. So let's give this one as maybe intro. So that means what you're doing, we're creating a method which is a function that is actually attached to this type. And then I'm going to, let's say I wanted to return a string, something like this. So let's say here I'm just going to return. So I'll do fmt dot, let's do a sprint f, and I'll do hi I am, and then I'm going to give the value. So I'm going to pass the value here. So I'll do u dot name. So this is done, and now you can just simply call this, right? So I'll do fmt dot print ln, and you're going to do u dot, and if you do u dot, right, you see you're getting the intro, this also, right? And okay, this is coming from that message, but this is the concept that here what you're doing, you're creating a method which is a function which is getting attached to the user, to the type, and this value receiver that you are creating, this method actually receiving the copy of this user, right? And if you just save this, and let's say I'm just going to copy this, and I'll do clear, and then let's run it. Okay, so you're getting this. So the point is, this part you need to understand that what actually you've done here. Okay, so now next will be, this also will be simple. So this is called methods pointer receiver. So I'm just going to create, so I'll do 0 to 7, and I'm going to do methods pointer receiver. You'll see that this one you're going to use quite a lot in your project, right? Based on the project, definitely. So here I'm just going to also create the package main, and let's create the type user struct, and do the same thing, right? So I'll do name string, age is int, and then I'm going to create the function. So I'll do function main, and let's do u. So I'm going to take our struct, so I'm going to pass my name here, and I'll do age 13. Then first I'm okay, before that what I'll do, so let's create our function. So I'm just going to create a function here. What I'll do, right, I'm going to take this user only, but I'm going to show you there will be a catch. So this will be a user which is receiving, and let's say I'm creating a method which is birthday. And here what I wanted to do, right, now this pointer receiver method is what it's going to receive a pointer, right? So a pointer receiver method has this u, but the type will be what? Can you guess? So just now we have discussed it will be a dereference operator. So here we are going to pass it like this. Means now what you can do, right? Because this u is now a pointer, so we can mutate the original age, or let's say you want to change the name or whatever you wanted to do. For example, let's say if I just do here u dot and you'll do age, and let's say I'll do increase. So you can do that, right? This is the concept that we have discussed, that whenever you are going to take this one as a dereference operator, you can actually change or read or write the value. This is done. And now if you just do write, so I'm just going to do fmt dot println, and I'll do before, we'll do u dot age, sorry, this will be capital, and now I'm just going to call this, I'll do u dot birthday, this method, and then I'm going to do fmt dot println, and I'm just going to do after, and I'll do u dot age, right? So if you save this, so you're going to get the result, right? So it will be updated. So we'll rename, copy this, I'll do go run. So you're getting 13, and now after increasing the age by 1, so it's become 14. So this is how practically you can use the concept of pointer also here. So two things you have learned: methods value receiver and methods pointer receiver. So with this, we have now finally completed our basics. Definitely I will not say I've covered everything. I already mentioned multiple times that I'm not going to cover each and everything. It's not at all possible practically to cover every Golang concepts in a single YouTube video. Impossible, right? Not possible. It's now your task to understand these concepts and try to apply. And I already mentioned that there can be some concepts, for example, defer, right? Read value, okay. Then you have variadic functions, error handling patterns, all those things that can be confusing. If you have, you can comment it down. I'll try to create an expert with some advanced features. With this, we have completed the first section. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now in the previous section we have discussed all the basics that you need to know before we move to our next section, which will be CRUD. So let's quickly understand. So in this particular section we are going to learn what is actually Go modules, how you are going to, or basically how you can create a proper Golang folder structure whenever you are going to work on any project, and there are a couple of more things that we will be discussing. This will be short but very important. So first, what I have done, right, you can see first you search for Go mod, and instead of going to the, you can go to the doc, but this is the overview that you will learn very quickly. So this is basically the context from the official documentation only. So first of all, we need to understand, I think if you remember when we discussed the previous section, I actually mentioned this particular point, or while creating the project we use something called Go mod init, right? So what actually Go mod is now, so you can see that it's referred to Go modules, which is the official dependency management system. So it's like you consider this one to exact node, whenever you'll work on a Node.js project, we have something called as what? NPM, right? Which is a node package manager. So there what npm does, so let's say you do npm init, then -y, so it's going to create a package.json. Your package.json is going to do what? It is going to keep a track of all the dependencies and all the dev dependencies, all the scripts and all the details that your particular project is holding. So this is exactly similar. So if you worked, or if you are coming from a Node.js background, I will suggest that you compare these things side by side. It will be easier for you to understand. So there are a couple of files that you need to know. First of all, for now, what I'll suggest, right, you can just consider these two files. One is the go.mod file and go.sum file. So you can see that this go, so first let's go through this, right? So it's a text file which is located at the root of the project. You have already seen that in the previous part in your project directory. That defines what? It's defined the module's name, right? And exact, see, this is like package.json of your Golang project, right? So it's going to list all the dependencies with the version. So it's exact similar. Let's say you're installing a express version in a Node.js project, so it's going to mention that particular version, right? Or let's say you're creating a dev dependency, so it's going to put that particular dependency inside your dev dependency bracket. If you're creating a normal installing a normal dependency, it's going to show inside a dependency bracket. Okay. And then you have the go.sum file, which is what? It's a cryptographic checksums, okay, for the content, all the indirect and indirect dependencies. So for now, what I'll suggest, right, if you're a complete beginner, just focus on these two files and you'll understand once you'll create some projects, right? Second thing, there are a couple of commands you need to understand. First, what we are going to use now, that is very important, that whenever you are going to create any project, so you need to initialize a go module. And to initialize a go module, what we usually do, we do go mod init and the module path, right? Now this module path, you can see that should usually be the repository where the module will be hosted. Okay, now again you can give any name here you want, but actually it is mentioned that it should be better if you give the name or the module path where you are going to host that particular project. So what I'll do right for now, okay, before that we are also going to discuss one very important topic, that is how a proper Golang folder structure looks. Now for this one, what I'll suggest right now, you can see this summary, right? This is from this particular link, standard Go project layout, which is very good, right? You can just read it out, all the things. For now I'm going to give you some of the very basic things or very important things that you need to understand. First of all, you see this particular structure here. So first, whenever you are going to create a Golang project, what we usually do, we'll do go mod init. So this is going to create a go.mod file which is at the root, which is fine. But then you have something called a cmd file, you have a internal file, then you have a pkg file. Okay, so not file, sorry, folder. So all this folder, now what actually all this folder is going to do, it's actually very important. Now before that, you will see that inside command you have multiple apps with your main.go, which is your entry file, right? So let's go one by one. So first, your command, I will say this one as a command or cmd folder. So this directory contains the main applications or the services that your project builds into executable binaries. Okay, for example, let's say you can have multiple applications. So for each and every application entry point, you are going to have a main.go file. So for example, similar to command, you have some notes app, you are going to have a main.go file, right? You are going to have a app 2, it also will be having a main.go file. So this will be a proper structure. Then you have very important, which is, I will say very important, that is called internal directory or internal folder. Now these will be considered as your private applications or the library code that is not meant to be imported by external projects. This is very important. Then you have something called the pkg, which is optional, right? It's going to hold the public. So okay, now if I try to explain this one, if you work in what I'll say, right, let's say React.js or Node.js project, you see that some public folder you are going to have in that project, right? So what actually public means? Public means that folder can be accessible publicly. Okay, so this is similar to that. Okay, so for now, and also you have something called other directories like API. Then if you want to put any script, let's say you are doing some database operations where you are going to write admin seed script. So in that case, you are going to put all those inside your scripts directory or scripts folder. Then you have the test folder. So what I'll suggest, right, you can just go to this particular link and just read it out. Because from the CRUD application, when you are going to create it, we are anyway going to follow the same structure. So we are going to learn, you are going to learn practically, but still I will insist that please go through this particular thing. It's very well written and you will be understand these things very clearly. So with this, now we'll go here and first we'll start with, let's start with what? Initialization. So I'm just going to do go mod init. And maybe let's give this one as, for now I'm going to give this one any name, so I'll do go module. Okay, something like that. Once I'll do this one, so it's going to create a new go mod file, which is expected. So here you have the modules, which is your go modules, these modules, and then you have the version of the go, which is fine. For now, what I'll suggest, right here, I will show you that how we are going to manage or create the folder structure just now we have discussed, and how we are going to use a particular package from your main entry file. So that will be our main idea. So here what I'll do, right, so I'm going to create two directory. One will be my command directory cmd, and second I'm going to create an internal folder. Okay, now inside this, what I'll do, right, so let's create a greet module here. So I'm going to create a greet module, and inside this I'm just going to create a greet.go. What this module is going to do, right? Now remember one thing you need to understand. So first of all, let's start with, first I'm going to give a package. So here you need to give a package. So I'm just going to give this one as a package greet. What this means, or what is the concept? Now remember, this file is in package greet. This is not in main, right? This means, what actually this means is, you can note it down, it is a reusable library package, not a executable program. Now this is a very key point, right? So here you are creating this one inside a internal. I already explained this part. If you go here, right, just read it out. this is the main application that builds the project whatever into executable binary. So this is actually inside your CMD folder, but whenever you're going to create a private application, all right, some for example, let's say you're going to have some logic or business logic or whatever you're going to write, and that will be inside your internal folder. So this is this means that it is a reusable library package, not a executable program. Means let's say if you want to use this one in your main.go file, means you need to import that there. Okay, I hope you're getting. Now here you need to also understand one more thing, so let me just do this one in a different way. What I'm going to do right here, I'm going to create a function. Okay, now note this one very carefully. If you just complete this small section, right, all the doubts will be clear. What I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a function named hello. Now it is very important, whenever you are going to use this function, let's say from your main file, right, from your command folder, you need to start with capital. So what this capital means this function will be now exported function. So this is a exported functions, starts with capital letter. Very important concept. Why? Because now let's say if you want to use this one in other package, so other packages can call it with how it's going to call it. Once you're going to import this particular package into that particular other package. So let's say you have a package 1 and package 2. So this is your package 1, which is great, and you want to use this one here. So you can do greet dot this function, but it has to be starts with capital letter. So this is first thing. So now let's say this function is going to take a name, which will be a string, and it's going to return a string. And here what I'm going to do, right, maybe I'm going to do some clean variable, and here I'm just going to create a function. So let's create a function, and I'm just going to do, now notice that I'm just going to do this one in small. This is not capital, so I'll do normalize, whatever you can take, normalize name, and then I'm just going to take a name which will be string, and this will return string. Now here what I'm going to do, right, this error you're getting, let me just remove this one now. I'm just going to comment it so that we don't have any error. Okay, now here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to take any variable, and here I'm just going to import the string package. So I'm going to import strings package here. Let's say I'm just going to use some trim space, something like that, any helper function I want to use here. So I'll do trim space, and here I'm going to pass the name. This IntelliSense is slow. Okay, so now here what I'll do simply, so I'm just going to do if name is equals empty. So I'm just going to do return, and I'll do maybe, let's say, guest, or else I'm just going to return. So I'll do strings, and I will do to upper, and I'm just going to pass this in. So this is a small helper function. Now I want to use this in this particular function. So what I'll do, right, I'll just do clean, and I'll do this normalized name, and I'm going to pass the name here, and then I'm simply going to return. So let's say I'm just going to return a hello, and maybe I'm just going to pass this clean here with this. That's it. Now this is not the point. The point is the concept that you need to understand. Whenever you're going to export a function, you need to start with a capital letter. This is the important part here. So now what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm going to go inside this command directory. Now remember I already mentioned that let's say you're having an app, inside that you're going to have your main executable function. So inside this I'm going to create an app folder, because for now we don't have multiple apps. I'm going to have only one single app, and then I'm just going to do main.go. Okay, so first this will be your package main first. Now what I need to do, right, so I'm going to have a function which will be main, and inside this, now let's say I want to use this particular hello function, which is possible, right? You definitely need to use the other packages, some function, or else you can't write each and everything in a single main go file. So now let's say I'm just going to do a message one, something like that, and now see what I'll do. I'm just going to do greet, and you can see what it is giving. It's already giving the suggestion that, oh, if you want to use this greet particular module, right, you need to import this from where? So this is your main module, root module /internal/greet. I hope you're getting. So It's going to the main root /internal/greet. I'm going to enter, so it will import this, right? So you need to import this. So I'll do greet dot. Now notice here you're getting the suggestion of only one function, hello. Why? Because I already mentioned that when you're going to export, this will start with capital. This is not giving here, right? Because this is not exported function, so you can't use normalized function here. If you try to use this one, right, it's going to give you error. Okay, it's because the compiler doesn't know, it is not finding this particular function. So here what you need to do, you need to use hello, and then you're going to pass, let's say I'm just going to pass my name here. Okay, and then what I'll do fmt.print ln, and I'm just going to pass the message 1. Why this is coming? Print ln. Oh, that will be capital. Okay, so this is done. Now you can run this. So let's say if I just going to do so I'll do go run, and I'll do command/f. So getting hello Sangam. Oh, let me just clear this. We'll do once again. Okay, so you're getting hello Sangam, which is, so that means you are passing this Sangam as an input to this, and it's given. So here you can see, right, exported function starts with a capital letter so that others can call it. I think it's coming from here, which is okay, but this you need to understand. Okay, so this is a very small section but very important, because this is the same thing we are going to now use throughout this video. Whenever you're going to create some project, you will see that you need to import this. So if you just remove this, it's going to give you error because it's not able to find. So whenever you can have multiple folder, you can have 100 folders here. Whenever you need to use any helper function or any module, you need to import that particular module inside your main function. So this is one particular section that I already mentioned. This will be short, but it's very important. So it's about the Go modules. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to start a new section which will be HTTP module, right? So before we'll move to the CRUD and creating our REST APIs, you need to complete this section, because you will get the basic idea of HTTP, how we are going to create HTTP endpoints and quite a few other things. For example, let's say how we are going to call some external APIs. So let's see all these by examples. So I created an empty folder for now. Okay, so first thing what I'll do, right, so let's create a go mod file. So I'll do go mod init, and let's do this one as net HTTP module. Okay, so for now we are not doing anything, so let's create all the folder one by one. So let's start with 01, and I'll just do basic HTTP. Maybe let's give this one as server. Okay, and inside this we're going to create main.go file. Okay, so first thing we'll understand that how we are going to create a basic HTTP server in a Go in Go. Also, I'll suggest one thing that you can, as I already mentioned it, that how we are going to create all the handlers, routing, clients, how you can use the HTTP client package, and you can go to the official documentation. But if you go to the official documentation, right, and you will be little lost. Okay, I'll be very honest. If you're a complete beginner, what I'll suggest, right, whenever let's say you're reading from a book, or let's say some blog, or let's say you're using some AI like ChatGPT or some other to learn, what you can do, whenever you'll learn a particular concept, you can copy certain terms and then you can just search inside official documentation. I hope you're getting. So for example, let's say you understand, okay, this is a http.response writer. So this is something, but I don't know what actually this is. What you can do, you can copy this from that particular place where you are learning, and then you search here. Okay, and then you can just go to a certain function and you try to understand what is happening. Also, how I usually learn from here, that I usually go to the examples, right? So some of the examples are actually okay, I will say that you can actually understand, right? So you go to the example and you will see how they are creating all this, right? So this will be the best way, because if you just read the documentation blindly, I'm pretty sure you won't be able to understand very clearly, right? And also you'll not know from where you are going to start and from where you're going to finish. So this is one way I just wanted to mention, that in case you are going to learn with documentation, this will be a best approach. So check the example. So first let's go here. So what I'll do, right, so let's create our first, let's do one thing. Okay, let's create a package first. So I'm just going to do a package min, and I'm just going to minimize this one for now. And what I'll do, right, so as usual we're going to have a main function here, right? So I'm just going to create a main function. Now let's say in this particular file I'm going to create a hello endpoint. So that will be my first method that first thing that we are going to learn, that how you're going to register a particular route using http.handle function. So that will be the first thing. Second, how we are going to listen to a particular port and we are going to start the server, right? And you can also compare the same thing, exact same thing with the Express project also, if you have worked with Express or Node, and you will be able to understand this one very, very easily. So what I do, right, so whenever I am going to create any register a route, or let's say I'm going to create an endpoint, I'm going to listen to a particular port, or let's say I want to start a HTTP server on a particular port, I need that HTTP module, right? Or else we are not able to use any of the methods that HTTP module provides. I hope this is clear. So that will be our first step. So what is this HTTP module? So this is called, so let's say if I just do HTTP, right? So first, you're not getting, okay, let's import here. So I'm going to import net/http. So this will be your module that we are going to use, right? So this is going to give you all the methods and everything, functions that you need to related to HTTP. Now let's see if I just do http dot, and you should get all the methods. Maybe my IntelliSense is not working. Okay. Let's wait. I just wanted to wait. Okay, so here you can see that you'll be getting lot of things, like we can't cover each and everything, but first thing what we wanted to understand, that how you're going to register a route. Now remember, this is a module where if you're a complete beginner, this will be the starting point, so we're not going to go into much details. It will be very, very tricky. So first I'm just going to do handle, and you can see that we are having a handle function, something like that. So this will be my handle function. What actually this is do, this is going to register a handler function for a given pattern. Now what I need to pass here, right, you're going to pass a pattern, okay, and then you're going to pass a function, which if you notice, this function is going to receive this response writer and this HTTP, which I'm going to discuss later. But this pattern is what, so this is basically I'm going to tell that, okay, whenever this route I'm going registering here, whenever I'll go to this /hello route, okay, this particular route, I wanted to run this particular function, or I wanted to register this particular route in this particular endpoint. So now here I'm just going to create a function which will be my hello handler. Okay, so this is what, this is my pattern, this is your handler. Okay, so this is done. So now let's say for now we are not doing anything, we'll be creating this, and let's say I'm just going to import the fmt package, and I'll just do fmt.println, and maybe I'll do that, let's go to try going to 8080 port. Maybe I'm going to run in this particular port. Now how we are going to listen to this particular port, because until unless you're going to start the server, how you can access this. So to start this, it's very simple. I'm going to take a variable error, and you'll just do http, and then you have something called listen and serve. So this one, right? So here you're going to do listen, what it's going to do, so it's going to listen on TCP network address, this is the address, then calls the handler with handle request on incoming connection. So here what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to tell that, okay, this is going to run on 8080 port, okay, and for now I'm going to pass this on as nil. As simple as that. In case if there are any error, so just going to log this, so maybe just log the error here. So this is done. Now we are going to create this. So two things you have learned, that how you're going to register a particular route, which is handle function method, and then how you're going to listen to a particular port, which is listen and serve. So now let's create this. So I'm just going to do function, and let's do hello handler. And what this is going to take, so if you hover here, right, let's hover here. So it's going to take a type of http.response writer, right? What this response writer is going to do, this is used to write response back to the client. Okay, you can note it down. So response writer is going to write the response back to the client, right? Why we need this? Because we usually send what, status code, handler, body, and all these things via this response writer, right? And this will be a request. This is your incoming request info. So this is going to have your maybe headers, body, method, all those things. So here I'm going to take two things. I'm going to take this one as w, and let's give the type as http.response writer. Okay, this is the interface, and then I'm going to take a incoming request, which will be http.request. So this is done. Now let's say I just want to do something like that. How, if you just do right r dot, and you can see that you are going to get all the methods and everything, right? For example, let's say you want to check which method this is, r dot method, right? You want to check the body, r dot body. Okay, so this is going to give you all the method. Now if you compare this one to a Node.js, right? See, normally what will happen, normally whenever you're going to create a REST API, you don't use only Node.js, right? You use something called maybe Express, or let's say you're using Bun, or you're using Hono, something like that. I'm just giving example. Why? Because those packages already written some of the boilerplate code, so that you don't have to write all these things. Like for example, let's say you're writing all these things using pure Node.js code, it will be 100 lines of code. But if you're using Express, so you'll be able to write the same code in 10 lines. Why? Because Express and all those packages is going to have all those boilerplate code already ready, so it's going to make your life easier. Similarly, here also you're not going to use this normal HTTP package, right? Most of the times what you're going to use, you'll be using something called Gin, right, which is a similar framework like Express that you are going to use with Golang. I hope you're getting right. But you need to understand all those basic things, because if you don't know that, okay, what is this response writer and HTTP request, and you directly jump to Gin and CRUD API, that doesn't make sense. So that's why whatever I'm going to explain in this particular module, so don't skip this, it's very important. So let's say now maybe I wanted to check, okay, if r dot method is not equal to HTTP dot method get. So I'm going to check if this is not a get method, right? I'm doing wrong. Okay, this will be okay. So this will be HTTP dot method get. Okay, so I'm just giving one check, and then I'm just going to return an error. Now see here also, if you want to do return error, so you can take HTTP dot I think it's HTTP dot error, capital R. Okay, so you can return an error back. So maybe I'm going to return this W back, and then I'll just do only get is allowed, something like that. Okay, and here if you check, right, it's going to take, sorry, it's going to take the HTTP response writer, the error you're sending, and the code you need to pass. So maybe I'm just going to pass status not allowed. So I'll do HTTP dot status not allowed. And one more thing, if you do HTTP and then you want to pass all kind of status code, right? For example, let's say 20140342950, blah blah, you can take all of this from here only. Okay, so there will be a lot of, see, bad request is there, and then you have internal server error, something like that. So here I'm just going to do HTTP status method not allowed. Okay, so this I'm returning back, and also remember to return. Or else what I'm going to do now, see, I'm just going to use, I already mentioned what that response writer is going to do. What it's going to write the response back to the client, because remember, whenever I'll be going to this particular route, I need to show something, right, to the user. Means what? Means I need to send something back, some response back. So to do this one, what you can do, right, we'll take let's do this one as W, and if you just do dot, and you're going to get this write method. Okay, so this write method here, what you can pass some response back. So what you can do, right, I'm just going to return a byte, and here I'm just going to, maybe let's do hello from go, capital Go, and then I'll do net/http server. Okay, as simple as that. So I'm writing a response back, writes the data to the connection as part of a HTTP reply. Just remember this, HTTP reply means whenever I'll go here, I wanted to send this response back to the user. So now this is done, and now let's go here, and then I'm just going to run this and copy this, and we'll do go run, and then let's see. Oh, I think I'm already running something. Let's change this one to maybe 5,000. That's okay. Okay, so now let's allow this. Now I'll go here, and then I'll just do what? So I'll do 5,000, right? And then slash, what is the name of the route? So route name is hello. So I'll go here, and then I'll do just hello, and let's send this. Okay, so you're getting hello from go net/http server. Now this is all the very small method that we have created for now, a small file, but it's very important. Why? Because you not only understand how you can register a route, how to start a server, what is the work of this HTTP response writer, how you're going to write a response back. It's like similar to you do res.json, remember, in JavaScript Node.js project, and then you're going to send the response back. So this is similar to that, you're writing the response back, and this is your incoming request. So now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so moving to the next one. So let's say how we are going to create multiple routes. Okay, sorry, so let's do 02 underscore and maybe I'll do HTTP multiple routes, something like that, and let's do main.go. So first let's do package main, and here I'll create the main function. Okay, so first of all let's do one thing. So as usual, so do error, and then I'm just going to take HTTP module and I'll do listen and serve, and then I'm just going to close this one, right? So you don't need this, so clear this, and maybe I'll run this one in a different port, or maybe we can do on 5000 also, but it's okay. So let's do this one in 5000 only. We'll see if this is giving error, we'll change this, and then I'm just going to pass this one as null, and then I'll just log this one println, and then I'll just log the error. Okay, so this is done. Okay, now what I need to do, right? I'm going to register multiple routes. Now this is actually similar to what I've done in the previous part, but still it's important to understand. So we'll do http.handle function, and let's say I have a root route, and this is my root handler, and then I'm going to register one more, and this will be maybe handle function, and let's give this one as hello route, and this will be my hello handler. As simple as that. So you can have multiple routes as possible. Now what I'll do, right? So let's say maybe I'm just going to take a function and I'll do root handler. So this is going to take what? The HTTP dot response writer, where you're going to send the response back, and then you're going to have your income request struct that you're going to take, which will be HTTP dot request, which is nothing but a struct, right? So it's going to hold all the information of your HTTP request. See everything you're going to get here. Okay, this is done. Now what I'll do, right, simply, so maybe just written like this, I'm going to do underscore comma, so I'll do w.write, and what I'll do, maybe I'll just inform here that okay, let's take a byte, and then I'm just going to do that, okay, welcome, and I'll do try to, maybe we have this hello function, right? So do hello, and then you'll just search for this query param, something like that. So name equal to, sorry, we have some, so try this. Okay, I'm just returning this response back. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to create this function which will be my hello handler. It is also going to take the exact same thing, your response writer and the incoming request. And now what I'll do, right now, whenever I wanted to go to this particular route, I need to extract this particular value, let's say. Now the point of making this particular file is not that because you've already learned how you are going to create this. The point is that how you can make use of this incoming request in every scenario, right? For example, let's say now I need to get this here, the data. So how I'm going to get that? So in that case, what you can do, so you'll take a name variable, and if you do r dot, right, I already explained that this is going to give you every method that is available in your HTTP incoming request. Now let's say I wanted to get this one from my URL, so you'll do r dot URL. Okay, first thing, dot query, see, so query you're getting, and then you're getting this get method. So what will happen, whenever you'll go to this particular query dot get method, and you're going to pass the key which will be name, so it's going to give you the value back. Now why these things are very important, because this is extremely important. Whenever you're going to have some kind of filter logic and everything, you need to extract the query. So here get will be what, so here you're going to pass the name. Name is nothing but your this particular key name that you're going to pass here. That's it. And then just give a check that if name equal to empty. Why I'll tell you why I have this practice, right? Because I do JavaScript project and this node Golang and other for multiple times, so I have this practice of making this mistake. So you have to give double equals here. And then here what I'll do, so I'm just going to do name equal to will be guest. So if the name is not present, I'm just going to pass a guest by default. And now what I'll do, right, so let's return the response back. So I'll do underscore equal to w.write, So let's return white, and I'll simply just return the name here. Okay, this name, the dynamic name that we are having. So let's save this. Okay, so we already have created this. Now let's go here, and I'm just going to rename this, copy this. So to go run, let's see. So allow. So I'll go here, and then let's say first I'll just go to the main route, which is a root route. So I'm just going to not try this, and then I'll just paste it here, send this. Okay, so getting the value, change this one to some other thing, and then you send this, you're going to get the value here. So two things you've learned, that how you're going to write multiple routes, and also how you can make use of this response object, which is going to give you all the methods and whatever things that you needed for particular, whatever logic that you're writing. Based on that, you're going to use that method using this request, and this is what to write the response back. So this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now moving to the next one. So let's see how we can make use of this encoding/JSON package, and there we have actually a couple of methods that you're going to understand, encode and the decode method. So first what I'll do, right, so here I'm going to create, maybe let's do 03 underscore JSON underscore encoder, right, and encode details, and let's do main.go. Okay, and before that let's close this also. Okay, so first let's take our package. So first of all, let's do one thing, right? So I'm just going to create the main function first, and here first let's start our server. So I'll do http dot listen and serve, and here I'm just going to give 5000 only, and this I'm going to pass as nil, and I'll import the fmt.println, and I'll render the error. So first what I'll do, right, so let's create a handler. Now say how we are doing incrementally, right? So you'll understand what we have done, and if you see the how I am teaching and how you are going to learn, that whatever things that we are learning in the previous section, the same thing we are applying multiple times in the next section, right? So you have to notice all these things, right? This is not like I created this curriculum like blindly, right? I took a lot of time while thinking that, okay, this is how I'm going to create. So you have to notice all these things. For example, let's say this handle function I already used in the first section, second video, and the third video. That means what? You're applying the same thing again and again, so then only you'll understand. It's not like you'll learn one particular concept, you close this or not practice and come back again after 10 days and you're going to learn everything. It doesn't work like that. So here I'm just going to do a OK, and then I'm just going to do success handler. Now this is not the important part here. This particular video motive is to learn a different, very important concept. So first of all, what actually you are going to do. So now let's say sometimes what you need to do, right, you have a requirement that you need to write a JSON directly to the response, right? So how you are going to do that? So here we have something package called encoding/JSON, which is going to give you an encode and the decode method. So here we are going to see that how you are going to use the encode method. Also I'm going to show you that a couple of things you are going to understand. How you're going to set headers, very important, how you can set status code, and how you're going to return a particular JSON. So first what I'll do, right, so let's create this function, and I'm just going to do success handler. What this is going to receive, this is going to receive your response writer, and also it's going to receive your incoming request struct, so which will be http.request. Okay, first how you're going to write your headers. How you can do that? Using your response object, right, or using your response writer. So here you have to use your response writer. So here you have something called header, and you can see that you have headers, header dot set, and now you're going to give your whatever key value you want to set. For example, let's say very popular, I wanted to set the content type to application/JSON. Okay, this is the first thing. And now what I need to do, right, so now here let's say I wanted to set one particular status code also. Okay, one more thing you need to know, that if you don't use this method that we are going to use now, that is called write header, okay, if you don't do that, so status will be default to 200, I think, if I'm not wrong. Also that will be by default. But what I'll do, right, so let's say I wanted to do a write header, so specifically I'm writing a status code here, okay, and then I'm just going to do http.status okay. So here you're going to go, here actually I'm setting a header. So two things you have learned: how you can set a header, how you can set a status. And now I'm going to take a response, and then I'll do map of string, and then maybe I'll give this one any, and let's return a okay, which will be true. And what else? Maybe a message I can return, right? So message, let's return, and here I'll do JSON encode successful, although we haven't used, so I'm going to show you successful. Okay, and then maybe I'm also going to return a date time, something like that, date time. And here I'm just going to do time, so import time package. You have to import the time package. Time will give you this now method, and then I'm just going to do a maybe let's do UTC only, keep this one simple. So this is what I'm actually returning. Now what I need to do, so here I'm actually going to write the JSON, and we are going to, whatever JSON that we are going to write, we are going to return that JSON directly to the response. And this is where we are going to use this JSON, and this is called encoding/JSON package. So this you are going to use, and dot, here you are going to get this something called new encoder. Okay, so you can see that you're getting, if I do dot, you're getting this new encoder. This is the important method. Okay, new encoder returns a new encoder, so it's going to return a new encoder that writes into w means your response that you're sending back. So here what I'll do, so simply you're going to pass what, you're going to send your response writer, and what this is going to return, this is going to return a new encoder. So if you do dot, so it's give you encode. Okay, and here you can do what, you're going to pass this response that you created. Okay, so this is how we are going to do that. It is very simple. The only thing is that you need to understand this is the package what you are going to use to encode that particular JSON, which at the end you are returning the response back. So now I can run this. So let's do go run. Okay, allow. So I'll go here, and then I'll do okay, send back. Fantastic. So I'm getting date, time, message, and okay. So this is working fine. So these things you have learned. So next what I'll do, right, so let's understand decode also. Decode is going to do what? It's going to read the JSON. See, two things are different. Encode is doing what? Encode is writing the JSON and it's returning back. Decode is going to read the JSON from your request body, right? So normally what will happen, right, whenever you're going to have some post and pull request, you're going to accept a JSON input which is going to read. So you're going to use this decode method that's going to read it, and based on that, whatever calculation or functionality you are going to do, you are going to do that. But let's do this one in the next part. Okay, so now moving to the next one, so let's create one more file, and I'm just going to give this one as decoder decode details. Let's create our main.go file. Okay, so first we'll take our package and we'll take our main function. Also, let's close this server for now. Okay, so first of all, what I'll do, right, so let's start our server first. So I'm going to take HTTP, so we'll do listen and serve, and I'm just going to give 5000 nil, and also I'll log the error. So I'll do println and log the error. First, for now, I'm just going to create only one handler, okay, and that will be more than enough. So I'm just going to do http.handle function, and what I'll do, right, maybe let's do some test or something. Test I will give, and I'll do test handler. So let's create this function here. So I'll do function test handler, same thing. So I'll do http.response writer and your response, sorry, request. So I'll do http.request. So first, what actually, now encoder we have understood in the previous part. what actually decoder is going to do, right? So I already explained that one, that it's going to read the JSON from your request body whenever you're going to, let's say you have a post request and you're going to send some data, right? Let's say maybe you're sending some form data, so you're going to read that JSON. Okay, so how we are going to build it? So this endpoint, that test we have created, is going to accept some JSON and we are going to return some JSON response. So for now what I'll do, right, so first I'm just going to give a small check that if I'll check if this r.method is not equals http dot, remember I already mentioned that this will give you the method, all the method that you need, so a method post. So for now we are only allowing the post request. And here let's do one thing, let's create one helper function, which is also very important that you can understand one more thing, right? JSON, so that you, let's say you're not using any framework, something like Gin, right? And you have to create using this proper Golang, Go HTTP module only, all the backend. So you can have 20 endpoints, right? And maybe let's say out of 20, 15 are post request. So you're going to write some JSON. So instead of writing this one multiple times, what you can do, you can put this one in a package maybe, or for now what you can do, you can put this one inside a reusable function. So this is a better way of writing this. And I'm just going to do http dot response writer, and I'm also going to receive a status which will be int, and I'm going to receive a data. For now I'm going to pass any. What this is going to do, first it's going to set a header, and I'm just going to do dot set, and I'll do content type comma, and this will be application slash JSON. This is the first thing. Then I'm going to do write header, and I'm going to pass the status, that whatever status we wanted to send. So this will be reusable. And then I'm just going to do here, so I'll do JSON. So I'm going to import JSON. I'm going to import JSON. And now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do new encoder, remember. And here we are going to pass the your write here, this your write object, interface, and then you're going to do encode. And what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the data back. Okay, so this is going to send the data back. Just now we have learned in the previous section. So this is done. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to call this helper function here. So I'm just going to do write JSON, which is going to receive what? It's going to receive your this response writer. This is the first thing. And then we are going to maybe here we are checking if the method is not post. So what status we can pass, we'll do http dot status not allowed, right? So you can do status not, I think it's status method not allowed. So this we can pass, and then in the response, so I'll do string of any, and inside this I'm just going to pass maybe okay will be false, and also let's pass a message that, or error, that only post is allowed. So this is done, and then you're going to return. Okay, so this is one check that we have done. Now here what I'll do, right, I'm also going to close the request body here. So I'm just going to use a defer, and then I'll take my request dot body dot close. So this is the second thing. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to decode my JSON into a struct. So we are going to receive a JSON whenever I'm going to hit this endpoint. So what we can do, we can maybe create a struct here. So I'm just going to do type, and maybe let's do test request, and this will be a struct. And here for now I'm going to pass a name which will be string, and I'm going to map this one in a JSON format, right? So here I'm just going to do, so what this is going to do, this will be a JSON tags. So this is going to map the JSON field's name to the go struct field, to this field. So I'm going to do JSON, and in the JSON I'm going to pass this one as a name. So I'm going to do this one as a name. So this will be my mapping. So this will be my struct. Now what I'll do, right, simply, so here after this, let's take a variable. I'm going to take a request, and this will be my test request. Now what I'll do, so now let's do the decode. So now we are going to use our decoder. So whatever request that I will be receiving from this request object, when I'm going to hit that endpoint, I'm going to use the decoder, right? Decoder is going to read the JSON. So I'm just going to do here decoder insert, and let's do JSON dot new decoder. Okay, and what you're going to pass, you're going to pass your this request.body, right? So here what you can do, so you're going to pass r.body because this is what you're going to receive in the body. So then I'm simply going to check if error is present. So here I'm just going to do decoder dot decode. So now you're going to decode. Here you're going to pass this request, right? This will convert this one to a struct, this particular format. So you're going to pass the request here. Okay, so this is done, and then you're going to check if error is not equals nil. So I'm just going to write JSON, and here you're going to pass your write, and then you will do http dot status bad request. Okay, and then you're going to do map string of any, and you'll do okay will be false, and you're going to pass error will be invalid JSON because it's going to test it against that if you are passing the correct or not. And here I'm just going to do invalid JSON format. So this is done, and then we are going to return. Okay, so this is completed. Now we are going to do a validation. So this will be basic validation. Now if you take the request, and if you do dot, you see you're getting name because we actually have given the proper format in that particular struct, that whenever I'm going to receive the name from the JSON in the struct, this will be my name, which will be the mapping. So request.name. So here I'm just going to use the strings. Let's use what you can do, right? Maybe we need to import the strings package. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do trim space, and here I'm just going to pass the request dot name. Then I'm simply going to check if the request dot name, so here I'm just going to do if this is equals empty, right? So in that case what we can do, we can write JSON again, and here we're going to pass http dot bad request again, and let's do map string of any, and I'll copy this, and I'll do maybe that name must not be empty. Okay, so this is done, and then you are going to return. Okay, and at the end we are going to return the response back. So what I'll do, see we already have used the decoder here, right? So it's going to do the job here also in both the steps. So if there are no error at the end, you're going to return the response back. So we'll do write JSON, and then I'll do http.status now will be okay, and I'll do map string of any, and here I'm just going to do okay, and this will be true, and I'll do data, which will be my request, and I'm also going to return a timestamp. So I'll do timestamp, which will be time dot now dot utc. Okay, so this is done. So now let's save this. See, a lot of things you have done, but that is not the point. The point is you need to understand whenever you're going to receive a body from a request, how you're going to decode it and you're going to read the JSON. That is the main idea of creating this particular section. Now let's copy this, rename, and then I'm going to run this. So I'll do go run. Hello. So go here, and then first I'm going to do test, send this and see what is happening. So only post is allowed. Fantastic. So now I'm just going to do post, and then I'll go to body, and then here I'm just going to pass a name, which will be Sangam maybe. Send this. Okay, so getting data. Okay, timestamp. So this is working absolutely fine. So you have learned one more thing. Both the things are very important. Okay, that how you are going to encode and how you are going to decode. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so now you see one more thing you need to know, right? In next 30 minutes we are going to discuss, that is that this net HTTP package that we are using, right, that is actually used for both server side and both servers and clients. Right, so here actually what I mean by client side means, let's say whenever your Go program sends a request to another server, okay, you have to make these things clear. So this is where what you're going to do, we will be using some methods called something like, let's say you have an external URL, okay, and you need to fetch that data from that particular URL. So in that case also you are going to use the same package only. So it's going to give you http.get and then lot of, see here also it's already coming here, http.get, and then you can pass some third-party URL, http.post, and lot of methods are there. So let's see some of the very basic important ones that you need to actually know to get started, okay. But again, I already mentioned that I can't cover each and everything, right? It's not even possible. And also some of the things I also don't know, right? If you go to the documentation, you'll understand what I mean. It's like have huge methods and everything. You can learn all these things when you have that requirement. So let me explain. So let's say you are creating a project and this HTTP package is giving you 100 methods, but you only know 5. Why? Because those 5 may be either very most used ones, or let's say you have some particular requirement when you need, where you need to understand a new concept. So you're going to learn that new concept. There is no point of learning each and everything. So it will be like over bloating, right? You can't remember each and everything. You need to learn the concept situation wise. So for example, let's say you have a scenario where you are going to apply this particular concept. You'll go to the doc and you will learn that thing, right? Instead of learning each and everything and like you will just memorize. Don't do that. So here what I'll do 05 and I'll do using HTTP get or whatever you want to keep. So I'll use, or let's do HTTP get, and I'll do main.go. okay, and now I'll close this first. So let's take a package main, and here I'm just going to do function and I'll do main, and it's very simple. Now there are some other way also you can do that, but that we are going to do later. So I'll go here and I'll use most popular one. I think most of you already know. So I'm going to use this particular endpoint. Okay, so let's say this is my endpoint, and now what I'll do, right, I'm just going to take a variable and I'm going to just pass it here. Okay, this will be the first step. And now what we can do, right, simply let's say I wanted to get a response comma error, and here you are going to do http dot get. Okay, so http will give you get method, and here you're going to pass the URL. So you're going to pass this URL. It's very simple, but one thing I always mention that you need to always give the error check. Please do it every single time. Even if you have to write 100 times, write this, right? You see, in my other next project also I'm going to use this practice, and even if you see all the previous videos I've used it, it's actually very important. So you have to check. So if, let's see if this is not nil, so I'm just going to do fmt.println. Intelligence is slow. Okay, let's log the error first, and then I'm going to return. And then what I will do, simply first I'm going to close the body. So I'll do response dot body dot close. Okay, so this is nothing but this is going to prevent any kind of resource leaks. Okay, let's say you have some open connections, it's going to close it, as simple as that. And for now I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to return a response. I'm going to do some print. So let's do maybe status code, and I'll just take the response, and if you do dot, right, it's going to give you all the methods and everything that you can use. So for now I'm going to use the status code, and also maybe status also, let's do it. Okay, so I'll do status, save this, and now let's run it. So we are not doing anything here. First you need to understand the basic, right, then only we'll go instead of jumping. So here okay, so getting 200 and status okay means it's correct, means it's able to access this particular URL, right? So you have learned one thing which is very important. Don't take all these things very simple or easy, right? Because see, from easy only you'll be moving to difficult. I'm not giving you lecture or anything. You see, everything, whenever I will explain some of the things in between, right, even if I'm taking 5 minutes or 10 minutes, remember those things are very important. I'm telling you all this from practical experience, because some of the people, what they will do that, oh, what this is nothing. But remember, whenever you'll be creating a big project, at the end you are going to use this concept only. You need to. So what I mean by this, small concepts can make you expert in a particular subject. You need to know where you are going to apply and how. That is the key point. Now no one can teach you until unless you are going to practice it. So this is done. Now let's say how we are going to read a response body. So I'm going to create a different file only for this one. So I'll do reading response body. So I'll do main.go, and I'm going to close this also. Okay, I think it's closed already. Okay, so let's close everything else, and I'm going to take a package which will be main, and what I'll do, right, let's take our main function. Okay, and let's take the URL. So we'll take the URL. So first, same thing, exact same thing we're going to do. So I'm going to take response error, and I'll do http dot get, and here we're going to pass the URL. Okay, and then you're going to give the check once again, and same thing. So till this part we have used. Now what I'll do, right, we need to import this. Okay, so this is done. Now what I'll do, right, maybe, so let's do one thing. I'm going to show you one more thing, that you should always do this kind of things, right? Check the status code before you are going to trust the body that you are going to receive. How you can do that? So I'm just giving you all these tips and everything that you need to know, right? Tricks and all the things. So you'll check if this status code that you are getting is not equal to http.status okay, means if this is not successful properly. So you'll give one more some small check, right? So something like maybe what you can do, right, let's log this only. I'll just log this here. So I'll simply going to log maybe that log the response.status. Okay, and then okay, you have to also return. Now what I'm going to do, simply, so I'm going to take the body, so it will be bytes, and I'm going to take error, and this will be IO. Okay, now what this IO is going to do, so IO, this will give you this read all method. This is going to read your entire body bytes that you are going to receive. So now why this is needed? Because this we are doing conceptual things, right? This is just to show you that how you can easily read, sorry, how can easily not read, my bad, how can easily see raw responses. So here I'm going to take read all, and you can pass this response.body. Okay, and if the error is not null, I'm just going to log the error. I already told that I'm going to do this logic every time. So I'm going to log the error, and now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take the body text, and this will be, so I'm going to take string of this body bytes. Okay, so this is done. And now let's say maybe I'm going to take some max, and I'm just going to do this one as 250, something like that, and I'm just going to do if length of this body text if less than max. So I'm just going to do max will be length of body text. Okay, so after this what we can do, so let's just print this, right? So I'm just going to take the body text, and then we'll do max. So now let's save this, and then what I can do, we'll copy this. So we'll go run, and you can see that you'll be getting the response back. Okay, so getting here. So this is one new thing that you learn, right? So now what will be the next step? So maybe let's do one thing. Okay, so one more thing we need to know, that is called JSON unmarshal. What that is going to do, right? So it's going to convert your JSON bytes into a struct, and that is actually important. So let's do that. So I'm just going to do 07, and I'll do JSON unmarshal into struct. So do main.go. Okay, so we'll take the package. Okay, so first let's do one thing. Let's take the function, and I'll do main, and we'll take a URL. And what I'll do, right, so let's use this URL here, this cat fact ninja. So I'll copy this, and then I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, so here first of all we are going to get the response. I'm going to do response comma error. So it will be http dot get, and this will be your URL, and if any error, so you're going to return the error. You need to import this. Okay, so this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, and also let's close the body. So I'm going to do response dot body dot close. Now same thing we have done, right? So here we have checked the status code, so I'm just going to also do the same thing. So copy here and then check it here. Okay, so this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, remember previously we have used that io.readAll, which is going to do what? It's going to read your full JSON body, right? But when I'm going to use JSON unmarshal, what it's going to do, it's going to convert the JSON bytes. Remember, it's going to convert JSON bytes into a Go struct. Okay, it's very, very important. That's why when we are going to, so here if you see, you can't directly use response here, right? Why? Or response.body basically. Why? Because JSON unmarshal needs bytes, JSON bytes. So this is where you're going to use that io.readAll. First we're going to convert this one to byte. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, maybe I'll do body bytes and I'll do maybe error, and here first I will use, so I'll do io.readAll, and here what you have to pass, you have to pass the response.body. Okay, so this is the first step, and you'll give a check here that if error is not equal to nil, so I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm just going to do read body failed, something like that, and we'll log the error, and then I'm going to return. Now we have converted to a bytes. So what we can do now, first of all, if I go here, right, we'll see that this is going to give a fact and it's also giving a length. So what I'll do, what I mentioned that what JSON.unmarshal is going to do, is going to convert your bytes into a struct. That means you have to create a struct, or you have to create the model of the data that you are going to receive. So I'm just going to create a type which will be, let's say, cat fact response structure, and this will be a struct. What are the things you're going to have? It's going to have a fact, it's going to have a length. So I'm going to just map it. So I'll do fact string, and this will be JSON, and in JSON how you're getting fact, so this will be fact. I hope this is clear. And then you're going to get a length, which will be, I think length is number, right? So it will be int, and here you're going to get JSON, and this will be length. So now you are telling that, okay, now I have my bytes ready, right? My response bytes are ready. So I'm going to, now I can use JSON.unmarshal, which is going to convert the JSON bytes into my struct, that in this particular format, that I need the fact and the length. Maybe this one you want to response back to your client side. So now what I can do simply, so here first of all I'm going to take var data, and then you're going to do cat fact response structure. Let's do response only, it's looking odd, so I'll do response. So this will be my struct, and then what you can do, you can check error, and if error, and then you'll do JSON. Now you're going to use unmarshal. Okay, parses the JSON encoded data, stores the result in a value pointed by v, right? So here what I'm going to do, simply you're going to pass the bytes, so it's going to receive the bytes, and you're going to pass the data, so this data, right? So you're going to pass, see here, you're going to get the data, which is a byte, and there can be any format that you're going to pass, which is any. So this will be in this format, so it will be my data, and then you're going to give error if this is not nil. So you're going to do fmt.println, maybe I'll do JSON unmarshal failed, log the error, or fine, let's return. And now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to do fmt.println, and then I will be having the data, right? This data that I have, right? Because this is where I'm passing here. So I can do data dot, and see you're getting fact and length both. So we'll do data dot fact and data dot length. Now save this, clear, and then I'm going to copy this, enter, and we'll see what we are getting, and you'll be getting in that format we want, right? So you're getting the fact, this is the fact, and this is the length. Okay, I hope this is clear. The main idea of this particular section is to understand that how you're using this unmarshal, which is going to convert these bytes, right? This is the important part here. Now what it's going to do, it's going to convert these JSON bytes into very, very important in your response format, because this is the format you want, right? So now let's say you can have multiple parameters here. You have to just take it based on the API that you are creating, right? Based on your project. But this will be the overall idea. Now we are going to, maybe let's do one thing, right? Let's create one more where I'm going to show you that how you're going to call an external API that we have already seen here, but how we are going to return a parsed JSON response, that is also very important. So this will be the last section. Once we complete that, then we'll move to very interesting, I think all of you are waiting, that is creating REST API using Gin. But this, please don't skip the next one, okay? It will be like 5-6 minutes only. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's complete this section. So I'm going to create one more, which will be to get the or fetch the external API, and then we are going to return the data. So I'm just going to do external API call. External API is fine, and let's do main.go. So first let's create the package. So I'm just going to close everything else. So I'll take the package and we'll create the main function. Okay, so first thing, let's start the server, right? So I'm just going to do error, and we will do fmt, no, not fmt, HTTP. Let's wait for some time. This is too slow, man. And then I'll do listen and serve. So this will be capital, and here I'm just going to pass this one as 5000, and let's do this one as error, not error, nil. Okay, so after this, what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm just going to pass the error. Now first let's create the let's do handle function, and I'm just going to do external / external, and here I'm just going to do external handler. Okay, so let's create this function. So I'll just create this here. So I'll do function, and let's do this one as external handler. So what this is going to receive, the response writer. So I'll do response writer, and also I'm going to take the request. So I'll do http.request. First, what I'll do, right, we are going to fetch or use the same endpoint, this one. So here we are going to get the fact and the length, right? So we'll create one. First let's create one struct. So I'm just going to do type, and I'll do cat fact response, and this will be a struct, and here I'm just going to take the fact, which will be string, and here I'm just going to take JSON, and this will be what, fact, right? And then we are going to also going to take a length, which will be string, and here I'm just going to take JSON, and this will be length. Okay, so this is the first step. Also, let's create one more helper function, which will be to write the JSON. I think this one we have already used previously, which is going to receive a response writer. So I'll do response writer. I'll take the status, and also I'm going to take the data, which will be any. Now first I'm just going to do I'm going to set a header, and I'll do set, and then I'm just going to do content type. See, all the things we've already discussed previously. I hope that this will not make you confused. So I'll do JSON, and then also set the status code. So I'm going to write header, and I'm going to pass the status that we are going to receive from the input, and then at the end we are going to pass, or we are going to do what? So I'm going to do JSON dot new encoder. Remember, we have the new encoder, which is going to take your writer, and then I'm just going to do encode with the data. That's it. So this will be our two helper function that we will create. And now what I'll do, right, I'm going to create one more helper function, which is going to fetch the external API. So I'm just going to do function, and I'll do fetch cat fact, and here so this is going to return the cat fact response struct, or there can be error. Now here what I'll do, simply I'm going to take the URL. So URL will be let's go here, copy this. I'm doing little first because these things we have already discussed previously. So I'll do response error, and this will be http.get, pass the URL, and then I'll give a check that if error is not equal to nil. So I'm just going to return the cat fact response empty, and then I'm going to return the error, because in that case there is no response, right, if there is error. Or else first I'm going to defer the response dot body dot close, and then I'm simply going to do if response dot status code is not equals http dot status, what you need to check, status okay, right? If this is not okay, means again you've done there is something wrong. So again I'm going to return an empty object, and maybe I'm just going to do fmt dot error f, maybe let's do, and I'm just going to do here external API failed, and here I'm just going to pass the response dot status. Then what we need to do here, now let's see if you can apply some of the concepts just now we have learned in the previous section. First, what do we need to do, we are going to create a bytes, right? Bytes using what? So we'll be creating the bytes using io.readAll method, and then we are going to use the JSON unmarshal, just now we have discussed, right? So I'm just going to create the body bytes error, and this will be io.readAll, and this will be response.body, and here you're going to do if error not equal nil, and simply you're going to return cat response empty object and return the error. And now we are going to create the data, exact same thing we have discussed, right? So I'm just going to do data, and what will be the type will be the struct that we have created, right? So this, and then you will take one more error, and then you will just do JSON dot unmarshal, and what you need to pass it, you need to pass the bytes and the data. So bytes will be your body bytes, so pass the body bytes first thing. Second, this will be the data, this data struct in this format, and then you'll simply check again that if error is not equal to nil, so you're going to return cat fact response empty, and you're going to return the error. If there is no more error, simply going to return the data, because this will give you the proper data, and then you're going to return the error will be nil. Okay, so this will be all the helper functions that we need. Now what we can do in this function, now you are going to call all of these. So first, what you need to always check here, see, first you need to check that whatever type of request that you are doing, for example, let's say if this is a GET request and you try to hit a POST request, you need to give an error, right? Or else this is not going to work. So always try to give this check that if r.method is not equals http dot the method that you are using, so do method get. If this is not a GET request, so that means you are doing something wrong here. So in that case, I'm going to call the write JSON function, which is going to take the writer. It's going to take the response. Response will be what? http dot status method not allowed. I hope this is clear. And then just return a response back. So I'll do map string of any, and then you'll do simply, so we'll do okay will be false, and error will be only get method is allowed, and you're going to return. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now we are going to get the data or the error by calling this fetch cat fact method. So here I'm just going to do data or error will be, so we're going to do fetch cat fact. This is going to give you the data back, and then you're simply going to check if in case there are any kind of error that you're receiving from this function, so you're going to get here render here. So I'm just going to do if error is not nil, so that means I'm just going to do write JSON, take the writer, and you'll do http dot status bat gateway, and you'll do map string of any, and maybe I'll just do copy this, and I'll do failed to fetch data, and you're going to return. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll simply return the response back. So I'm just going to do write JSON, so we'll take w or writer, your HTTP writer, and here you're going to pass status okay now, because there is no error, means it will be status okay, and then you'll do map string of any, and you're going to do okay will be true. Let's return a timestamp, so we'll do time dot now dot utc, and here I'm just going to pass a external, right? So external will be, so let's do a map string of any, and here I'm just going to do, let's return a source, So we are getting from this cat fact dot means. This is just optional, right? You can do it or you can skip, it's fine. And then you'll do fact, and this will be, so you're going to have the data dot fact, and also I'm going to pass the length, which will be data dot length. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. So I hope that you understand that whatever things we have done, right? See, it's nothing. Whatever things that we have learned in the previous section, we just applied most of the things here. Okay, everything. So now let's run this and see if this is working. So let's copy this. So I'll do go run, enter. Okay, allow. And now I will just do here get first, and I'll do external. Okay, so you're getting failed to fetch data, but this should actually give this error. From where this is coming, let me just check. Okay, this is not coming here, but this part we need to check. But okay, let's see first if we are getting the data or not. First let's make this one to post. Oh, this is get only, right? I'm doing, my bad. If I do post, then only it should give you this only get. Okay, this is working. That means something wrong here only, something wrong in our code only. So that's why it's giving failed to fetch data, so which is coming here. Okay, but what we are doing wrong, that we need to see. Okay, let's start from top. So we have this something we are doing wrong here. JSON, this will be fact, this is length, this will be int. Okay, so this is one thing we have done mistake, but I don't think this will be. Let's see what is happening. Let's run again. So let's send again. See, that was the error. So now we are getting that fact, length, this is source, okay, and timestamp true. Okay, this was the minor issue that we have done. This will be int type, but I hope that you understand that how we have done all of this. You try to change this one to a different method, it is going to give you error. Okay, and if you do get send this, you're going to get the result back. Awesome. So with this, now we have completed our HTTP module. Now not only run HTTP related things, but also how to work with JSON, right? The concept of encoding, decoding, and unmarshal, all are very important. So with this, now it's time to finally to start our journey with CRUD API. So we are going to use Gin. Now from next, all the things whatever you're going to discuss, everything is extremely important. So you can't skip even a single minute. So let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now this is the time that we are going to start a very important section. Now this is where you'll be creating a CRUD application in Golang, but for this one we are going to use Gin. Now what is actually Gin? Now let's compare this to a Node.js project. If you have worked with Node.js, right, we'll see that in Node.js we use something called Express or Bun. So those are the frameworks that have some inbuilt features that we can directly use, so that we don't have to write too much boilerplate. Similarly in Golang we have something called Gin. Now one thing I wanted to mention, right, if you're learning this for the first time and then you are directly coming to the official documentation, I can guarantee this will be very difficult for you to understand. Okay, so I will say that their documentation is quite good, but if any beginner is actually going through the documentation, they actually don't know from where they are going to start and what are the things that they need to do. So that's why in this particular section I'm going to take things very slowly. Don't skip any of the things that we are going to discuss, right? After finishing this particular section, I can guarantee you will be able to create a CRUD from scratch. Now, why CRUD is important, that you need to understand, right? See, whatever projects that you are going to create, it can be a simple project, even it can be enterprise level application. CRUD will be the base. CRUD means what? So creating, reading, updating, or deleting. And if you compare this, right, to any project you are going to create, you will be see that there will be CRUD that you need to do. For example, something you need to create, so that will be a CRUD. Something you need to list, that will be a CRUD. Something you're going to update the data, that is also comes under CRUD. Some data you're going to delete, that will be also CRUD. So that is the reason CRUD is very, very important. Whenever you'll be learning any technology, right, you'll see that people will actually start with this CRUD. So that will be the intro that I wanted to explain. Also, I will be using Mongo for this. Now you can use any other database, it's fine, but why I choose Mongo? Because Mongo is little easier for beginners, right? See, Golang, I already mentioned, right? I'm not going to give you false hope that you can't learn Golang within 1 week or 2 weeks, right? You need a lot of practice, especially the syntax, right? How you're going to write things, what is the flow, how these things are working. And I can guarantee if you write code right, then you will see that you will be stuck. So what I'll suggest, right, that take slowly, okay? Whatever now I'm going to write next 4 to 5 hours, I will be creating 2 projects. Write each and every line, understand what we are doing, understand the flow, then you'll be able to create any kind of project. So first what I will do, you can see that I have a blank folder, okay? I don't have anything else. First we're going to create a Go module file. So what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do Go, okay, and then what we need to do, we need to do mod, and then we're going to do init, and then let's give this one name as nodes-api. okay, you can give any name you want, enter. So it will create a Go mod file. Now here we need to actually install a couple of dependencies, right? So I already have taken all of this. So first of all we need Gin. This is a .env, right? So see, I'm going to compare this one with a Node.js so that you can understand that what is happening here. In Node.js we have what? Something called .env. So we install all those packages. Similarly, we have MongoDB, we install Mongoose. But here we are going to, how you're going to install, so we'll be using something called go get and then the package that you want to install, right? And these will be handled in your mod file, right? So mod file is nothing but your node.js package.json. I already explained that part, right? So that is going to track each and every dependencies, all the things that you are going to use for a particular project. So first let's clear this and then we'll start with installing all these, right? So first I'll start with Gin. So let's copy this. I'm going to add all of this in the source code. You'll be anyways can copy from the notes. Enter. It's going to take some time. In the meantime, what you can do, right, you can go to MongoDB, create a simple project, okay, create a cluster, and then go to connect. And then what you're going to do, right, we'll be using this MongoDB for VS Code. Copy this and go here. This is also done. So you can see that Go some file also created. Now first let's create a env file. And what I'll do, right, first of all I'm going to paste this on here. So I've already taken, we need a Mongo URI. I'm going to take a MongoDB name, which I'm going to keep this one as nodesDB. Port, you can take any port you want. I'm going to give 8080, or you can also change this one, it's up to you. So let's copy this and then I'm going to paste it here. Now let's use this because this is a different one, so I'm going to just replace it here, and then I'm going to change my DB password. So just create your password and use the same, okay, Mongo URI, MongoDB name, and the port. I hope this is clear. So this will be the first initial step that we need. Now what are you going to do, right, we'll be also installing our .env packages. So I'm just going to do this github.com go.env. So copy this and then install this on here. Same I'm going to do for Mongo. And also you need Mongo options. Okay, so I think this will be more than enough that we need. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be, and now if you remember, we have already discussed how a proper Golang folder structure looks, right? So the same structure we are going to follow from this particular project, because now we are doing a hands-on project, right? You need to understand how the flow and everything works. So first, what will be your first file that we are going to create? So first we are going to create a config file where we are going to load all our env variables, because you have your env variables here. You need to get the env variables in your files whenever you are going to use. That means we need to somehow load this. That will be first thing. Second thing, we are going to create our Mongo connection, okay, that will do the database connection. And then what you're going what you're going to do, right, we're going to create our main Go file, where that will be our entry file. Okay, we have already discussed the main Go or the main entry file, right? That will be inside the CMD folder. So first what we are going to do, right, we'll go here and let's create a internal folder. So this is where our logic will stay. And inside this I'm going to create a config folder, and now let's give this one as config.go. Alright, so now we are going to take things slowly. Okay, before that, sorry, one more thing we need to do. Now remember, we can directly run this particular file, okay, but in Node.js we have something called nodemon, if you remember, right? So what will happen whenever you're going to make any changes in any file, what you want your changes should be reflected automatically, right? And for that in Golang we have something called air. Okay, so this is also we need to install. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to just copy this. So to go install, this will be air /air@latest. So this will do what? This is going to restart our server whenever we are going to make any changes in the code. Or else what we need to do, you will make any change, again you need to restart. Make any change, it is irritating, right? We don't want to do that. So now first I'm going to do clear and then install air also. So once this is done, we need to create a simple air tom file. So that we are going to, I already created that. Let's wait for some time. In the meantime you can create this. So what are you going to do, right? We're simply going to create .air.toml file. Okay, let's wait. Okay, let me just pause this, maybe my internet is slow. Once this is done, then we are going to start, we'll just paste the config here and then we'll start writing our main config. We'll start with our config.go file. Alright, so that is completed. So what I'll do, right, I'll go here and then I'm just going to copy this and then we'll just paste it here. Okay, so now first thing will be our config.go file. So what we are going to do, so first I'm going to give a package name here. So package will be my config. Now inside this, first we'll start with importing the necessary things that we need. So I'm going to do import, and inside this first I need the fmt package, I need the OS, I'm going to explain why. And now what I need to do here, I need to get our .env package that we have installed. That means this env package we need, this github.com/joho/go.env. Now remember, here you are using Golang. I already mentioned the syntax, how we are going to import, how we are going to use the packages, that will be different. If you are coming from a, let's say, Node.js background, right, you need to understand all these concepts. What will happen in Node.js, will do import and then you'll do .env from this particular package. So here we are simply just going to use this and then we are going to just paste it here. That's it. So that means now this file actually using this .env package. So now first of all what we need to do, we are going to create a struct. Okay, so now here I'm just going to give a type and let's give this one as config, and then I'm going to make this one as a struct. Now here what I'm going to do, so first I'm going to take a Mongo URI, sorry, let's do URI. Now type, I'm going to give this one as a string. I'm also going to have a MongoDB which also will be a string, and then let's give our server port, because this is what we are having in our env file, right? So we are using a server port, so this will be also, I'm going to give this one as a string. So this will be our struct. Okay, now this what actually is going to do, so this single struct, right, so this config is a single struct that is going to store all the config files or the config values, not files, the values, config values for this particular app. Okay, so this is very important to keep all the config in a structured way. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a load function. Now what this load function is going to do, this will be a single place that is going to load and validates your environment variables. So it's like similarly you are creating a separate file where you're having all your env variables in a Node.js project, and you're using something called jod to validate all those env variables at one place, so that you don't have to validate in every place you're going to use the env variables. So I'm just going to give this one as a function, and let's do load, and here we are going to have this config, and let's take error. And now what we are going to do, now here you need to understand quite a few things, right? So what are the things we are going to write and everything. Now first of all, if you're completely new, you don't have any idea, see what is actually env. Env is a local dev file, you consider like that, with a key and value pair, right? So if you go here, you have key and value pair, right? So now what we are going to do, we need some method which is going to read these key value pairs from this particular file. But how we are going to do that? Now this is where we are going to use this go.env package, right? So you can see that this will give you this load method which is going to read the values. So first I'm just going to take if, so I'll take error, and now I'm just going to take go.env, okay, and then if you do dot, you'll see that you will be getting a load method, right? So this load method is going to read the values, okay, not read the values. So here it's going to read the env, right, and then it's going to set them into the process environment. This is very important, my bad. So I need to write here, see both the things are different. So what go.env is going to do, right, so this go.env dot load, it's actually reads the env file, okay, reads the env. I'm going to do dot env, and it's going to set them into the process environment, process env. But then how we are going to read it? So this is where after this we need this os package. So this os package is going to read the values, right? So here we are going to use something called os.getEnv, okay? So two different things are there. So this load method, it's going to read the env file and it's going to set them into your process environment, and then we are going to use the this os package. This is going to give you this os dot this is called, I think it's called getEnv, I think os.getEnv. So this is going to read those values, okay? So here after this what I can do, right, simply, so I'm going to check if error not equals null. Sorry, I always make this mistake, null and nil, because I do this Node.js project, right? This will be nil, very important. Okay, so now here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to return, so I'll do return the config, okay, and then I'm just going to do a fmt dot, let's do a error f, and maybe just simply I'm going to do failed to load envs, something like that, right? So if the error is not null or nil, right, so that means what? That means it's not able to load the env. So we are going to return this as empty, and then we are going to return an error. I hope this is clear. Alright, so now after this what I will do, right, as I already mentioned that we are going to read the values. So for this one, maybe let's do one thing, let's create a helper function. So I'm just going to do a function, maybe let's do must, or let's do extract env. So I'm going to get key, which will be string, and let's say I'm going to return a string or error. So first I'm going to take a val, and this will be os dot, I already mentioned that getEnv, and you're going to pass this key here, okay? Now one very good practice here is always try to give or check the extra age condition, right? So for example, let's say I'm just going to do here if the val is equal to empty. So in that case I'm going to return, so I'm going to return here empty, or else I'm going to return an error. So I'll do something like maybe missing required env, or else I'm just going to return the current value, this one, and error will be what? Nil. Okay, so this will be one helper function. Why I'm creating or why I'm showing all of this? Because whenever you're going to create any project, and let's say you're having multiple envs, so that you can create a helper function, and based on that you can take this instead of doing os.getEnv multiple times. So now what you can do, right, simply, so here after this, now I'll take a Mongo URI, sorry, let's do Mongo URI, and now here what we are going to do, we're going to take error. Then I'm simply going to call this extract env, and this is where what we're going to pass. We're going to pass our Mongo URI, because this is the env name. So we're going to pass the Mongo URI. Again you're going to check if error is not nil. So in that case what you're going to return, so you're going to return the config, and then you're going to return the error, okay? So this is the first thing. Similarly you're going to do the same for what? You're going to do the same for your MongoDB name, okay, and also you're going to do for your port. So now what I'll do simply, so I'm just going to do here MongoDB maybe, and also let's do a error, same thing, exact same thing, and here I'm just going to do extract env, but this time I'm going to pass MongoDB name, and then I'm simply going to do the same thing, right? So we'll do here, copy this and do the same thing for port. So here what I'm going to do, this will be colon, and and here copy this and then just copy this and I'll paste it here, and then we'll do the same thing here also. Okay, so I think this is done. If there are no error, so in that case you're going to simply return what? Config. And inside this, what you're going to return? You're going to return the Mongo URI. So Mongo URI will be what? This Mongo URI. Then you're going to pass MongoDB, which will be this MongoDB. And you're going to pass the server port, which will be this port. And then you're also going to pass nil. So if there are no error, so it's going to return nil. So now this is how you are going to load your env variables. Now don't think that okay, we are doing only a project and then we are only learning this. No, it's not like that. This concept or whatever you have done so far is applicable for every Golang project you are going to create. I hope you're getting what I mean, right? So for example, let's say in every project you're going to create, you need env variables, right? So that doesn't mean that we are only creating a nodes CRUD application, so this is applicable for this particular project. It's not like that. What I want that whenever you're going to create any project, let's say instead of 3 env variables you have 10 env variables, and let's say you are able to do the same thing using this particular logic, right? So this is a general idea of what I'm giving you by creating this project. Don't consider this one as a simple project, right? If you do that, then what will happen, right? You need to create 50 projects to understand all this. Instead, if you do this project only properly, right, you will be able to create any project. That is the main point here. So with this part is now completed. So what will be your next part? Next part will be, we need to do what? We need to connect to our DB, because without connection with our DB you won't be able to do any kind of operation, right? So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now it's time to start creating our Mongo connection or the DB connection. So first what I'll do, right, I'll go to internal, create a DB folder inside this, and then I'm going to create a mongo.go. Now first of all here, okay, let's start with our package, which will be DB. Now we need to import couple of things, but I'm going to do in the reverse way. So that first we're going to write the function, and then we'll understand that what are the things and how we are going to import, and why actually we need all those import. Now remember, this is a Mongo connection. That means what? We need to write a connect function, right, which is going to do what? It's going to create your Mongo client, it's going to verify the connection, and maybe it's going to return your DB handler or DB instance. So first I'm going to write a function, and let's say this will be my connect function, and here I need the config, right? The config just now you have created. So if I do config, now I need to give a type here, right, that what actually this config represents. So if I do here config dot config, and you see it's actually importing this particular package just now you have created. So you created a config package, right? If you go here, this one, so that means it will go to /internal, this is your module, /internal /config. What will happen if you just remove this? So in that case, this will doesn't know that this compiler that okay, what this config actually represent. So that means we need to import these things. So first I'm going to get nodes API /internal / I'm just going to do config. So this is the first thing that we need. Now what are the things that we are going to return? Now similarly we are going to return a Mongo client. That means we also need to import our Mongo package that we have installed. So I'm just going to do here, okay, see Mongo, see automatically it's giving Mongo driver /Mongo. So I'm going to give enter, so it's going to import. Now if you do dot, so it's going to give you all the things that you need. So I need to return the Mongo client, then I'm also going to return the Mongo dot database, and I also need the error. Alright, now inside this, first of all, now here you need to understand two things, right? I already want. See how I usually do. I'm going to show you the exact way that how I learn a new technology. See, whenever I'll be getting any particular topic, right, and now you see that you have AI and everything, right, it's much more easier. So I'm going to type each and every concept that I need to learn, okay, and then I'll go here, and these things, whatever it's written, right, this is actually referring to the official documentation only. So what I mean by this, either you can read from the official documentation, or this AI actually making these things much more simpler. So it's taking the reference from the official documentation and creating this particular summary. So if you read from here, right, this will be more than enough. So what I'm going to do, what I usually do, I'll go deep, dive deeper, and then I'm going to ask back and forth. And also what I'm going to do, I always do that, give me some sample examples that I need to apply in the project. Okay, you are getting what I mean. So this is how you're going to learn. So first of all, I'm going to tell you that this package is actually very, very important concept that you need to understand. So we have something called context, right? This context package, so what actually this is do, this is a particular interface that's going to carry deadlines, cancellation, right, all kind of things. So here what you can do, we have some different methods that we can use. For example, let's say you have something called with timeout, right? So that is going to prevent some kind of timeout, right? If in case your app freezes, so in that case what you can do, you can use that particular method. If you want to learn deeper and learn all the methods, go to the context package, and if you go to the top right, you can see the definition. This is exactly that, which carries deadline, cancellation signals, and you have something called with cancel, with deadline, with timeout, and with value. All these methods here that you can go deeper. And here what actually we need, right, for now we are going to use with timeout. So whenever I'm going to write or apply this with timeout, this particular method here, right, this one, in that case, if in case you're getting any issues that okay, why this is happening, how, come here and check the example, right? In case you're not able to understand this example, copy this, go to any AI mode, paste it, understand from where it is, what is happening here, and then get a small snippets, right, code snippets, and then you try to see if you're able to apply or not. See why I'm telling all of this, right? Just to make all of you more confident while learning a new technology, so that you don't depend on too much tutorials. That is not good, right? I always mention these things. Even if you take me in a negative way that I'm telling you, maybe I'm jealous of other YouTubers, they're creating course, it's up to you, you can buy, but you should not buy multiple courses to learn a particular things. I don't do like that, never. If I give you my history, right, when I started from my college life, right, I actually bought some Udemy courses, 1 or 2 courses, maybe some Stephen Grieder, there is one very famous Udemy instructor. I bought his courses on React, and then I learned from that single course, okay, and then I created multiple projects. I never buy multiple courses, okay. So this is how you need to follow all these approaches. That's why I'm repeating all these things multiple times. You can see each and every concept, that whatever I have some, I need some context, that what actually this context.background is doing, I'll be searching here, I'll be reading from this, and I'll be creating the project like that. So first what we need to do, right, enough talking. So first here I'm going to take a context, okay. So I'm going to take as a ctx small, and I'm also going to take a cancel. So now here what I'll do, I'm going to use the context, okay. So we need to import the context package, this I already mentioned, and this context is going to give you this with timeout method, okay. You can see that this is going to return with deadline. Now what actually this is here we actually doing, so this context is actually context timeout for your DB connection, right? Sometimes let's say you are doing a network calls, and sometimes your network calls can hang, right? In that case, this timeout is going to prevent your app from freezing whenever it's going to start or in the startup. So here I'm going to take with timeout, and what you need to pass, right, you need to pass an empty context here. How you're going to get the empty context? So this is where the context.background comes into picture. And if you see here, right, see, you should use context.background when you're confident that you don't need any special handling, means you don't have to do any cancellation or deadline. Why? Because it's going to return a non-nil but empty context. This is the important, and this context.background is actually the root of all the context, okay, or you can consider as a starting point. So that means what I'm going to do, because I don't see this line, right, you don't need to do any special handling. So in that case, I don't want to do any special handling here. So what I'll do, I'm just going to pass the context.background, okay, and then I'm going to pass a time. So let's say maybe I'm just going to do 10 into, also we need to import the time package, so I'll do 10 into, and you'll do time. So I'm going to get the time package here, dot second maybe, okay, that's it. And then what you'll do, right, you're going to use a defer, and I'm going to call the cancel here, that's it, okay. So in case you're getting confused, so what this is going to do, remember this is returning a non-nil but empty context, okay, this is going to return an empty context, okay, and I'm giving some second, 10 seconds maybe. So this is going to prevent your app prevents your app from freezing, right? So we'll do freeze in startup, something like that in startup. Okay, so this is the first thing you need to understand. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to actually apply all our configs, right? So how we are going to get, or how we are going to apply this config will be having what? Config will be having your Mongo URI. So that means now I need to apply this or connect to our MongoDB. How we are going to do that? So to do this one, so first of all I'm going to take, so let's take a client options, and here I need the options. So what this option is your MongoDB options. I'm going to import this package, okay, MongoDB options, and this is going to give you dot client, and here you are going to get this apply URI method. So this is going to connect to your DB. So what you're going to pass here, you're going to pass your config. So you're going to pass the config dot Mongo URI. Okay, so this is going to create this client options. And now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to, this Mongo is going to give you a connect method, so that we are going to use. So what I'm going to do, simply here, let's do a client, and I'm going to take an error, and here I'm just simply going to do Mongo is going to give you this connect method, and this is where we are going to pass our context, right? So we're going to pass the context. See this context that we are having, this context we are going to pass, and then you are going to also pass the options. So client options is these options that we have created. That's it. Now again, please try to give these checks every time. You'll see that throughout this particular course I'll be using this. This is very, very important. Okay, so if this is not null or nil, that means there is an error. So in that case you're going to return nil, comma nil. Means why? Because we don't have any client, we don't have any database, we only have error. So in that case you're going to return nil nil, and I'm also going to return fmt.error, and let's do maybe Mongo connection failed or something. Mongo connect failed. So this is done. And now what you're going to do, right, you can, if you want, you can also create a ping method here, but for now I think that is fine, right? Or maybe let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Let's write here. So I'm just simply going to do if, so I'll do error, and I'm simply going to do this client that we have. This is going to give this ping method. So I'm going to pass the ctx, the context, I'm going to pass here nil, and I'm just going to do if error is not equal nil. So I'm just going to return, so I'll do nil nil, and I'll do fmt.error, and maybe let's do Mongo ping failed, something like that. Okay, so it's going to check. Once this is done, now we are going to do what? So we need to use our DB name that we have created, right? For example, in our config we have our DB name. So now I'm going to create a database, and this is where I need this client, and this is going to give you this database function, and this is where you're going to pass the name. So name will be what? Your config. So I'll do config dot MongoDB. Okay, I hope this is clear. So this is going to give you your DB name. Okay, and then at the end what we are going to do, you're going to return client. Client is Mongo client, because this is what you are going to return, MongoDB, and error will be nil. Okay, so client will be client, DB will be this database, and error will be nil because you don't have any error. Okay, this is how the proper way you can do a connection to your DB. Now I'm also going to create a disconnect method here. This is important, so I'm just going to do here function, and let's do disconnect. And what I'll do, right, so I'm going to take the client, which will be Mongo dot client, and I'm going to return error. So now here what I'll do, right, I'm going to take the context, I'll take a cancel, and here maybe let's do context dot with timeout. So pass the empty context. Okay, and maybe let's give it 5 seconds. So I'll do 5 into time dot second. And then what I'll do, you're going to defer, cancel, and then you're going to return. So what you need to return, you return this client that we have, this client dot disconnect, and then you're going to pass the context. Okay, so this is the context, so it's going to disconnect. So now we have created our Mongo connection. See, this part I explain each and everything, right? I hope that you don't have any doubt that how we are going to use the context, where we are going to create the options, or how we are going to apply the URI, how you're going to connect, how we'll be creating our DB, and at the end we are going to return. So this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. So next one we'll be creating our simple router. So you're going to use Gin because we are using Gin, just like we created our Express router. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Okay, so now we are going to create our router, and once we'll create the router, remember we haven't created our main entry file, so that we are going to create after that. So first let's go here, and then what I'll do right in the internal, so let's create our server file folder, and inside this I'm going to create router.go. Okay, so first we'll start with our package, and let's create a function, and I'm going to do new router, and here I'm going to import Gin. So let's import this one here. So I'm going to import. So first we need our HTTP module, and also I'm going to import Gin. So let me just copy from here, and then we need to take inside this Gin. Okay, so this is going to give you gin.engine. And now, okay, something we are doing wrong. Missing import path. Oh, I think this is correct only. Okay, there is some slowness in my machine. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to create our default router. Now here I'm going to show you one concept, that this is what we are going to use, this gin.default. So this is going to create a Gin router instance, but here what you will get, right, you are going to get this default router is going to give you a logger and a recovery middleware. So if you just see here, right, how you are going to take this. Okay, so you see that this is what you are going to use, and now we are going to create a Gin router with default middleware. So this is what I'm talking about. So this is going to create a default router with logger and recovery. So first of all, what I'm going to do here, so let's take a R, and I'm just going to do here gin.default. Okay, so this is the first thing. And now what I'm going to do, right, for now I'm not going to do anything. So here I'm just going to create a get. So let's do a get, and here what I'm going to do, so this is where you're going to give your path, right? Now if you have worked with Express, this will be very easy for you to understand that this is what we are doing. So we are simply telling that, okay, whenever I'll go to this particular path ABC, I need to do this, right? So this is where the route path you are giving. So for example, let's say I wanted to create a health route. Okay, now this is where you are going to understand a very important concept that is called the Gin context. So what this Gin context does, now you can see that this is the most crucial in your framework. Now this is the object that encapsulates all the information related to HTTP request. So what I mean by this, so this is equivalent to, in Node.js you have the request and response object, you know. So this object is going to give you what? So this is going to give you all kind of methods or the behavior that you want to use. For example, let's say you want to do a request person. Okay, you are using this query param, so you'll be using c.query. So basically what I mean, this object is going to have all the methods, okay, that you need to create your route features. Consider in a simpler way. For example, let's say you want to do a response writing, right? So you'll be getting the JSON method, you'll be getting the string method, everything. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to give a function, and here I'm just going to give a, let's take in C for context sort, and then I'm going to give very important, you need to give gin.context, right? And now what I'm going to do right here inside this, so for now what I can do, right, we'll simply return a JSON, and I'm just going to do, because we have our HTTP method, right, so I'm just going to do a status okay. Let's do a status okay, and now I'm going to return, so I'm going to do gin.h. okay, and here what we can do, right, simply inside this, maybe let's return a okay equal to true, and let's return a status, and status what I'll do, right, maybe let's say healthy, something like that. Something we are doing wrong, is it? No, I think this is fine. And then we are going to return the R. Okay, so now I think this is done. So this is the important part here. So first it's going to create a default instance with what? With logger and recovery middleware. then we are creating a get request. We are giving the path name. This is the path name that we will be able to access this particular route. Here this is the important part, right? So if you consider, you do c dot and you see everything you are getting here, right? All the methods and everything. So this is the object that will hold all the information that you need. For example, let's say you're going to use the HTML methods, we'll be using c.html, right? A lot of things are there. So now what we are doing, we're simply returning a JSON, right? We are returning a status okay, and then we are going to return okay true, and whatever you want to return, it's up to you. Now save this. Now this is not yet done. Why? Because we have to wire all the things. Wire means we need to connect all the things whatever we have done so far. We have written the config, we have written the Mongo connection, we have created our router, but where is our entry file, right? So that means we need to create our entry file. So now we are going to create our main cmd file, or sorry, folder, and inside this what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to create an API folder, and this is where our main entry file or main entry point will start. This is our main.go, right? So what this is going to do, this is going to does all the wiring, right? So your config to db to router, and then it's going to run the server. So your config, right? You have created the config, it's going to create the db, it's going to create your route instance or the router, and then at the end it's going to run the server. So first let's do one thing. Let's give our package main, and here what I'm going to do, first of all I'm going to create a function main. And first what do we need to do, right? So first we are going to load all our configs. So configs will be the first thing that we need to get. Config means all our envs, because we need to load, right? So now I'm going to take a config, I'm going to take error, and now I'm simply going to do config. So we need this config. Let me keep this inside this, and this is going to give you this load method. And now you're going to simply check if error is not nil. So you're going to do a log. So I'm just going to do what? So let's import our package, right? Log package. Let's do a fatal if, and then I'm just going to do config error. So now I think this is done. I can also log the error, which is fine. This is fine. Now after this, what I'll do, simply I'm going to create out. So config load, the first step we have done. Now we are going to create our db connection. Now if you remember, we already created our connect method. So first I'm going to create a client. I'm going to get the database, because this is what we are returning here, right? We have the client database and the error, and then we are going to have the error. So this is going to do what? db. So we're going to import the db, right? So this is the package, and this is going to give you the connect method. And what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the config, because remember it's going to receive the config. See how everything is connected together, right? So you're going to do you're going to pass the config and do the same thing again, right? So let's give one error, and let's do what we'll do, right? Maybe db error. Okay, and now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to actually use this method that you have created. Now this is a good practice, that if anything goes wrong, you're going to disconnect from your db. So what you can do, you're going to defer, and then I'm going to create a function, and what I'll do, simply inside this I'm going to do if error colon, and here you're going to do db.disconnect, pass the client, this will be your client, and then you're going to check if error is not nil. So I'll do log.print, and then you're going to do here mongo disconnect error. So I'll do mongo disconnect error. Okay, so I think this is done. And now what I'm going to do also, okay, we need to invoke this, and here after this, now everything is done. So we have we load our config, we connected to our db, we check, we disconnected if and something goes wrong, and then after this we're going to create our router. So I'm going to do router will be what? So we have our this new router function that we have created, right? This is our package server. So I'm going to do what? So I'm going to do server dot new router, and then after this what I'm going to do, simply let's take address, and here I'm going to do we have our fmt, let's do dot sprint maybe f, and here what I'm going to do, right, I'll use this and now I'm simply going to do config.server port, and now I'm simply going to do if error. So I'm going to run this router, so I'll do router.run, and this is going to take the address. So this will be port, this which port our backend server will run, right? So this is the address we're going to pass, and I'm going to simply give one more check that if the error is not nil, so you're going to do log.fatalf, and you're going to do something like maybe server failed, something like that. Okay, I think we don't need this one, right? Or maybe let's do one thing, in case we need it, right? We can also use this, but for now I think we don't need this. We can take that we can directly take like this. Okay, this is fine. So now let's save this. We'll increase this. So I think, I hope this part this is done, or we have increased too much. This is fine. Why this is giving error? Oh, no formatting directives. We need to give the no formatting directives. Okay, let's do one thing here. What I'll do, right, maybe I'm just going to do a v here. Alright, so now we need to see if everything is working or not. So first of all, you need to understand that if you're able to understand this flow or not, right, all these things. So I'll go here and let's see. So I'm just going to do air, so it's going to run the server. So I'll do air, enter. Let's see if any error. You need to see, but I don't think there should be any error, but let's see. If there is no error, the health endpoint should work. Okay, fantastic. So allow this. Okay, so I'll copy this. We have the health, so this will be a get, send. Okay, so getting okay, true, status is healthy. Means what? Means we have successfully created our basic setup. Now even though you have taken a lot of time, but if you're a beginner, I'm pretty sure you will be able to understand everything we have done so far, right? Everything that we have break it down, that how we're going to create the do the Mongo connection, create the router, and then join everything in your main entry file. So this is done. Now what you're going to do, now we'll be implementing our CRUD. So we are going to create, list, delete and update from the next part. Alright, so now we'll start with our CRUD. So first what we will do, right, so we'll go to our internal folder and let's create our notes folder here. So this will be our notes package. So how we are going to do that? Now again, let's compare this one to a Node.js project. So what we usually do whenever we are going to create any kind of MON application, right? So we are going to create our database model. Database model means, let's say I'm creating a notes. So I'm going to decide that what actually this note is going to have. So note is going to have a title, it's going to have a description, it's going to have some flag, it can be n number of properties can be there. So that will be my model. So similarly here also need to create a model. Once we create the model, then we usually do what? We usually create the controllers. Controllers means this model that we are creating, that we are going to interact with our DB, right? Then only you'll be able to save that note in our DB. So similarly here also we're going to create something called repository, not controller. Then we'll be creating the handler, and then we are going to create routes. So 4 things we are going to do, and the same structure I will also suggest you can follow for your future project also, right? So always try to organize all the files properly. So first you need to understand that, okay, first we need to create a model. So what I'll do, I'm simply going to do note_model. You can give any file name you want. Then I'm going to do .go. So now let's close everything else. So what will be the first step? First step will be you need to give a package. So let's give this one as package is notes. Now first of all, here what we usually do in a Mongoose, using Mongoose in a MON project, that we create a Mongoose model, and then we are going to give all the properties. What will be the type will be string, or it will be a number, it will be boolean, it can be anything. Similarly here what we usually do, we are going to create a struct. So I'm just going to do a type. Let's give this one name as note, and this will be a struct. Now here one very important point you need to understand, and that is, let me just go here. So you can see I just search for Golang, JSON and bson. Okay, what is bson? Bson is actually MongoDB. I don't know how to pronounce. I think in short I'm going to call that one as bson. So it's like opposite to JSON, not opposite, like it's a different format. So bson means MongoDB actually stored the data in binary encoded format, and this is what we are going to return to our user, right? That is human readable or text based format. Now that means why actually need it. For example, let's say I want to store a title or content or any other property in our MongoDB. So we are going to store in this bson format. But when you are going to convert, or we are going to return in a human readable format, we are going to convert this one to a JSON format. So this is what we are going to do. So for example, let's say I'm going to have an ID. So each and every node is going to have an ID, right? ID will be unique. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a primitive. Now again, to use primitive, we are going to import the MongoDB JSON primitives, right? So you're going to import these, and then here what I'm going to do, okay, this will be my object ID. So it will be object ID because MongoDB will store in this particular format this ID. But here is the important part here. Here we need to actually give that, okay, when I'm going to store this in bson format, so I'm going to store this one as a ID. So I think we need to give, so let's give this, we are going to give colon. Here you have to be very careful, and then you are going to give this, and then here I'm going to tell, okay, when I'm going to store in MongoDB, I'm going to store in underscore ID in this format, but when I'm going to receive in JSON format, so here let's take this one as JSON, and I'm going to give or take this one as a ID format. So this is the mapping. So in bson we are going to store in underscore ID, in JSON I'm going to store in this ID format. Okay, and you can also see the same thing here also, if you see, right? So you can see JSON ID bson in this particular format, the same thing we have done just now. All right, so first of all we need the ID. Second thing, let's say I will be having a title. I'm going to keep this one as string, and similarly you have to give the same format. So let's store this one as a title in MongoDB or in bson format, and I'm going to do this JSON, and I'm going to do, let's take this one in the same title only. It's this pronunciation is very weird, man. I don't know. Okay, so now title is done. Now similarly you can take multiple, how many properties you are going to have. So now let's take a content. I'm going to take a string. Similarly I'm just going to do this one as bson, and I'm going to save this one in this content format, and then I'm going to take JSON, and I'm going to also take this one as a content format. And then maybe let's take one more property. I'm going to take a pinned property. This will be a boolean. And here what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to take this one as pinned, and in JSON I'm also going to take this one as pinned. Okay, and then I'm just going to take two more. So I'll do created at. Now created at will be time, so I'm going to take time. We're going to import time. Okay, so we need time, and then I'm just going to do time.time. That's it. And then again you have to give the format here. So I'll do this one as same created at. Let's do created at, and JSON also I'm going to do the same created at. I'm also going to take a updated at. Maybe let's take this one as, we need to take like this, and also I'm going to take a updated at. So I'll do updated at, same time.time, and here I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and then just change this one to updated at, and also I'm going to change this one to updated at. Okay, so this will be my model. Model means this is what, whenever I'm going to create or save a particular node to a MongoDB database, I'm going to have all these properties. Okay, now what I'll do, right, I'm going to create one more type here. This is just for our advantage. So I'm just going to do a create node request, something like that. And here I'm going to also make this on a struct. And what I'll do, right, now why actually you need this? So this will be our request body format whenever we are going to create a post, right? Now here why actually we are separating this. Now see, we separate these input fields from the full node model that we have, right? The reason is because here what we are going to use, so we're going to use a concept called binding. So what this binding is going to do, so this binding, so let me just show you that how that is works. So for example, let's say I'm going to have a title, right? Okay, so every time I'm going to create a node, consider you have a front end, you'll be typing a title, you're going to type a, let's say, a description or content, and then you're going to select a pinned property. So for this title, this will be a string, and then what I'll do, right, I'm just simply going to do a JSON, this will be title, and what I'm going to pass, right, I'm going to pass a binding, and I'm just going to do this one as required. Now what actually this is going to do, so this is going to tells Gin, because we are using Gin, to validate this particular field. Okay, now why? Because in that case, in case you forget to pass the title, or if the title is missing or empty, it's going to return an error. Okay, so this is means we are actually binding or making this field as required. Now let's do the same for content also. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and then I'll paste it here, and then I'm just going to use the same for title, and I'm going to keep all the properties as mandatory only, and here JSON will be, this will be content. Okay, and then I'm also going to do the same for pinned. This will be boolean, and here also I'm going to make this one as a mandatory, means all the fields are binding will be required. So I'm just going to make this one as pinned. Okay, so this will be my create node request struct. So this is the first step that we have completed. Now remember, we also need to do one for the update, but that we are going to do later. First we will understand all the structures, that how the flow is working. So once the model is completed, what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our repository. Repository is where we are going to store this node in our MongoDB, or we are going to interact with our DB. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to create, let's create a, maybe what I'll do, right, so let's do nodes underscore repo insert dot go. Okay, so this is done. Now here we are going to use package nodes. Okay, so first thing what we are going to do here, first of all, see, remember this I already mentioned it, this is the file which is nothing but, we are calling this one as a repository, but this is actually, you can consider this one as a data access layer. So I'm just going to write, so repository is nothing but your data access layer, right? So this is where we are going to keep all our MongoDB queries, right? So that next time we are going to create our handlers, all our services, so that our HTTP handlers will stay clean and simple. I'm going to repeat once again because this is very, very important. So this is where you are going to interact, or you are talking to your DB. Okay, then we are going to have another file where we are going to write all our HTTP handler. We are not mixing both. So it is like same as in your Mon project, you have a controller, and or instead of creating a controller, sorry, I'm wrong. Instead of creating a controller, you have a route file, and in that route file only you are actually writing the routes, at the same time you are doing the database operation. I hope you are getting it. Some of you actually work, you'll understand clearly what I mean. So instead of creating a controller, you created one route file and you are doing the routing logic and the database queries logic in that same file. But I will suggest don't do it in Golang here, because sometimes you do in Node.js, that is actually not a good practice, I will say, but it's absolutely fine, you can do that. But here what we are doing, we are keeping the data access layer completely separate. Okay, very, very important. So data access layer is where we are going to write all the or basically we are going to run all the queries, like let's say we are going to use insert one, find, update, all these methods. So that's why this will be our data access layer. So for this one I'm going to take a repository struct. So I'm going to do type repo, this will be struct, and let's take something like call, and here the type will be, so we are going to use Mongo, so I'm going to import Mongo, and this will be collection. Okay, right? So here what we are going to do, I'm going to repeat once again what this Mongo collection will represent. So this is going to represent one single Mongo collection. Okay, one MongoDB collection, like a table. Okay, this is where we are going to run the queries, right? So we are going to run the queries means, let's say we have different methods we can do, right? Let's say we are inserting one particular data, so we are going to use insert one, or let's say we are going to use find one, or find by ID, something like that. Alright, so now what will be our next step? Next step, now here we are going to create a new repo function. Now you are going to understand this one later. Okay, so first we are going to create this repository, we'll be creating the handler, and then once we are going to create the route, then you'll understand why actually you need it. So for now, we're just going to create a function, and I'm just going to give this one as new repo, and here we'll take the DB, the type will be mongo dot database. Okay, and here this is going to return, so I'm going to return the repo, and inside this I'm going to get the collection name. Now how Mongo collection works, right? See, whenever we are going to create an or whenever we are going to insert our first node to our DB, right, Mongo usually do what? Mongo is going to create the collection automatically. Okay, so this is a concept. So here, sorry, I'm just going to do column, and here what you're going to do, I'm going to take this DB, so you can see that you're getting collection, and let's give this one name as notes. Okay, so this we need, I think this is done. So after this, what I'm going to do now, we need to create the function for each and every CRUD type that we are going to do. So first we'll start with create. We are going to create for list, we'll be creating for update, and we are going to create for delete. So first what I'm going to do simply here, why you are getting error? Okay, so here first I'm going to create a function. Now see, first I'm going to take the repo, and here I'm going to create this one as a create. Okay, so what this create is going to do, as the name suggests, simple create is going to insert one particular node document into your MongoDB. Okay, so first I'm going to take our context. Now remember, I already explained the concept of context, right? So we're going to import context, and we're going to take context.context. Then I'm also going to take the node, and here I'll be getting the node. This is our struct that we have created. This node struct we have created, right? Now remember, this is inside a same package. Now this is another very important, right? You don't have to import, so you are inside your package node only. Okay, so that's why it will automatically take the reference. So this will be our struct. See, just now we have created, right? And now let's return here. I'm going to return node, or else if there can be any error. Now here you need to understand that how we are going to do all of these things, right? So first of all, what I will do, right? So first let's take something like, I'm going to take maybe op context, something like that. I'm going to explain, and I'm going to do cancel. And here first I'm going to take a context dot with timeout. I'm going to pass the context, and here I'm going to take this one as maybe 5 seconds. So I'll do 5 into time dot second. Okay, all right, now let's understand what actually this line is doing. I know some of you will be getting confused that why we need all of this. First of all, what this context dot with timeout is going to do, context dot with timeout is going to create a new context. That is the first thing. That is going to auto cancel after a certain duration. Okay, right? Why we need that? So sometimes what will happen, right? Your DB operations, so whenever you're going to talk to your DB, that can have some limits so that your server doesn't hang. Okay, so that is the reason we are doing this. Now here there are two things you need to understand. One is this CTX context, and one is this child context. CTX, this parent context, is the context from your HTTP request. Okay, and this context is your child context with a very important, now you can note it down, this context is a child context with additional 5-second timeout. I repeat once again. So this is your parent context, this is your child context with additional 5 seconds duration, right? So now what I'm going to do, first of all I'm going to defer this, so I'm call this cancel. And now what you're going to do, right, we will be now inserting our node to our DB. Okay, so you're going to use our insert one method. But how you're going to do that? So this is where we are going to use this repo that we have created, right? So now let's take, so I'm just going to take a underscore comma error, and here I'm just going to do r dot call. And now see, if I do dot, I already mentioned that this is going to give you all the methods that you need to interact with your DB, right? So here I'm just going to do insert one, so I'll do insert one. Okay, so again, see, if you notice, right, it's going to take the context and it's need the document. So context will be what? See, very important, you have to understand these things. No one is going to explain like this. See, if you don't pass the parent context, why? Because that is the reason, based on this parent context we created the child context, because child context has the 5 seconds duration. If something goes wrong, we are going to call this cancel method. Okay, so what you need to pass your context, don't pass the parent context, you have to pass the child context. Now if you want, you can take this one a different name also, child context, in case you are not able to understand. So I'll do op this context. Okay, and what will be the node? Node will be this node will be receiving, so I'm going to pass the node here. Now you are going to give that, okay, if error is not nil, so in that case I'm going to return, so we are going to return node, because we have the node will be what? Empty, and comma, you are going to do a error, so I'll do fmt. I think we need to import the fmt, right? We have import, okay, imported. So I'll do fmt dot error f, and I'm just going to do insert node field. That's it. So this is done. And now what you're going to do, simply we are going to return if there are no error. So we're going to return the note and the error will be nil. I hope this is clear. So this is the first method, I will say, we have created, which is going to insert this particular note in our DB. Right now, I know, see, I'm going to tell you one thing, and some of you will be 100% will agree with me. If you worked with Mon, right, although you can understand some of the concept, but Golang is different. I told you first time, some of the things will be very new and you won't be able to understand, especially the context concept. What I'll suggest, right, you have to practice a lot. Okay, even you say I am also finding difficulty in explaining. If you tell me to create the project, I can do like too fast, but explaining this one is difficult. So what I mean by this, you have to master this concept of this context. Okay, that why we need this context, how we are going to use the context, and what are the methods that you are going to use. Alright, so now I think this is done. So now what will be our next step? Now see, next step will be, now we are going to create the handler. Handler is going to hold all the dependencies that needed by your HTTP endpoints. Okay, so first we are going to create the handler, and then we are going to use this repo and the handler in our routes. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's create our handler. So first of all, let's create another file here. So I'm just going to do here notes_handler.go. Okay, so first let's take our package, which will be notes, and here what I'm going to do, simply, first of all, I'm going to create a type which will be handler, and I'm going to do this one as struct, and here I'm just going to take the repo, which will be our repo struct that we have created. Okay, I already mentioned these things multiple times. I'm going to repeat that this handler is going to hold the dependencies needed by the HTTP endpoint. Both are different. Your repo is our database layer. Okay, this your repo that we have created, that is talking to your database, and this is actually not directly talking to the database. This is talking to your database via your repo. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to have the struct, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a new handler function which is going to build a handler with a repo dependency. Okay, this repo that we have created. So first of all, I'm going to create a function. Now remember, these both this new repo that we have created here, a new handler, this we are going to use once we'll start working on the repo, and then you will see that everything will be crystal clear that what actually we have done. So just wait for some time. So first create a new handler here. So I'm just going to do new handler, and here I'm just going to take the repo. So repo type will be the repo struct that you have created, and this is going to return the type will be handler. Okay, so I'm going to take the handler, and what I'm going to return, so I'm going to return the handler. Okay, and inside this I'm going to pass a repo, this repo. Okay, here. So this is the first thing. Now what I'm going to do, so for every CRUD type we are going to create a function, right? So first we'll start with a create function, then we are going to have a list function, or whatever, how many function you can have. So first let's start with our first function, which will be create node. Now what create node function is going to do, now you might ask me that what is the difference. This function is going to hit once you are going to hit that particular request. Let's say I have a post API route, and then I'm going to hit this particular endpoint. This will be the first function which is going to hit. This is going to talk to your repo. Repo is going to talk to your DB. This is how it is working. So we're going to have a function, and I'm just going to take a h. The type will be our handler. So I'm going to take the handler, and I'm going to create a create node, and then I'm going to take context. Now this will be our Gin context. Okay, so first let's see. So what I'm going to do, I think we have to import Gin. Okay, that is fine. So first of all, what we are going to do now, before that, in case you are not able to recollect, I will explain once again that what is this Gin.context is going to do. This context is going to hold all the information, or in better word, this will be your per request object from Gin. So what I mean, this is going to hold everything. It contains your request info, it's content your params, it's going to contain your body helpers, response helpers, whatever. For example, let's say you want to work with your request, so you're going to do c.request. You're going to work with, or you're going to use the param method, you're going to do c.param. So it's similar, exact similar to your request and response object that you are having in a Node.js project. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a var, I'm going to do request, and what will be the type? The type will be this create node request type, because this is what we are going to use whenever we will be creating a node. So I'm going to use create node request. So this will be our first step. Now I'm going to do, so let's do if error equals. Now see, you're going to learn a very important concept. So I'm going to take our context, Gin context. So I'm going to do should bind JSON, this one. Now what this is going to do, this is going to does two things. This is going to parse the JSON into your request struct. Also, second thing it's going to do, very important, it's going to validate the struct tags based on this binding required. Okay, so these two things it's going to do. So if you see should bind JSON, I'm going to repeat once again, it's going to do two things. It's going to parse the JSON into request struct. It's going to validate the struct based on the binding that you have passed. For example, here we have binding for all three. That means it's going to check if title, content, pinned, all the properties are getting passed or not. Okay, so here how you're going to do that. So first of all, you're going to take the request. Okay, and now you're going to simply check. Okay, first again I will check if the error is not nil. So in that case I'm going to return. Now I already mentioned that this C is going to hold every information. For example, let's say I want to return some response back. So what I'll do, I'm just going to do c.json. Okay, now c.json, I'm going to do HTTP. I'm going to import the HTTP module. Okay, and then I'm going to do dot a bad request. So I'll do status bad request. And then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to do is gin.h, and maybe let's do something like directly I'm just going to return an error. So I'll return an error, and maybe I'll do invalid JSON or something like that, right? So invalid JSON, that's it. And then okay, so after this I'm just going to return. This is very important. Okay, so this is done. Now what will be our next step? Now next step, we are going to first take our current time. Why? Because we also need to get our created and updated data, right? So I'm going to take the now will be our time. So I'm going to use the time is going to give you the now method, and then I'm just going to convert to UTC. Okay, see, the autocomplete is very good in this Go. You almost don't have to write anything. And then I'm going to create the note. So note will be, I'm going to take the note. Okay, the note struct that we have. Now this, remember this note struct, the struct that we have created. Again, I already mentioned that you are inside same package, so you don't have to import. It will automatically understand. So here, what are the things you are going to pass? So first you are going to pass ID. So ID will be what? ID will be the primitive dot object ID. No, primitive dot new object ID. This will be primitive dot new object ID. Then we are going to pass the title. So title will be, now we'll be getting the request, right? So we have our request, this request. Okay, so this request will give you what? So if you do request dot, you see we have title. So you're going to get the title. Same do for content, which will be request dot content, and you're going to pass the pinned, which will be request dot pinned. So I hope this is done. And then two things you're going to pass. You're going to pass a created at, which will be now, the current time, and same thing you're going to do for updated at, which will be now. And this is done. So now this is completed. So now let's take one more variable. So I'm going to take a created, I'm going to take a error, and then I'm just simply going to do, first I'm going to now do what? So now I'm going to talk to my repo has a create method. Okay, now you're getting understanding, right, that how this thing, we are doing opposite. I usually do like that instead of going from that way. So now your handler is going to talk to your repo. So you're going to call this, it's going to take the context. Okay, so it's going to take the context. I already mentioned while explaining this will be your parent HTTP context. Remember, I already mentioned, and this will be your child HTTP context. But how we are going to get the parent HTTP context, that I'm going to show you. But here what you're going to do, simply you're going to call this H. This is your handler. Remember, your handler already has this repo. So you will be using H. H is going to give you repo, and see, the moment I'll do dot, is going to give you this create method, and this create method is going to take the context and the note. See, but how you will get the context? Now this is where we have this C, right? C is the Gin context. So this is going to give you, you will do C dot request dot context. So this is your parent context, and then you're going to pass the note. Note will be this note. Okay, I hope this is clear. Again, always give the check that if error is not nil. So in that case, I'm just going to do c.json, and I'm just going to do http dot, maybe let's do an internal server error. So I'll do internal server error, and then what I'll do, right, I'll do gin.h. So I'm going to return, maybe let's return an error, and I'll do fail to create note here. Okay, so I think this is done, and then you're going to return. Alright, so I think this is completed. If there is no error, that means finally your note is now created. So in that case, what you're going to do, you are going to return a c.json, and how you're going to do that? So you're going to return a 201. So we'll do http.status created, and then you're going to pass the created. That's it. Created means this created. Now you'll understand how these things are working, right? I hope this is clear. So these all things are actually connected. So now this handler is actually talking to your repo. Repo is actually talking to your DB. This line. Now what you're going to do, we'll be creating our routes. Now this is also important, but this will be simpler. So we'll go here and let's create a routes. I'll do nodes underscore routes dot go, and here I'm just going to do a package. Let's do nodes. So first of all, I'm going to create a function, and now let's create our register routes, and here we are going to take our gin.engine, and then also I'm going to take our DB, and maybe DB I'm going to give this one as mongo.database. Okay, now you will see that I already mentioned that now this 1 minute, we'll go here, repo. So this new repo that you have created and this new handler that you have created, this will comes into picture here. So first what we are going to do here, we are going to create the repo and the handler once, okay, at startup. So here only we need those two things, that is the reason. So first I'm going to create the repo, and repo will be our new repo, see, and this need the DB, okay, and then you're going to create the handler. So I'm going to give insert h, and this will be your new handler, and handler is going to receive what? Repo. So this repo you're going to pass. Okay, I hope this is clear now. And now what I'm going to do, right, so let's create our nodes group, something like that, and I'm just going to do r dot group. So this is going to give you group, and here I'm going to give our nodes endpoint. Sorry, this will be this nodes. And now what I'm going to do simply, so let's give enter, and I'm going to give, so first I'll do nodes group dot post. So you're going to give the post, so I'm going to give this, and then what I'm going to call, so can you guess? So this h is your handler, and if you go to handler, you have your create node method. I hope this is clear. Means what I'm telling that, okay, this will be my parent node slash nodes, and here I don't have anything. So now if I just do h dot create node, so that means I'm telling that, okay, whenever I'll go to slash nodes endpoint, and if this is a post request, I'm going to call this method. If you're getting something else here, right, maybe let's say slash add, so in that case this will change to slash nodes slash add, and then it's going to call this. But I don't want to do that. I'm going to keep it like this, and this is done. So now you have your created your routes also, but this is not yet done. Why? Now these routes we are going to use in our main server route component. So this register route we are going to use where? In this server.route. This is our main route file, right? This is where we are going to have our this health route and everything. But how we are going to do that? So first of all, here actually we need to get our DB. Why? Because here if you go to the register route just now you have created, we need to pass the DB as the input here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, so I'll go to the router.go, and first of all I'm going to get the database as the input, but here we need to pass this database also. So I'm just going to take this one as mongo.database. This is done, and now after this what I'll do simply, I'm going to use the nodes. This we are going to import from nodes, right? So you have to import. Remember, this is not inside the same package, so you need to import. And these nodes just now we have created what? If you go to handler, sorry, we have the routes, we have the register nodes. Register nodes is going to receive this R. Okay, this is our gin context and the DB. So if you go here we already have the default. Remember, we have created with the default logger and the middleware. So now I'm just going to call nodes dot you see register routes, and now you're going to pass the Gin engine, which is R, is nothing but these are, and the DB. So I'm going to pass the R and I'm going to pass the database here, but this is not yet completed. If I'm not wrong, we need to pass it here. Okay, so that means we need to do what? We need to actually pass this in this here, see, because now your new router is actually receiving this database as a entry point, as an input. But how you are going to get this DB? Now simply you are going to get this DB from, if you go here, right here only, right, we have the db.connect. Now db.connect is returning your mongo.database. So what we can do, we can simply take the database here. Okay, so you can take this database because anyway it's going to return, and now what you can do, right, simply you can pass this database as a input here. That's it. Okay, now we are going to save all the things and we'll see if this is working or not. Okay, there is no error. I'm going to repeat once again what so many things we have done. I know some of you it might become a little tricky. Just go back and watch the same part again and again. See, first thing you need to start with the config and Mongo. Okay, so in Mongo you have the connect method, which is written in client database, and these actually, if you go to the router.go right here, you see we are receiving this database as a input, which is fine because anyways we are going to pass this as an input here in this register route. But from where we are going to get, so in this main.go, which is our entry file, this is where we are using db.connect, right, and this connect method is going to return the client, it's going to return the database or error. So if you go here, right, just go here and go to the end, see, it's returning the client and the database. So we are getting the database. This database we are passing as input in your router, so it will go here, it is going to get the database, it's going to pass the context of Gin, this Gin.default router that you have created, not context, the router, the Gin router and the database. It's going to go here, it's going to get both the things, DB, it's going to get the DB here. Okay, it's going to create the repository, create the handler, and if you go to the handler is going to talk to your repo, and if you go to the repo is actually talking to your DB. This is the whole process. Okay, this is how you're going to understand the how. Now if you do only once properly, you'll be able to understand other things very easily. Alright, so now you're going to test it. I hope that you understand all the flow. So now let's go to Postman and let's change this one to a post, and then I'm going to paste. Let's go to body, go to row, and then I'm just going to do this one as a title. I'll do first note added, I'll do content, I'll do first note content, and let's make the pinned as true. So now let's send this. Fantastic. So we are getting in this particular format, even with the concept of JSON and the JSON, so we're getting in this format. And let's go here and we're going to refresh this. Okay, so this is working fine. Now let's change this one to a different, so maybe let's do second note added, and I'm going to make this one as false. Send this. Oh, we are getting invalid JSON 400. Got it, I got it. Okay, so see, this only we found a real issue, right, that you can face. Why this binding required is actually looking for a true value, right? So what is happening, right, this false is actually becoming 0, so that's why this is giving invalid JSON. So what we need to do, right, we can remove this binding here. This is actually not needed. Okay, finally we have, that's why the testing is important. So now let's save this. This should solve the issue. So now let's wait. Okay, so now if I go here, right, now let's try to send. Fantastic. Okay, so this is a very important concept that you have learned. So let's see here and refresh this. So false getting saved. Now let's try to save once again. This is getting saved. Okay, so this is one thing that you need to fix. So with this, now one CRUD that is the create one that you have created, you still have three things left. One is list, one is update, one is delete. So let's start with the list in the next part, and then we'll move forward for the next of the rest of the methods that we are going to create. Alright, so now what are the things that we are going to implement? So first we will be implementing our list repo logic or the list API. Then we are going to maybe we'll create the update and the delete. So first we'll start with our repo file, right? Because this is the file where we are going to interact with our DB. So first let's create a function, and here I'm going to take our repo. Now here let's give this one name as list. Okay, so first what we'll receive, right? For this one we are only going to receive our context. So I'm just going to do context.context, and what actually this is going to return. So this is going to return you the list of nodes, right? So that means how we are going to do it. So we'll be returning our node, that is our struct, or else this can also return an error, because if something goes wrong, so we are going to return an error. So first of all, what are the things we are going to do? As usual, we'll be taking a 5-second timer, just like we have taken for the create method, right? So something goes wrong, we are going to close that. So in that case, we'll be taking a child context. I've already explained the idea, right, behind that. So we'll take now you can take any name you want, and I'm going to take a cancel. And what I'll do, simply I'm going to use a context, and then I'll use a with timeout. So you'll pass your parent context. Okay, so this need the parent, right, and also the duration. So as usual, this will be our parent, which will be this context, and then I'm going to pass a 5-second time. So let's do 5 into time dot second. That's it. And then you're going to do what? Deferred cancel. So this is the first step. Now what we need to do, now let's say, see why I'm always giving the example for Node.js, right? Because I'm actually guessing some of you already know JavaScript Node.js, and you will be able to relate this one properly. What will happen whenever you create a list using a Node.js API? So first you're going to import the model, right? So you'll import your maybe user model from this particular path, and then what you'll do, let's say you have user model, I'm just giving an example, and you'll do something called find. You remember now, find is a Mongoose method, right, which will interact with your DB, and this is going to give you the list of, not like this. So here you're going to get like this. You're going to pass an empty object. Empty object means what? So that means here we are passing a filter. Now empty means we are going to get all the list of data that we are having that is stored. Now in case if we want to pass a particular filter, then we are going to pass that filter parameter here, but that is not the point. The point is I'm actually explaining the how we are going to do it Node.js, but this is here how we are going to do that. So that means we actually need to create this filter, but how we can do that here? So to do this one, so what I'll do, right, I'm just going to take a filter, okay, and here I'm going to use this JSON, right? So we're going to import, and this is going to give you something called m. Okay, and here what we are going to pass, we're going to pass a empty object. Now what this is actually doing, now this is actually a map. Okay, so you can note it down. So this JSON.map, JSON.m is a map that actually used to build your Mongo filters, as simple as that, right? And this is the easiest way that you can explain here, or you can write here. What this is means that this is means similar to that Node.js concept. This means a empty filter. Empty filter means what? That means we want to match all documents, all docs. Means I want to return all the documents. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now what are you going to do, right? We need to do something here. What we need to do, so we are going to return a cursor. Cursor is like something like an iterator, which is going to iterate over all the matching elements, right? So let's see how we are going to do this. For example, I'm going to take something called cursor. Okay, now here I'm just going to do error, and here what I'll do, simply I'm going to use this r is our repo, and this will give you call. And now here what you're going to do, exact method that we have used, the find. Okay, so find is going to give you the all the documents here. Now here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the context and the filter. I hope this is clear. Now you can see, if you have worked with Node.js, how I'm actually relating this with the Node.js concept, right? It will be easy. Now here you're going to pass the context, but remember I've already mentioned this concept that this is your parent context. And based on this parent context, you are actually using a timer on top of it. Means you can use, but you should not use here, because then what is the point of creating the child context? So you have to pass this child context here, and then you're going to pass your filter. Okay, so this is done. And now first of all, I'm just going to give if error is not nil. So in that case, I'm just going to return nil. Okay, and then I'm going to return a fmt dot, maybe let's do error f, and let's do maybe find notes field, something like that. Okay, and here let's give this, and then I'm going to pass the error here. This is done. And now what we are going to do, also I'm going to here I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to defer. What I'm going to defer, so here I'm going to use this cursor, and then I'm going to use this close method. Now this is also going to take this context, so here you are going to pass your context. Now what actually this is going to now do, now this is a concept. Now here what we are simply doing, we are telling that okay, cursor must be closed after the use. So I'll do after use. Okay, now why actually we need this? Now here actually what this particular cursor is actually holding, this actually holds your server resources, right? Now why actually you need to close this? Now this is just to avoid any kind of leaks. Okay, now if you hover this, you can also see close closes this cursor, right? And if you hover here, right, you can see this is a mongo.cursor. So if you want to, okay, let me just write it in case you're not able to understand what this cursor is doing. So this cursor actually, so what this find is going to do, right? So this find is going to returns a cursor. Okay, now what this cursor is doing, so this is like an iterator. I already mentioned it, I don't know the spelling, man. Iterator, okay, like iterator. Okay, and this is going to do what? This is going to this will be over matching elements. Matching elements is also again based on the filter you are passing, but at the end this is going to return a cursor. Okay, find execute a find command and returns a cursor over the matching documents in the collection. Okay, so that's why in case if there are any kind of leaks, so you're going to close this and we are going to pass our current context, which is our child context. Now what we are going to do, now we'll be taking our notes. So I'm just going to take notes, which will be note. Okay, and now let's do one thing. Here this cursor is going to give you a method called cursor.all. What this is going to do, that is going to read all the remaining documents, right, from that particular cursor into a slice. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take an error and then I'm simply going to use cursor, and if you do dot, and you'll see that here you'll get all, close, all the other methods. So I need the all here, so I'm just going to use all. You're going to pass the context, which will be your child context or the current context, and I'm going to pass the notes here. Okay, and then I'm simply going to check if error is not nil, so I'm going to return a nil, and then maybe let's do fmt.errorf, and then here I'm just going to do decode notes field. I know these will be little different, right? I already mentioned this point, right, that even if you're from Node.js background, this will be little tricky to understand that okay, what is happening here. You need to do a lot of practice, that why we need this particular method. For example, let's say this find is only returning a cursor, and if you're doing this one for the first time, you don't have any idea what actually this cursor is. So that's why I'm writing all this comment. But still, even if I write and even if you watch the video, until unless you're going to create 4 or 5 projects, I can guarantee you'll not be able to create project. What will happen, right, will be again dependent on videos. So you're going to watch other videos, but that is not what I'm telling you again and again and again, like a loop. So watch a video and then try to practice and see. After 4 or 5 projects, you'll be able to understand the concepts. And here, okay, let's I'm just going to log the error. Okay, so this is done, and if there are no errors, so just return the notes, and then this will be nil. So these will be our overall method to create a list repo, which is going to return. So first we are using this find, which is actually returning a cursor. It's like iterator. It's like actually go over all the matching elements based on the filter that you are passing, and then we are using this cursor.all, right, and this is going to give you the errors, the notes. Okay, so this is done. Now what will be our next step? Next step will be, once we are going to create our repo, so we need to do what? We are going to create our handler. So let's go to our handler. So you have create node handler, and then I'm going to create one for list nodes. So I'm just going to do function. We're going to take the handler, and let's take this one as list nodes. And here what we'll do, we'll take our Gin context. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to take a notes. I'll take an error. This will be simpler. And then what you're going to use? You're going to use, let me just close all of this. These all are not needed for now. Notes, routes, this is needed. Okay, I'll close this. So we are going to call this list repo. Just now we have created. So what we'll do, we'll do h.repo. And then you're going to use list. And what this is going to take the context. Context, I already explained that your current HTTP, the Gin context, right? this will be your context where we have passed this one here, right? See, this c.request.context. So this is what we are going to pass. So we pass here context, so it will get the context and then just give the check here. So if error is not nil, so in that case we'll do c.json. So maybe what I'll do, right, maybe let's do http.internal server error, and then what I'll do, I'll use a gin.h and let's do error, and maybe I'll do failed to fetch all nodes. Okay, so this is done, and then we are going to return. So this is completed. If everything goes correct, so simply return the nodes here. So do c.json, I'll do http.status, okay, and then you'll do what, gin.h, and here you're going to pass the nodes. So you'll pass nodes. What will be your nodes? Your node will be these nodes. So you're going to pass the nodes here, okay, and this is completed. This will be simpler. So this is just like it was calling the repo, okay, and you're passing the current context. This is done. Now one more thing we need to do. So we need to go to our nodes routes, and here what we are going to do, we are going to create one more, right? So I'm just going to now do nodes group dot get, and here now what we are going to do, we are going to do h dot list node, because this is just now we have created, right? And this is done. So with this is now completed. Now we are going to see that if it is working or not. So let's wait. Okay, this is working fine. I'll go here. Now I'm just going to do get, because this will be get request body. Okay, we can just change it here and then try to send. Okay, fantastic. So you're getting the result here. Send this. This is, my machine is little slow. In case you're using some Mac or some good laptop, right, you'll see that it will be fast, because I'm using too many software and everything, right? It is becoming very slow. Maybe I need to buy a new laptop. So if you do this, it's working fine. So you're getting the list of nodes here. Fantastic. So now this is done. So what will be our next step? Now see, again I'm going to repeat one thing, right? Why this is important, because until unless you're going to master the CRUD logic, right? CRUD means until unless you'll be able to do all this list, create and everything, you can't master Golang. It's not that much simple. Yeah, there are so many other YouTubers or instructors, they can say that, oh, you can learn Golang very easily. It's not like that. Don't see, you have to face the reality, right? Why I mention all these things multiple times, you'll see that every section I'm taking 2-3 minutes time, and then I'm explaining to all of you, because you need to actually find the root point where actually you're lacking while learning a new technology. And I don't create these kind of videos because I don't like that actually. That's why when I create a long video, right, I try to put these small sections to give you an idea. Until unless you're going to do practice, no one can save you in the sense means no one can come and then do the project for you. What will happen, right, when you work in a company? So in a company, right, you can never think like that, okay, I got into company, I got a job in Golang, and company will give you a project to build from scratch. It doesn't work like that. What will happen, right, most of the times, I will say almost more than 95% of the times, you are going to get a project which is already built, and you need to do a fixes on top of it, or you're going to get issues you need to fix, or you're going to get some enhancements or improvements you need to add. In that case, what will be the most priority? You need to understand someone else's code that someone already written, and if you don't have the basic idea how you can even fix any issue or do any enhancement, you're getting my point, right? So that means you need to understand the concept, right? Even you can watch 100 courses on Golang, still you will not be able to do it until unless you are going to practice by yourselves. Mark my words, this is golden suggestion I am giving you. You watch one video on any particular topic, you choose or you buy one particular course, and you do practice, you do your own research. Do this for 6 months and see, you'll be able to crack any interview, and also you'll be doing very good in your job also. Okay, so I think this is done. Now what I'll do, right, okay, we need to do the get by ID also. I completely forgot, because we also need to do what, right? So whenever I'm going to, let's say, pass any this ID here, right, I need to get the list of I need to get the details of these particular nodes. So that also we are going to do. So what I'll do, right, we'll start with the repos. I'm just going to do function, and I'm going to do repo, and then maybe let's do get by ID. Okay, so first I'm going to take the context, which will be what, context.context, And now here you need the ID. Why? Because here I need to pass this ID, right? This will be dynamic. For every node, so you're going to have a separate ID. So you need to pass the ID that, okay, baby, for this particular node, I need to get the data. So I need this particular ID. So that means you need to get the ID here. Now, what will be the type of ID? ID will be primitive dot object ID. This I already explained, right? So we're going to do primitive dot object ID. See, my IntelliSense is also slow, right? You can see. This will be object ID. Okay, so I think this is done. What this is going to return? Now this is not going to return a slice of nodes, right? So it's going to return what? It is going to return a single node and error. So first I'm going to take the, so I'll say same thing. I'll do cancel. Okay, maybe let's copy from here. So I'm going to use this same thing. And after this, what I'll do, right, simply here we are going to create on filter. Now see what we are doing, and I'm going to do basin.m. okay, and now what you're going to do here, sorry, this will be object. Here you're going to do based on this ID. Now one thing you need to understand, if you go to the model, right, now see in basin what format you are saving. You're saving underscore ID. I hope you're getting right. So that means when you're going to filter in your MongoDB, that particular data is saved as underscore ID format, right? So if you go here, so you have the ID, right, underscore ID. So means when I'm going to do filter, so I need to take underscore ID. I hope you're getting, and this ID will be what? This ID that you are getting. Okay, so it is going to create a filter, and then you're going to do var node, and I'm going to take the type will be node, which is our struct. I'm going to take error. Now this will be simpler. So what you're going to do, right, so you're going to do r.call dot, now you're going to do find one. So you're going to pass the context, which will be our context, and then you're going to pass the filters. So I'm going to pass the filter, and here what you're going to do, right, we are also going to pass a find options. So what I'll do, I'm going to get our options, okay, and these options is going to give you this dot find one. Okay, now here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to use a decode, and then I'm going to pass my note here. Okay, what this is actually doing, this find one is not going to return a cursor. So if you hover here, right, it's going to execute the find command and return a single result for one document. I already mentioned it. It's not going to return a cursor. It's going to return a single result. So that means whenever you're going to fetch any kind of single data, you're going to use find one instead of find. So I hope this is clear. And now what I'm going to do, right, simply I'm just going to do if error is not nil. So I'm just going to return. So I'll do note empty, and then let's maybe do fmt.errorf, and I'll do find note by ID failed, and you're going to pass the error, and then or else you're going to return the note, okay, this note, and then what we'll do, simply we are going to return the, sorry, error will be nil. That's it. So this will give you the get by ID. Okay, and now what do you need to do? Now let's say in case if try to create this handler by your own, right? So that means what you need to do, you're going to call this get by ID, but you need to pass the ID. Let's see if you're able to do it or not, or else anyway you can watch the video. So what I'll do, I'm going to create one more handler here. So now let's do function, and I'm just going to do h, which will be handler, and maybe let's do get note by ID. So I'm going to take our context. Okay, now how you're going to get the ID? So when I'm going to go here, okay, let's say maybe I'm doing 1 2 3 4 whatever, this how I'm going to get this. I already mentioned this concept, right? Remember that this C is nothing but your context, the gene context, which is holding everything, every information. For example, let's say you are going to return a JSON, you are using this c.json. Similarly, what we are going to use, we are going to use something called c.param. So based on param, it's going to understand, okay, this is now a dynamic value, and I'm going to get the value from that. It's similar to Node.js concept only. In Node.js also you do something like this, right? You'll do this, and then you're going to pass ID. This colon ID means it's a dynamic value. So here what I will do simply, so I'll do id string, something like that, and what I'll do, you'll do c.param. I think this will be c.param, not params. And here you see, you're going to get the id, so you need to pass the id. So you're going to pass what? You're going to pass the id. So based on id, it's going to take, and then I'm going to take, maybe let's go object id error, and here what I'll do, right, I'm going to do primitive dot object from hex, and I'm going to pass this id string. What this is going to do, this is going to convert into a 20, I think it's 24, I'm not able to recollect, some, it's going to, I think it's 24 character hex only, it's going to convert, okay, and it's going to convert into a string into a Mongo object id type. So okay, let me write it here. So it's going to do what, right, it's going to convert 24 char. I think you can confirm and let me know if I'm not wrong here. I think it will be 24. It's going to convert this hex string into a Mongo object id type. Okay, this is what it's going to do. Object id creates a new object id from a hex string. Okay, so I think this is done, and now first I'm going to do if error is not nil. So I'm just going to c.json. What I'll do, we'll do bad request. So I'll do http.status bad request, and I'll do gin.h, and let's do error, very important, and you're going to return an invalid id. Now these things are important, actually you need to write all of this properly, because in case something goes wrong, anyway you are going to show all these messages in your UI based on these messages, right? So this will be your first step. Now what you're going to do simply, so I'm going to take note comma error, and here I use the h.repo, and you can see that we are getting get by id, and this is where you're going to get the context. So context will be your context will be our c.request.context, or this context, right, and this will be your object id just now we have created, which is the id it is going to take, the primitive id, it will be the MongoDB type. So here we are going to pass the object id. Now I'm just going to do if error is not nil. So in that case what I'll do, right, maybe here I'm going to use some MongoDB related error. So what we can do, right, so I'm going to show you. So I'm just going to give one check here that okay, if errors dot is, and here you're going to pass the error, this error you're going to pass, comma, and here you're going to use Mongo dot, and you have something called error no document, error no documents, okay, no documents. So now what you're going to pass, right, that means whenever you'll go here, and if this id is not present in any of your collection, so that means this note is not even exist, right? So you're going to do what, you're going to return that this particular note is not found with this given id, because user can give any random id, something like that, and if this is not present, it is a wrong. So I'm going to simply check here, right, this is going to return a single result when the creator did not return any document. Okay, so simply just do c.json, and you're going to do http dot, and I'm going to do a status not found, and then you'll do gin.h, and maybe I'll do error, and I'll do note not found for that given id, and you're going to return. Okay, so I think this is done. Or else what you can do, right, so this is one condition, or else in general we can do c.json, and I'll do http.status internal server error, and I'll do gin.h, and maybe I'll do failed to fetch the note, and also we're going to return. Okay, so this will be error check. Or else what you'll do, simply you're going to return the note. So you'll do c.json, you'll do http.status, okay, and you're going to pass the note here. Okay, this will be the note that you're getting by calling this repo. So this repo is going to return the note, right? If you go here, it's actually returning the note. So this is done. So what will be our next step? Now next step will be you need to go to note routes, and remember you need to always add here. So now I'm going to do note groups dot get, because this also will be get request. Now here it is the important part. Here you need to pass : id. Why this id? Because these IDs should be matching with this param that you're passing. If you pass something else, your Gin will not understand. It's similar to express concepts only, right? So it's going to understand based on what parameter it's going to get the dynamic value. And here you're going to do h dot get node by id. Save this, and now this should work. So let's see. Fantastic. So now I'll go here. Now maybe let's say I'm going to take this and I'm going to pass it here. Try to send this. There you go. So it's working, right? If I give some wrong, send this, invalid ID. Okay. And if you give some different one which is not present, not found, for that give an ID. Okay. So everything is working fine. So it's not only checking if the note is present, see, it's actually checking the format also. In case you're passing a wrong hex, let's say I'm giving some RR here, see it is giving that invalid ID. Okay, so both the checks it's doing. So this is done. So now what you're going to do will be creating the update and the delete one. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's create our repo for update. Now before that, we actually need to add one more small change or struct in our model. So if you go here, right, just like we have done for the create node request, we are going to do one for update node request. So I'm just going to do update node request. So this will be struct. So here, what are the things that user can update, right? So user can update the title, they can update the content, and they can update the pinned value also. So now we are going to actually copy this exact. Now see, we can use the same thing, but definitely the case will not be same always, right? Maybe in your create node request, you are going to have a lot of properties, but while updating, you are not going to update all the properties. I hope you are getting right. So maybe these can change. So it's always better to keep these things separate. So I'm just going to save this. So this will be my title, content, and the pin property. Now here, if you want, you can also make this binding as false, which is also fine, right? If you don't want to keep this on mandatory, that is fine. I think this concept we have already discussed. So first, now we will go to our repo. So what are the things that we need to do here? Now here you're going to understand a couple of things. So let's do this one slowly. So first I'm going to take a function, and let's do this one first. We'll take our repo. So I'm just going to do update, and let's do maybe by ID. And here we are going to get our context, which will be context.context. We're also going to get the ID, which will be primitive.object ID. And also we are going to get the request. Now this is important because you are not going to get the ID that okay, this note I need to update, but also you are going to get that okay, what are the fields I need to update. Maybe I have a title Sangam and I want to change the title from Sangam to John, so I need to also get that value, right? And that I'll be getting in request. And what will be the type? The type will be just now we have created, so that will be update note request. Okay, so this will be our struct, and here this is going to return the note, or this is going to return an error. Now inside this, first of all, we're going to create the context. So I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here. And here what I'll do simply first, so I'm going to let's get the filter. So I'll do filter, and this will be basin.m. I'm going to create a filter, and I'm going to first filter based on the ID. I think we have already discussed this ID that we're getting, that okay, this particular note I need to update. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create update. So we have a update variable. Here what I need to do, right, I'll be using the same .m, and inside these now we are going to use a set property. Like it's actually similar to how you do in a Node.js project, right? So we are going to use a set. So this is going to tell that okay, what are the properties that I want to update. So maybe here, let's say I want to update the title. So what will be your title? Your title will be what? Your title will be the request.title. This format that we have already done, right? So we'll do request.title. So this will be my new title or the updated title. Similarly, you're going to do the same for content. So this will become your request.content. And similarly, you can do the same for pinned. This will become request.pinned. Also always you need to update what? Updated property. So you're going to do updated at. So I'm just going to take the value. Where is that updated at? We'll go here. So you're going to update, because you need to see, right, when is the last time this node is being updated, so that you need to check. So you're going to pass the updated, but how you're going to get this? So this will be your time dot now dot, I'm going to do this one to UTC. It's up to you, whatever you want to keep. So this is done. Now you give comma. So now this is going to set the updated values. Now here what you are going to do, right, now I'm going to explain one very important concept, not important, but you need to understand, that is something called, here we have some property called find one and update options. Now this is a struct type that we are going to extract from the MongoDB options package, right? And why this is neat? This is to configure when we are going to use the actual method of find one and update, because find one and update is going to do what? It's going to find the document and it's going to update. So there, to configure the options, we are going to use this find one and update options struct. So just to give you an idea, now once you're going to implement, you'll understand what actually I'm telling here. But here I'm going to keep a placeholder because we need to create that. So what you're going to use, right, if you go here, right, we will be using this find one and update, and here if you see, it's actually returning the document, and here we are going to pass this options.update property. This one we are going to pass. But before that, let me just do this. So I'm going to take error, and you'll understand what I mean. So I'm going to take repository, I'll do call, and here we are going to do find one and update. Okay, now we see it is going to take, what are the things you need to see this one carefully. It's going to take the context, it's going to take the filters, it's going to take the filters, it's going to take the update. Here you're going to pass the update property or interface, and also it's going to take a options. Now these options, what this is, the options.find and update options. So this is what you're going to pass. Okay, what this is going to do, you can just clearly see this, it's execute a find and modify command to update the one document in the collection and return the document as it appeared before updating. So 4 things we are going to pass. First, we'll start with our context. Second, we are going to pass the filter. Now third thing, you're going to pass the update. Now from where you're going to get the update? Update is what? This update, right, just now we have created that. What are the things you're going to update? So you're going to pass the update, and now here we are going to pass the options. Okay, these will be the type that we are going to use. Now for this one, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create after variable, let's do, and here I'm going to use options dot after. Okay, here after specify that find and update should return the document as it is after the update. Okay, so this is why you need this. I'm just taking this one in a var. So now this is done. Now I'm going to create the options, and these options will be these options dot, I already mentioned, so we'll do find one and update options. Okay, what this is going to return, if you hover, right, not here, hover here, so it's going to return a return document. So what you're going to do, simply you're going to take a return document, and what you're going to pass, you're going to pass this after. So take this after here. Okay, and these options now you're going to pass here, because if you hover here, this is going to take the options, which type will be this options dot find one and update options. So here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to give comma, and then you're going to pass the options here. I hope this is clear. Okay, and then I'm just going to do dot decode. Okay, and then what I'm going to pass, now here you're going to pass the updated, where we have the updated, we also need to take, so let's take updated, and I'm just going to pass the struct here. Note, this will be type, so this is going to return this, right? So I'm just going to pass the updated. Okay, so this is done, and now I'm just going to give a check that if error is not equals nil, so I'm just going to do return note, and here I'm just going to do fmt.error f, and I'll do update note failed, and you're going to pass the error, or else you're going to return. So you're going to return the updated. This is the note that we are actually decoding here, right? Once it is going to update, so we're going to return the updated, and error will be nil, because now we don't have any error. This is the part you need to understand what we have done, right? So if you hover here, this is taking all these options, right? So this is the part. In case you're getting any issues, just go and search and then read. I'm thinking it won't be that much difficult to understand, right? That what actually I've done here, in case you have already worked in Node.js. So now this is done. So now we'll go to handler, and then I'm just going to create one more handler here, which will be update node by id. So I'm just going to do function, and here we are going to take the handler. So I'll do update let's do note by id. So now we're going to take our Gin context. So inside this, first we are going to take the id, right? So I'll do id str, and this will be c.param, and then what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass the id. This concept we have already discussed. Now we'll do the same thing. So I'll do object id comma error, and here I'm simply going to do primitive dot object from text, and you're going to pass this id string. And then what I'll do simply, okay, let's give here, so I'll do if error is not equal to nil, so I'm just simply going to do c.json, and I'll do http dot bad request, so I'll do status bad request, and I'll do gin.h, and maybe what we can do, so let's return error equal to invalid id. Okay, and then we are going to simply return. So this is done, and now what I'll do simply is I'm going to create the request. Remember, if you go to the repo, it's going to take the request. So this is what you're going to pass. So I'm going to create the request, which will be update node request. Okay, so now here let's do one thing. In case there can be some invalid JSON, or let's say you're missing some required properties, so in that case we are going to give some, or maybe let's give a extra check in simpler words. So what I'll do, right, I'm just going to take an error, and I'm just going to do if c.should bind. Remember we have this, right? So I'll do should bind, I think it's called JSON, should bind JSON. So it's going to take the object. So this object will be this request object, because this is the type we have already passed, right? So I'm going to pass the request here, and then you are going to simply check if error is not equal to nil. So what I'll do, I'll do c.json, I'll do http.bad request, and then what I'll do, I'm simply go to gin.h, and I'll do error, and I'll do invalid JSON format, or whatever you want to keep, it's up to you, and I'm going to return. Okay, so I think this is done. And now what I will do, right, so I'm going to take updated, I'll take error, so this will be h.repo dot update by id. So it's going to take the these things, right? It's going to take the context will be c.request.context. id will be what? id will be just now we have created, right? id is what? This object id. So you're going to pass the object id, and then you're going to pass the request. So this request just now you have created. Okay, so this is done. Now you're going to give check if error is not equal to nil, and you can do the same logic that you have done, right? This one. Maybe let's copy this exact part. Copy this, paste it here, or else I'm just going to do c.json, and then I'm just going to do http.status okay, and I'm just going to pass the updated. So this is my updated data, so I'll do updated, save this. So now I think this is done, and then what you're going to do, you always need to add the route here. So I'll do nodes group dot, what will be the type? So this will be a put request, and here you're going to pass id, because remember it's going to do based on id, and you'll do h.updated node by id. Okay, save this. Okay, so now we'll go here, we'll change this to put, and maybe, okay, first I'm going to get the all the list first. So I'm going to send this, maybe this one I'm going to do. So I'm going to copy this, I'll do put, I'll do nodes slash this, and in the body maybe I'll do first node edited, something like that, right? And let's send this. That's it. So now you're getting first node is edited, and if you try to get the updated node, right, so let's say I'm going to remove this, send this, so you can see you're getting first node is edited. That means this is working fine. So update you have done successfully. So this is completed. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now what are the things that is left? So only thing that is left is delete. Now delete will be little simpler, so you can quickly do this one. So now I'm just going to do function are repos. I can do very quickly this, delete by id. So we need the context, we need the id, which will be primitive dot object id. What this is going to, so let's return a bool, means boolean, and I'm going to return an error in case. So first of all, let's create the context, the child context. So I'm going to create this. Now remember, I'm just showing you that okay, this is how you're going to create. You'll be able to use the context with a timer. Doesn't mean that you're going to use the exact same thing in every project you're creating. I hope you're getting right. You need to understand that when I'm going to create, maybe instead of 5 seconds, if I need to give 2 seconds or 10 seconds, it depends, right? You can't generalize this for every project. Don't do this. So now I'm going to do filter, and this will be, so I'll do JSON.m. and what we're going to pass, we're going to based on id, right? So anyways, we're going to do based on id, because based on id only we are going to delete. So I'm going to do res error and simply do r.call, and here you're going to do delete 1. That's it. Delete 1 is going to take three things basically, right? Delete options you can pass. For now 2 will be enough, so we're going to pass the context and the filter. Filter means that based on that we are going to, based on that id we are going to delete. So I'm going to pass the context and I'm going to pass the filter, and I'll do if error is not equals nil. So in that case I'm going to do return. Remember, we are going to return bool, means we're going to return false, or else if there is error. So I'm just going to do failed to delete the given note. Okay, and then you're going to pass the error. If there is no error, so in that case I'm simply going to do if res dot deleted count is equal to also 0, then also we're going to return false and nil. Okay, so now here what I'm going to do, simply at the end we're going to return true and we are going to return nil. Now you see, you have to give double. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's create our delete node by id handler. So I'll go here and I'm going to create one more function. So I'll do h, so this will become handler, and I'll do delete nodes node by id. So I'm going to take the context. First, what you're going to take, you're going to take the id, right? So I'm going to take the id first. Okay, let's take this part because this is we need. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. This is the first thing that we need. Then I'm going to do deleted error, and then I'm going to call h dot what, repo dot delete by id. It's going to take the context. Now for context, what you can pass, c dot request dot context, already you have done, and this object id you are going to pass that. Okay, this particular id I need to delete. That's it. Okay, and then what you're going to do, right, in if error is not equal to nil, so just return a c.json http.status internal server error, and I'll do gin.h, and I'm going to pass the error, and I'll do fail to delete. Okay, and then you're going to return. If now here I will suggest, right, you should give if not equal to deleted, just give one check here, right? So in that case I'm just going to maybe return a not found or something, that if not able to delete me, it is false, right? So if you're getting this false response from your repository, right, this is where we're going to pass in a boolean, either it is true or it is false. If it is false means what, the status not found, so that means that node may not be found. So in that case I'll do c.json and I'll do http.status not found, no content, not found, and I'll do gin.h, and here I'm just going to pass error, and I'll do not found. Okay, so I hope this is clear, and then you're going to return. If everything goes correct, so we'll do c.json, I'll do http.status, okay, and then what you're going to pass. So because we are not returning anything, right, so you can simply do what, we can directly return okay equal to true. So you can just do okay, and this will be true. That's it. Now it's up to you, whatever you want to return. You have full freedom, right, because these things can change based on the project requirement, the project that you are creating. and then you have to add this. So you're going to do nodes group dot delete. Again you have to pass the dynamic ID because it's going to find based on the ID, and you'll do age dot delete node by ID. So it's very simple. So now with this should be completed. So you have actually completed all kind of CRUD. Okay, so now let's wait, let's see. Okay, so now I'm going to delete the first one. So I'm going to copy this, go here, delete, and I'm going to send a wrong first. Send this invalid ID, delete this, maybe I'll do 6 to 8, not found, fantastic, and I'll do 6 now. Send this, that's it. So okay, it's true, now it's deleted. Now let's go there and see and try to send, and you'll see that you're getting second node added, means first node is already deleted. That means we have now successfully actually completed the CRUD. See, I told you, right, I'm going to take some time, but I'm going to clear every doubt. Try to practice. So with this you have completed very important section that you need to understand. Creating, listing, getting the data by ID, updating any particular document, and deleting. So this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now we will be starting another very important section. So you're going to understand that how you can implement authentication or JWT authentication in Golang. Now this will be a very important section, and also for this one also we are going to take things very slowly, okay, because if you're doing this one for the first time, or let's say you don't have any idea how authentication and this flow works, so this can be little tricky. And even if you worked in Node.js authentication and authorization, all those logics you already know, but the way that we are going to write in Golang, it will be little different, okay. So first what we are going to do, so you can see that I already created one folder. So for now, first let's create our mod file. So some of the things that we have already discussed, for example go mod, and then some of the packages that we have already used, let's say Gin, so those things I'm not going to explain. I'm only going to explain the things that we are going to do for the first time. So I'll do go init, and let's do go auth, something like that. That's it. Okay, so it's going to create a go mod. Now first we'll start with installing all the packages. So first we need Gin, we need the go.env, we need the Mongo driver, right, Mongo and options both. Then also I'm going to install air, and then later I'm going to also we are going to install the bcrypt and the JWT package. All those things we need. So let's start one by one. So first I'm going to start with installing Gin. So let's copy this. All these things I'm going to add in the source code, so we'll be getting in the readme file. So just enter. So this will be the first thing. Let's do one by one. Once that is done, then we are going to install the go.env. So this is added. Now let's do clear, add this, then we will do install Mongo. Let's do the Mongo options. Also we are going to install air. This part we have already discussed, right, that why actually we need air, and I think this would be enough for now. Now let's copy this part from here, and we are going to create a air.tom file, right. So we'll do .air.toml, okay, and then we're going to paste it here. Let's wait, I think it's still installing. Now remember the folder structure and everything we have already discussed, that we are going to follow a proper folder structure just like a typical Golang project will have. So we'll be having our CMD folder. Inside that we're going to have our API folder, then we'll be have our main entry file, right, which is actually the main function which is going to convert your code into executable code, right. That is your main entry file that we need. Then we are going to have our internal file where we are going to have all our packages. So the exact same structure we are going to follow. So let's do one by one. So first what I'm going to do, right, let's minimize this, and then let's start with creating the folder structure. So first I'm going to create a CMD folder. Inside that I'm going to have a API folder. Inside this I'm going to have our main.go file. Now remember this will be our main entry file, okay. So this is the first thing. Now what I'm going to do, I'll be creating our internal folder, and inside this let's start with, so first what we will be creating, right. So first we are going to create a health endpoint or health logic, maybe health.go file, which will be inside our HTTP server folder, and then we are going to write our basic router logic, and then we'll be just adding both in our main.go, which will be our entry file. So that will be our first step. So inside internal I'm going to create a HTTP server folder, and inside this I'm going to create two files. One will be health.go and second one will be let's maybe make this one as router.go. okay, so first this will be our first step, so we'll start with this one. So first let's close everything and we'll go to our health.go file. So first I'm going to create a package, and package, let's give this one as HTTP server. And also one more thing we are going to do, we need to create a env file also, right? So I'm just going to do a env file here. Okay, so later we are going to add this. So here first of all what I'll do, so let's create a function. This will be health, and here I'm just going to take context, and this will be our Gin context. Okay, so I'm going to import Gin. All these things we have already discussed, so I'm just going to take Gin.context. okay, so for now now remember, in case you are not able to recollect some of the things, I will highly suggest you copy this and search, but still I'm going to explain what this Gin.context is going to do. So it's going to represent your current HTTP request and response structure, right? So whatever method and everything that you want to use, you will be able to use this one based using this C. So for example, let's say here I just don't want to do anything, I'll be just using a C.json, and then I'm just going to use a HTTP.status. okay, and let's return gin.h, and maybe let's do okay will be true. And also in the meantime let me just open Postman also. Okay, so here okay will be true. What else we can, let's return a service. So service, I'm going to give this one as go auth, and I'm also going to return a timestamp which will be time.now, and let's keep this one as UTC only. Okay, I think this would be status. okay, alright, so I think this is done, and for now we are not going to do anything. This will be more than enough. So just have a health endpoint. okay, this will be our starting point. So now what we will do, so let's go to our router.go, and here I'm just going to do this one as same, right? This will be inside the same package, so it will be package HTTP server only. Now let's create a new router. So I'm just going to do new router, and this will be gin.engine, and here what I'll do now, I'm also going to do, see, remember, okay, one very important point I wanted to mention. If you see some of the things you have already used in the previous section, right, while creating the CRUD. Now there I have showed you one way of doing creating route and everything, right? So basically what I mean by that, so we have two projects. In the previous project I actually, so there are some things, the common things will be there in both the projects. So in first project, let's say for a particular concept I showed you that okay, you are going to do this one in this way, but in this particular project I'm going to do the same logic, some of the logic, and I'm going to show you that how you can do the same thing but use a different approach. I hope you're getting what I mean. So basically, so for example, let's say here I'm going to create a new router. So in the previous one, if you remember that we have used a Gin router where we'll actually had a default middleware, but here in this particular project I will show you that okay, there is a different way also you can do that. okay, I hope this is clear what I mean. So for example, here let's say I wanted to create a new phrase router which will be like, for example, I'm going to take a R, and let's say instead of that, so I'll just simply do gin.new. okay, so this is, see here, this is a blank engine instance that is going to return without any middleware attached. In the previous section we have used where it already give you a default middleware. okay, so that means what I mean, what we have actually done by creating two projects, I showed you two different ways you can do the same thing. I hope this is clear. Now based on your project requirement, you can either use that approach or this approach. Now after this, so this will be our first step. Now what I are going to do, right? So let's say now I want to use a particular logger, or Gin also has a logger. How you can do that? This is similar to in Express project you will do, right? So app.use, and then you are going to use something. Similarly here also you can take this R and you can do use. okay, and this use, it's going to, see, if you notice that use attached a global middleware to the router. Now for example, let's say I wanted to just add a logger here. I wanted to attach a logger, so I'm going to take a Gin and I just do logger. okay, I hope this is clear. So now this is actually using a global logger. So now also what I'll do, so I'm simply going to use a r.use, and I'm just going to use gin.recovery. Now what this recovery is going to do, so this is going to recover if there are any kind of panics, or let's say some thing happened, so it's going to return HTTP 500 instead of the server will be getting crashed. Okay, so this is actually important part, so you need to understand. So this is done, and now what I'm going to do, I want to use this health endpoint that I created here. So what I can do, simply I'll just do r.get, and then you give here health, and then I'm just simply going to pass the health here, right? So this health will be, remember this is inside same package, right? I already explained all those things multiple times. So if you're inside same package, you don't have to import, so it will get the context, and at the end you're going to return what? You are going to return the R instance here, so you're going to return the R. Okay, so this is done. So this will be our very basic router that we have created. So now what will be our next step? So now we are going to use all of this in our main entry file, because this is where our main package will stay. So first let's start with package main, and here I'm just going to create a function which will be main. Okay, so first what I'm going to do, so I'm going to build a HTTP router. Okay, so here what I'll do, simply, so I'll do router, and I'm going to take HTTP server. Okay, why we are not getting the this will be small, I think. So we need to import this HTTP server, and then I'm going to take the new router. See, new router we have created, right? This one. So we need to use this. So I'm going to take new router. Now what I'll do, simply I'm going to take, maybe let's take any variable here. So I'll do simply add http.server, and inside this I'm going to add an address. So here let's maybe, what you can do, maybe let's do 5000 only. And what else, maybe, okay, one more thing you need to understand, I think this part we haven't discussed, what this http.server is actually doing. Now this is one of the standard Go way, or it's a standard Go type, you can say, that runs the HTTP server. So I'm just going to write it here. So it's going to this method, it's going to a standard Go type that runs a HTTP server. Okay, so here what you can do, you can hover this and you can also see all of this, read here, right? But for now this is fine. So here address will be 5000. I'm also going to give a handler. So a handler will be our router, this one. So I'm just going to pass it here, and also let's give a timeout. So you can also give a timeout which will be read header timeout, and I'm going to take, so you need to import the time package. So I'll do 5 into, so we'll take the time package and you do dot second. Okay, so you have to import the time package here. So this is done. So now maybe let's do a log here. So I'll just do log dot print f. I don't know why my IntelliSense is very slow, man. So I'll do API running on, and here I'm just going to pass the server dot address. Okay, and here now we are going to listen. So what I'll do, listen and serve. Remember we have understand that this particular concept. So here what I'm going to do, simply, so I'm going to do if error is equal to this dot listen and serve, and then you are going to do if error is not equal to nil, and in that case maybe what I'll do, simply I'll check here if error is equal to http dot let's do error server closed, and in that case I'm just going to do a log dot println, and I'm just going to do, let's do printf, and I will do server closed, and I'm just going to do return, or else here I'm just going to do a log dot fatal, and I'll do server error. And okay, let's give a colon, and after this I'm going to log the error. That's it. Oh, okay, this will be F. Okay, so I think this is done. So means we just created one simple health function, we created a new Gin router instance. We are using a Gin middleware. We're using this recovery method. Then we are telling that okay, this will be get method. Whenever I'll go to this health endpoint, I want to call this function, and in your main.go file, this is where you are doing nothing but you are just creating a HTTP server and you are just listening to this server. So you are passing this address, right? So it will run on that particular port. So now I think this is done. So what I'll do, so I'm going to start this, right? So I'll do clear and just run here. So let's see if any error or anything, or else this would work. Okay, so this is working. So you allow this, and I'll go here and then simply just do health, right? So this will be in the health endpoint. Send this. So it's 200 and you're getting okay, true, service is go auth, and this is your timestamp. So that means the basic setup is now completed. Okay, I hope that each and everything that how I've divided these, you have to understand that what are the things that we are doing, what are the methods that we are doing, right? What are the properties, then you try to experiment all those things, right? I hope this is clear. Now let's move on to the next part. Okay, so we'll move to next one. So next will be, we're going to create our MongoDB. So I already created. So first, so let's copy the URL. I hope that you already created this because I'm not showing all this, right? It's very basic how you can create a DB. So let's copy this and we'll go to the env. Let's add a mongo_URI, paste, and then just change the DB password. Also, I'm going to take a, maybe let's take a mongo_db_name, and this I'm just going to take this one as go auth. That's it. And also you need to take okay, one more thing, let's take it now only. So you are also going to take a JWT secret, which I'm going to keep this one as JWT secret. This will be your task to create a random secret, right? And then you just paste it here. But for your learning purpose, it's absolutely fine. You can keep it whatever you like. Later we are going to add some more, but for now these three will be more than enough. So this will be your first step. Now what will be your next step? Next step will be, now we actually need to create a config file, and we are going to do our Mongo database connection, right? Just now, just like we have done in the previous project. So first, what we'll do, we'll go to internal folder, create a config here folder, and inside this you're going to create config.go. Okay, so now remember one thing I wanted to mention here. These things we have already done in the previous part, correct? Now instead of watching the video like blindly and then you're just coding, try to see if you're able to understand what I'm doing and try to implement by your own. Okay, so this is one thing I wanted to mention. So let's keep this one as package config. First, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a type, I'm going to take a config, and I'm going to make this one as struct. Now here I'm just going to take, for now I'm going to take three things. One will be Mongo URI, MongoDB name, and JWT secret. Just now we have added in our env file. So I'm just going to take this one as Mongo URI, which will be what, string. Then I'm going to take Mongo, maybe let's do DB name, which will be what, string. Then I'm going to take the JWT secret, which will be string. Okay, so for now these three things we need. Now after this I'm just going to take a function, and let's take this one as load. What this is going to return, this is going to return the config, or it's going to return an error. Okay, so what will be our first step? Already explained these things already in the previous part, that go.env package that we have installed. This is going to give you a load method, which is going to do what? It's going to load the key value pairs from a env file, from this particular file, into your real OS env variables. Then we are going to use something called os.getEnv. Right, you remember we have the OS package, that os.getEnv actually is going to give you the actual value of those env variables. Now there are two steps involved. That is the reason first we need to load the key value pairs from the .env file. So what this go.env package is going to do, it's actually going to read this env file, and it's actually take those files and it's going to put those files, put those key value pairs into a real OS environment variables. Then you are going to use the OS package. So it's a two-step process. So I'm just going to do here what, so I'll do go.env. okay, so import this. We are going to import this, and then it is going to give you what, load method. Okay, so this is the first step. And then I'm just going to take a config, and let's do this one as config, right? So if the config is struct, and inside this now I'm just going to take a Mongo URI. So now here what I'm going to do, so first I'm going to take the strings, and then strings, let's do a trim space. This is just to give a extra check, so I'll do trim space. And now you're going to do what? So you'll do OS, okay, and OS will give you what? Get env, right? And this is where you are going to use the env variable name. So this will be your Mongo URI. I hope this is clear, right? Similarly, you need to do for MongoDB name, exact same thing. So copy this, paste it here, and this will be your MongoDB name. And also you are going to have JWT secret, which will be also same thing. So copy this, paste it here, and you are going to do this one as JWT secret. Okay, so this will be a first step that we need to do. Sorry, second step. First you are going to load, then you are going to get it from your os.getenv. Once this is done, now you need to please give check for every single environment variables here. It's very important. Now I will give you one homework here, that instead of doing multiple times, this is what I'm going to do, but you can create a simple function, a reusable function, and see if you are able to do that or not. So what I'll do right for now, I'm just going to do this cfg dot Mongo URI, if this is equal to empty. So I'm going to give it here, so for example return, so I'm going to do config, and I'm just going to do fmt, and let's do error f, and maybe I'll do missing Mongo URI, something like that. Copy this, and you're going to do the same for your MongoDB name. So I'll do MongoDB name, and also I'm just going to do one more for JWT secret. So I'll do JWT secret, and this will be missing JWT secret. So this is done, and now what I'll do, so let's return this, right? So now we can return the config and return nil. Simple, right? So this is very clean. So this is done. So now what are you going to do? Simply one more thing we need to do. See, we have done mistake, we have to make this one capital, right? So this will be exported. So now this is completed. What will be our next step? So next step will be, we need to create our Mongo connection file. So here only I'm just going to create one more, let's give this one as maybe db, and inside this I'm just going to do mongo.go. So first of all, I'm going to take the package as db, and here, so first let's create the Mongo struct. So I'm just going to do type Mongo, we'll do struct. So here first I need the client, which will be what? It will be the mongo.client. So I'm just going to get the Mongo package, and then we'll do dot client. So my IntelliSense is very slow. Okay, so now next we need the db, and here I'm just going to do mongo dot database. So this will be mongo dot database. Okay, so these two things we need. Now let's create our connect function. So I'm just going to do function. So this will be our connect. What this is going to receive, it's exact same thing we have done in the CRUD project also. It's going to take your context. So here you're going to get the context dot context, and then it's going to take the config will be what? The config dot, and your config will have what? The config, right? This one. So you're going to have config dot config. So this is done. What this is going to return, it's going to return a client and a db. So it's going to return this, actually this struct type. So here what you will do, so you're going to pass this Mongo, this will be inside, you're going to pass this Mongo, and there can be error also. So you're going to return the error. Okay, so this is done. Now inside this, so first what we will do, so first we're going to create a connect. Let's create a context. Let's do a cancel, and this will be, so I'm going to take the context, and remember we have created the parent context. Based on that we created a child context and give a timeout here, right? So here what I'll do, simply I'm going to do with timeout, And here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the parent context and the timeout. So parent context will be this context, same thing we have learned previously. And then I'm just going to give a 10 seconds or whatever you want to give. Most probably give this one 5 to 10 seconds is better, so I'll do second. And then I'm just going to call the defer and I'll call the cancel. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do, we need to create the client options. Client options, how you're going to do that? So we'll take a client options, so we'll do client options, and this will be options from your Mongo options, and this is going to give you a client method, right? And here what we are going to do, you're going to do apply URI. Remember we have done this. And now how you're going to get the apply URI here, this is actually your config.mongo URI, config.mongo URI. So you have the config.mongo URI, so we'll do cfg.mongo URI. Okay, so this is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'll create a client, I'll create an error, and I'll do mongo.connect. And here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the context and you're going to pass the client options. Client options is actually going to apply the URL of your MongoDB, and context will be not your parent context. In case you're not taking this logic, right, this 10-second timeout, then you can pass that parent context, but here you need to pass this child context. So we'll pass the connect context, and then I'm going to pass the client options. And then you will again give error, check here that if this is not nil, so in that case I'm going to return nil, and I'll do fmt dot error f, and maybe I'll do mongo connection failed, and here let's take maybe w, and then pass the error. So this is done. And now if you want, you can add one ping logic also, that if the MongoDB ping is working or not. But for now what we can do simply, so we'll just create the DB here. So I'm just going to create the DB, so I'll do database, and I'll just do client dot database, and you have to pass the DB name, which will be your config.mongodb name. So you have config, this config, so you're going to pass the config.mongodb name. And at the end you're going to return. So what will be returning, will be returning this, right? The return type is Mongo struct client and the DB. So how you're going to return, so you'll be returning the Mongo, and inside this you're going to pass the client, which will be what, your client, this client, and you're going to pass the DB, which will be your database. So I'll do database, or else error will be nil, and this is done, right? So this is very clean, right? So whatever you have done, I hope this is clear. So that means config or loading of the env variables are completed. Mongo connection is also now completed. So what will be our next step? Next step, now we are going to create our app.go file. Now what this app will be, so it's like, you can consider this one as a bridge. Okay, bridge between you have your main.go file, then you'll be having your app.go file. App.go file will be, you consider this one as a dependency container. Whenever later we are going to have all our handlers and services, we want all these things in one place. Okay, so this is like, it's a good or better way of handling or creating all the folder and file structure. So here I'm just going to create an app, or else you can do all of these inside main go also, but I will not suggest. Inside you should create app.go. So if I tell you, right, in a Node.js language, if you are from that background, so it's like you have a server.js file, and then what you're doing, right, instead of writing all the logic in your server.js file, you created one app.js file and doing all the logic in that file, and then just using that app.js file in your server.js file, something like that. So your server.js file will be very clean. So here I'm just going to take a package app, not package.app, and here I'm going to first take a struct. So I'm going to keep this one as type app. So first I need the config, so I'm going to take the config. So config will be config.config. Then we are going to have maybe let's take the Mongo client. So this will be our Mongo.client, and also I'm going to take a DB, and I'm just going to take this one as Mongo.database. So now let's create a function. Now you can give any name you want. So I'm just going to do function, and I'll do new. Now this is going to receive a context, which will be context.context, and it's going to return this app struct here, so it's going to return this app, or else there can be any error. Okay, so first I'm going to, what are the things you need to do? First you need to load the env, then you are going to connect to MongoDB. Now remember, you have created the individual file, you haven't actually join all of these together. Means what I mean by this, you have your pieces separately, now you have to join all the pieces. For example, let's say you are loading all of these env variables, but where actually you're using this to load, actually means this function you need to use somewhere, right? Similarly, this connect method also you have to use in some place. I hope you're getting what I mean. So what we are doing in this app.go file, we are using this config and Mongo, and we are using both and creating a base layer in this app.go file. Until unless you're going to load the env and connect to MongoDB, how you will go forward, or creating all your let's say register or logging logic or whatever handlers you're going to create. So this is actually piecing or like this is joining all the not piecing, this is joining all the pieces together, this file. So here what I'll do, right, I'm going to take the config, I'll take error, and this will be, so I'm going to take the config, and config will give you what, the load file, right? Load is going to load all this, right, env variables, and then you're going to check if error is not null, and you're going to return what, so it will be returning nil, and error you're going to return, so you're going to return nil and error. Once you load this, so that means this file we have already called, now we are going to connect to DB. So now I'm going to take, so we'll take aim error, and what I'll do, maybe let's do Mongo, let's do Mongo client, something like that. Now I'm just giving a random name to understand. And here what I'll do simply, so we're going to do DB, right? So DB we are going to import from this package, so this is our DB, and if you do dot, it's going to give you this connect method. It's going to take the context and it's going to take the config, so we're going to pass the context and the config. So we're going to pass the context and you're going to pass the config. Okay, so this is done, and then again you will do if error is not equal to nil, so you're going to return nil or error. This is also done. Now if this is all the connection and everything is completed, now you're going to return what, you're going to return app. Inside this you're going to return the config, so config will be your config, and then you're going to return the Mongo client, which will be your Mongo this Mongo CLI, and you can see if I do dot, right, it's going to give you the client, and then you're also going to return the DB, which will be Mongo CLI dot DB. Okay, and if there is no error, so we're going to return the error as nil. So this will be, first thing is done. Now let's create one more function here. So I'm going to create a close function here, so I'm going to do function, and the type I'm going to give app, and I'm going to do this one as close. It's going to take the context, which will be context dot context, and I'm going to return an error in case, right? So this is nothing but it's going to we are going to do some disconnect logic here inside, so that if something happens, or it's going to disconnect or closes all the open connection in the pool. So what I'll do simply, I'm just going to do if this a dot Mongo client, if this is nil, so we are not going to do anything, it's already not there, that instance is not there. Or else I'm just going to take a close, I'll do close context, and I'm going to do cancel. And what we'll do, right, we're going to take this context, it's going to give you the with timeout, you're going to pass the context and this context, and take a 5-second timer. So I'll do 5 into time dot second. We need to import this. Okay, and then you're going to call the defer with cancel. And here now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to do if error, and we'll do a dot Mongo client. Now we're going to do disconnect. Okay, so I'm just going to disconnect. Disconnect is going to take the context. Context is this timeout with this 5 seconds that we have created, right? So you don't have to pass the parent context, you're going to pass this context, close context. Now here what I'm going to do, simply I'll just check if the error is not nil, so just give one check here. So I'm just going to do return fmt dot error f, and I'll do Mongo disconnect failed. Okay, and you're going to pass the error, or else you're going to return nil. Okay, so this is going to disconnect, and this will be our main function where it's going to first load the env. So it's like load env first, then do the Mongo connection, do the DB connection second. Okay, so I think this is done. Now we need to join all those things, and we have to use in our main.go file, right? So how we are going to do that? So it will be very simple. So first remember, we are going to call this app.go file has this new function, right, which is actually getting the context. What context we are going to pass? We are going to pass, remember I explained one concept previously, that context.background is a root context, right? And that you can use whenever you want to use in a place where you are starting a work, or it's like a startup work, right? For example, let's say you're going to load, config, or connect to DB, just like how we are doing now. So now what I'm going to do, right, first I'm going to take our parent context or root context. I will not say this on a parent context, this will be our main root context. So here I'm just going to do context, and then you're going to do background. Okay, so this will be our root context. This is the first step. Now I'm just going to do a comma error, and then I'm going to do what, right? I'm going to call this app.new function here. So I need to import app, so I'm going to import this from go auth/internal/app, that is the folder. And if you do dot, just wait, I think my sim is slow. Okay, see, new. Now here it's taking the context, so you have to pass the root context here. So we're going to pass the context. Okay, and then you're going to check if error is not equal to nil. So now I'm just going to do log.fatal, maybe let's do f, and I'll do startup failed. Okay, so this is done. And now what we can do, right, so let's write a differ function here, because what will happen, differ is going to run at the end of the main, right? So that means we're actually ensuring that if something goes wrong, so we're going to or basically ensuring MongoDB connection close when the process will exit. So what I'll do is simply I'm just going to call, so let's create a differ, and I'm going to create a function, and here what I'll do, I'll do if error, and I'm going to call this a.close. Remember we created the close method here, function here, close, which is going to call this Mongo client.disconnect method, and here I'm going to pass the context, and I'll check if error is not equal to nil. So do log.printf, and I'll do shutdown warning, something like that, pass the error. Okay, and we need to invoke this, and I think this is done. I hope this is clear, right? So now if you see whatever things we have done, if you try to join all the pieces together, so this is your main entry file. You creating a root context, you're passing the root context in your app.new file. Your this function is doing what? First loading the env, then doing the database connection. As simple as that. So this will be means our prerequisite is now completed. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we'll start implementing our logic. So first we'll start with creating the model. Model means whenever we're going to register or log in, so user has to have some kind of model, right? That what are the properties that one particular user is going to hold. Something like email or password has, role, all these things. So what I'll do, right, so let's do one thing. Inside internal, I'm going to create our user package. So all this logic will now go inside this particular user folder. So this will be our user folder, and inside this we'll start with model.go. So now let's close everything else. Okay, so first I'm going to give this one a package which will be user, and now let's create our user struct, right? So now here you need to give that, okay, these all the properties my user is going to have. For example, user is going to have an ID which is like mandatory, right? So we are going to get the primitive from Mongo driver, and then you're going to do what? So primitive will give this object ID, right? And then I already explained the concept. I'm not going to repeat once again the concept of basin and the JSON, right? So MongoDB is going to store those in form of a basin, and then in the while returning to the client or while working in our API, we're going to map those fields in our JSON. So what we'll do basin colon. So here I'm just going to give the ID, because this is what it's going to save, and then I'm going to do omit empty. So I think it will be, I think aim is is small, and then in the JSON I'm going to map this one to ID. Okay, so this will be our first field. Then let's take email. Email is mandatory. Email is going to have for every user there will be a email, right? So here I'm just going to do JSON, which will be email, and then I'm just going to do JSON, also will be email. What else? So you're also going to have password has. So I'm just going to do password has. Password has will be string. So here I'm just going to do JSON, which will be password has. Okay, so here I will be taking password has. Now what I will do, right, see, remember we are actually going to store the password. For that we'll be using what? Decrypt. Okay, not the real password, right? So here what I'm going to do, so I will be storing the in JSON. Oh sorry, this will be one. In JSON I'm going to store as a password has, and in JSON I'm going to keep it like this. Okay, so let's take this one, this. So I think this is done. What else we can take? Maybe role also we need to take. Role will be, so role string. So for now what I'll do, right, we'll be taking only either it will be a user or admin, something like that. We'll keep this one simple. So I'll do JSON, so it will be role, and in JSON also we'll be taking this one as role. Also you need to take two more. So one is created at. Created at will be time dot time, and here I'm just going to take JSON. So this will be created at, and in JSON you're going to take this one as created at. Copy this and do the same for updated at. So I'll do updated at. So this will be updated at, and this also will be updated at. Okay, so these all the fields we need for now. So this will be our model structure, right? So all these properties one particular user is going to hold. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create one more type which we can use later. So I'm just going to create a public user struct. Now remember, actually we are not going to expose the password has here. So here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take the ID will be a string, and here I'm just going to take a JSON, and I'm just going to take this one as a ID. Copy this, and we'll do the email role created at updated at. So I'll do email, this will be email. Then we have role, this will be role. Then we have the created at, this will become time dot time, and this will be created at. Then we are going to have the updated at, this will be also time dot time, and this will be updated at. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's just create a helper function, and then I'm just going to do something like to public. The type will be user struct, and it's going to return the public user, this public user. So I'm going to do public user, and I'm just going to return, so I'm going to return public user, and inside this what I'll do, right, I'm going to do ID. So ID will be, so I'm just going to use a hex. So I'll do u dot id dot hex. Okay, now what this object id dot hex is going to do, it's going to convert the object id into a string. Then I'm just going to take the email, so email will be u dot email. Then we're going to take the role, which will be u dot role. Then we'll be having the created at, which will be u dot created at, and also I'm going to take the updated at, which will be u dot updated at. Okay, that's it. So this is done. So this will be our first file, which is mandatory. This will be your starting point, because without your model, that what are the properties that you're going to have, you should not start writing the APIs, right? So this is done. Now what will be our next step? Now next will be now simple logic, right? Just like we have done for the CRUD, once the model is done, we'll be creating a repo. Repo is basically our repository which is going to interact with our database. So repo is nothing but, I'm going to explain once again, it's a database layer. Okay, for this particular feature that we are going to build, repo equal to database layer. You just remember like this so that it won't be confused. Similar to when you will be working with Node.js project, you're creating controller, right? And then you'll be importing your model, and then you're going to do all kind of database methods we're going to use so that you'll be able to interact with your DB to save the data or fetch the data. It's something like that. So what I'll do, right, you're going to create a repo.go file. Okay, so first package you have to use. So package will be user, my bad, it will be inside user, and here I'm going to do repo, which will be struct, and inside this we'll take call, and I'm just going to do what, so it will be mongo.collection. Remember, so this mongo.collection is a handle for one collection, right? So this is done. Now what I'm going to do, right, so let's create function, and I'll do new repo, and this is going to take the DB, which will be mongo.database, and what this is going to return, this is going to return the repo. So I'm just going to do repo, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to return, I already explained all this in the previous section. So I'll do repo, and inside this we'll do column. And now remember, I already mentioned this one, right, that when I'm going to do here call equal DB that we are having dot collection, and then I'm going to give, let's say, collection of user, what is going to happen, right? Now remember, one thing is here Mongo will create this automatically when we are going to insert our first data inside of this. Okay, sorry, this will be end. Okay, so this is very important. So whenever you're going to push any data, or let's say I'm pushing my first data into my DB, so it's going to create this collection. So this is done. So now what I'm going to do, so first let's do one thing, right? Maybe what I can do, maybe we can create one, first I will create one, two helper methods I'm going to create. One will be where we're going to find by email. Let's say we want to find by email a particular user, and then let's create our first function, which will be create. Okay, let's create the first one. We'll do one by one. So first I'm going to create the function. This will be repo, and then I'm going to give this one as create. Okay, now I'm going to do very slowly so that you'll understand what is happening here. This is going to receive the context, very important. So here you're going to receive the context dot context. Again, you remember I can do this one in a reverse way also, like first I can create the services and then come back here. It will be little complicated, not complicated, but it will be same thing, but for some people it will be difficult to understand. That's why I'm going in a reverse way. So first I'm creating the model, then I'm interacting with DB, then I'll create the handler, then I'll create the route. Okay, so you'll understand, you can join all the pieces together. So I'll do context, and then also it's going to receive the user struct, right? So this info we need, what this is going to return, this is going to return user, and if in case any error. Now remember, the error handling in Golang is absolutely fantastic, like it's so good. Once you'll do some projects, right, you'll understand that how good this Golang actually is. So now here, so first I'm going to do response and error, and maybe I'm just going to do what we are going to do, right? So we are going to insert one particular document into a DB. So how we are going to insert, right? So for this one we are going to use something called insert one, right? So I'm just going to do repo. So repo will see, I already explained what this column is actually here. This column is a, see, we given a type here, this is a collection. So this is a, so you can consider this one as how to explain, like it's a handle. It's a handle for one particular collection. Means whenever you're going to do r.column dot, and then you'll get all the methods that you want to interact with your DB. So for example, let's say I'll do r.column dot, and you'll see that all the methods and everything you're getting, find one, everything. So I need insert one. So I'm going to insert one data. It's going to take the context, and it's going to take that over which document you want to push, right? So here I'm going to pass my parent context here. So this context, or not parent, means the context that I'm receiving here, and then I'm going to pass my user data. Then I'm going to do if error is not nil, so return user, and I'm just going to do fmt dot error f, and f will be small. So I'll do insert user field, and then I'm going to pass the error. Okay, so now what I'll do, see, one more thing you need to understand, that here this insert one, it's going to okay, let me just check. Insert one is insert to single document into, now if I'm not wrong, this is going to return the inserted ID. Okay, so now what I can do, right? So here I'm going to take the ID, and I'll do okay, something like that, and then I'll do res dot, and you see that you are getting inserted ID. So it's going to return the inserted ID back. Okay, so I'll do inserted ID. Now here this inserted ID will be what? this will be a primitive.object id, because Mongo is going to generate an underscore id. If you worked with Mongo, you know that what I'm talking about, right? So here what I'm going to do simply, so I'll do dot, and here I'm simply going to do primitive dot, and this will be object id. Okay, and then I'm just going to do if not equals, give space, not equals, okay, so you're going to return no, we are going to return user, and I'm also going to return fmt.errorf, and what you can do, insert, maybe insert user, same thing we can do, right? Insert user field, so I'll paste this one here, and this is not needed, so I'll do insert user field, and maybe let's do and inserted id is not object id. So this is done, and now what I'm going to do, simply I will simply do that u.id is equals this id that we have, and then we are going to return the current user, and error will be nil. Okay, so first one is done. So now we'll create one more helper function here, right? So this, we will be needing this when we are going to register, so we'll be writing our services. So let's create one more function here. So I'm just going to do function, I'll take our repo, and let's do find by email, and I'll explain why we are doing this. You'll understand in next 10 to 15 minutes. It's going to take the context, which will be context.context, and it's going to take the email as a input. So based on the email, we are going to find that if the user is already exist or not. I hope you're getting. So here I'll do, sorry, this will return error. Now first of all, what I'll do, right, so I'll do email equals, so I'm just going to take strings, so we're going to import strings, and this is going to give you to lower, and what you're going to pass, so I'm just going to do a strings, let's do, no, not trim space, and we're going to pass the email here. Okay, so this will be the first thing. We're going to create a filter. I already explained in the previous section that we are going to use something called basin.m. So this is going to create a simple filter. Now here what you are going to pass, you're going to pass the property that based on what we are going to find. So we're going to find based on the email property, because this is the property that we are going to store in our DB, and this will be this email that we are creating, right? So this email, so here we are going to simply pass that, okay, if this email is equal to this email, so it will satisfy this particular condition. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a var, and type will be user struct, and then how you're going to do it, so I'm just going to take a error, and I'll do r.column, and you're going to do find one. This pop-up is irritating, man, I don't like this. Okay, so find one is going to take this context and the filter. So context will be the context that you are receiving, and here filter will be this filter, right? And what you need to do here, so you're just going to do decode, and you're going to pass the this u. Okay, so this is done. Now just give one small check here, that if error is not equals nil, so what I'll do simply, so just check something like this, right? So if the errors dot is, and you're going to pass here the error, and we'll check if this is a Mongo related any error. So I'll do Mongo dot, and I'll do error no documents, so in that case I'm going to return user will be empty, and in that case I'm just going to do Mongo dot error no documents. Okay, or else I'm just going to return user will be empty, and simply I'll do fmt.errorf, and you'll do find by id failed, because either two things possible, right? In case of error, either the data is not present, so return a Mongo no error documents, Mongo error no documents, right? No data is present, or else there can be something goes wrong in the operation only. So in that case it will be a general error that find by email failed. Okay, so this will be we are going to pass the error. If there are no error, so you're going to return the u, means the current user, and the error will be nil. Okay, so these two helper function we need to write first of all. Now what will be our next step? So we have created our repo. Now we'll be creating our service. Now remember, in the service we need to now write what will be your service. Consider this one to a, or not consider, compare this one to a Node.js project. So you created your let's say controller, then now you're creating your services. So in services you'll be creating all your methods, right? Let's say you're going to have a register method, and now from these services you're going to call these methods here, which is going to do what? Which is actually doing the database operation here, right? So this is the database operation. This is a database operation. Now why actually we are keeping this one in two separate files? Just to keep the code clean, and also it will make sense. You can't write each and every logic in a single file, right? So this is done. So now what will be our next step? So next step will be, now we'll be creating service.go file. Now here we need to write quite a few things, right? And you need to understand that how we are going to create the JWT related logic and everything, how authentication and authorization work, but let's do slowly. Okay, so I'm going to create the package user. So first I'm going to do two things. First I'm going to create a service struct. So service struct means what are the things that we need here, that I'm going to actually what to say, like I'm going to model the things that I need. For example, in this service file I need the repo, I need the JWT secret, because whenever I'm going to, let's say, log in a user, I need the JWT related logic. Whenever I'm going to do a register, I need something related to JWT. Basically I'm trying to explain. So this is the things that, what are the things that you need. These you need to understand based on your project requirements. So for example, let's say I'm creating this project and I'm taking these two things. Doesn't mean that in every project you are going to take these two things. So this is why I'm keep repeating these things. For example, let's say I'm going to take a type service, which will be a struct, right? Now here I need the repo. So this repo will be your repo struct, and then you're going to have the JWT secret, which will be a string. Now in your project that you are creating, maybe you are creating a freelancing project or your client project, you can have 10 things here, right? You need to understand that what are the things you need, and based on that you need to take. And now I'm going to create the function, which will be my new service, and here I'm going to take the repo. So this will be our repo. I'm also going to take out JWT secret, which will be a string. And here what I'm going to return, I'm going to return this my struct, which will be service. So here I'm going to take service. So what I'll return, you're going to return, so I'll return service, and inside this you're going to return the repo, which will be this repo that you're getting, and then you're going to return the JWT secret. So we'll do JWT secret, which will be this JWT secret. Okay, so this will be our first thing. Now what I'm going to do, so let's start with first register. So let's create our first register input, and this will be a struct. So here I need email. So whenever I'm going to register, I need an email. I'm going to take this one as a string, and in JSON this will be email, and then I'm going to take a password, which also will be a string, and here I'm going to take the JSON, and this will be my password. Similarly we are going to take for our login also, but let's first start with register. So now I'm going to create our first service, which will be our register service. I'm going to do function, and here I'm going to take s, which will be our service struct, and I'm going to create our register. Now see how we are doing this. So I'll do register. So register is going to take the context, which will be context dot context, and also we will take the input, right? Maybe I'll take this one as not here, man, here. So I'll take this one as input, right? Or let's do this one as input, which will be our this register input. Okay, we have imported. Why this giving error, man? Okay, that is my machine is slow. Okay, now we need to return an auth result, right? So I'm just going to create one more type. I'm going to do auth result, and I'll do struct. See, this is very irritating. Okay, and here I will return a token, which will be a string, and here I'm just going to return a JSON, and this will be token, and also I'm going to maybe return the user. And now I need this public user that we have created, public user. So I'm going to take the public user and let's give this one as JSON, and this will be user. So I'm going to return these two info. So I'm going to return the auth result, and if there are any error, so I'm going to return that. Okay, now we are going to make use of this repo services methods here, that which is actually doing what? It's actually the database layer which is interacting with your DB. So these methods now we are going to use here. So first I'm going to take email, and here I'm just going to do strings dot to lower, and inside this I'm going to do strings dot trim space, and I'm going to do input dot email. Okay, and similarly you're going to do for pass. So let's do pass, which is password, and I'm going to copy this. So I'll do input dot password. Okay, now give a small check that if email is equal empty or pass equal empty, so in that case I'm going to return, so I'll return an auth result, and then I'll just do errors dot I think it's called errors dot new. So errors dot news, and I'm going to do email and password are required. Also we can do some extra check, right? For example, let's say if you want to give the validation of the password has to be at least 6 characters long, so I'm just going to take if, and I'll do a length of the pass if this is less than 6. So I'm going to give one more check here, that you're going to return auth result will be empty, and I'm also going to do errors dot new, and you'll do password must be at least 6 characters long. Okay, now what I'm going to do, simply now we are going to use this. Okay, now you'll understand why you created this. So first, so consider whenever you're going to create a new user, you need to first find the user by the email, right? That if that user email is already present, if the user is already present, you will not allow another user to register with the same email. So what will happen, there will be 2 users with same email, so you'll not understand which user is doing what. So you need to give some kind of condition, right? That if that abc.@gmail.com user is already registered, you will say that email is already registered, now you need to register with a different email. So what you're going to do, simply I'm going to take an error here, and I'm just going to now do s is my service dot repo. So I will take the s, so I'll do dot repo, and dot lc, that we are having find by email, which is receiving the context and the email. So context will be your context that you are going to pass, and email will be this email, right? So now it's going to find based on the user. So now you're going to do if error is equal to nil. Okay, now remember, if error is nil means there is no error from this particular one. So in that case, what I'm going to do, that means this user is already registered. So we are going to return auth result, and then I'm just going to do errors dot new, and I'll do email is already registered, please try with a different email. So this is done. Also we need to give one more check here, sorry I forgot. So I'll do if email is not equals nil, and if false of errors dot is, we are going to pass this error, and if this mongo dot error no document, if this condition satisfied, then also you are going to return auth result will be empty, and we are going to return the error. Means if error is not nil, means there is error, and if this is means this one is false, this condition, so in that case also we are going to return the error, so not going to return anything. Now what I'm going to do, so now what we need to do, right? We are going to use the bcrypt, because I already mentioned that we are going to hash the password, we can't store the password directly. So for this one we are going to just install these two, right? We need the bcrypt package and the JWT both. So I'm going to copy this now, and let's install this. Also we need these. Okay, so now okay, let's do one thing. Maybe we can create one more file here. I think that will be better, right? So let's do one thing. Let's create one more folder here inside this, and I'm going to create auth, and I'm going to create a jwt.go. Okay, so here only we are going to manage all the these JWT related things, where we'll be creating the token, we are going to parse the token, these kind of things. So first I'm going to do a package, and let's do this one as auth, and now I'm going to do type, and let's do this one as claims. Alright, so now what I'll do, right, so we'll make this one as struct. Now first thing, so we are going to take two things here. Okay, so first I'm going to take the standard JWT claims. So for example, what will be the expiry, what will be the subject, when the issue will happen, so issued at, all these properties. And then also we are going to take one more claim, that will be role. So role is nothing but, so let's say whatever project that you are creating, you can have multiple roles, you can have only 2 roles, you can have only 1 role, something like that. To take the standard claims, what we'll do, we have installed the JWT package, right? So I'm going to import this, and then this is going to give you this register claim. Okay, so again it's very slow. So in the meantime, let's take a role, and role will be what? So this will be a string, and here, so I'm just going to take this one as JSON, and this will be role. Okay, so now here what we are going to do, right, we'll be creating mainly two functions. One will be create token, that is going to create the token, and one will be to parse the token. See how slow this is. This is crazy slow, man. Okay, so this will be register claims, right? So you can see that you have issuer, subject, audience, all those things, right? Expires at, issued at, all those properties. So first let's create the first function, and this will be create token. So what are the things this is going to receive? First, it's going to receive your JWT secret. Okay, so this will be string. It's going to receive the user ID. It's very important because you are going to store the user ID in your token. And also you are going to have the very important role, because if you have multiple roles in your project, so you need to understand that based on the token that the user is actually logged in, you need to understand if that user is a normal user or if that user is an admin user. So here you are going to take this one as string, and I'm going to return string, and in case if there are any error, so I'm going to return the error. Okay, so first thing what I'll do, right, let me just close this. So I'll take the current time here, so I'm just going to do time dot now, and let's make this one to UTC. Okay, so this will be the first thing, and maybe let's do expiry, and expiry I'm just going to do now, and let's do add property. And here what you can do, right, so I'm just going to do maybe 7 into 24 into let's do time dot hour. Okay, so this, now I'm going to create the claims. So I'll do claims, and here, so first I'm going to take the claims. Okay, and what you're going to pass, right, so we'll be taking these registered claims. Okay, and now what you're going to do, you're going to use jwt.register claims, and here what you're going to pass, you can pass the properties. For example, let's say I want to pass a subject. Okay, and what will be my subject? Now this is the important part, and this will be only easy if you have already worked with any other technology where actually you've implemented JWT. If not, so what actually you're simply telling here that this subject is nothing but, you consider, if I try to explain in a simpler way, it's a unique identifier, right? So for example, let's say in the subject, if I'm saving my user ID, so what will happen when the token will be created, so in that token your user ID will be actually encrypted, so it will be actually present. So let's say if I have a token something like start with EJ and then blah blah, so this token will be different for different user, right, whenever they will be logged in based on that particular session. But remember, for every token your user ID will be stored, means when you're going to decode this particular token, you will be getting that particular user ID, so that if there are two users, you will be able to differentiate between these two different tokens, that okay, this is user A and this is user B. Okay, so this will be your subject, and I'm also going to give a issued at, this is actually important, and here I'm just going to do JWT, and this is going to do see numeric date, and here you're going to pass the current now property, and you're going to do the expire at. Expire set will be nothing but your expired value that you have taken. So we'll do expire set, which will be jwt.new new numeric date, and I'm going to pass the expiry. Okay, so this is going to create the claims, and now what we need to do, right, we are also going to pass a role here. This is very important, right? Role will be important because role can be a user, it can be admin, it can be a super admin, it can be any other role. So This is done. Now what I'm going to do, right, so let's create a variable here and let's do JWT dot, and I'm going to do new with claims. Okay, so new with claims creates a new token with the specified signing method and claims, whatever properties that we have passed here. And here what are we going to pass? We're going to pass a method. So I'm just going to do, so if you see, right, you have different signing methods here. Now for this one, what we are going to do, right, we are going to use this signing method ES256, and what you have to pass, you have to pass the claims. Claims is nothing but the claims that you have passed. Now remember, I'm going to repeat once again, this is very important. You have to pass the subject here properly and the role. Why? Because based on this user ID and role only, you'll be able to understand at the end, whenever you'll be having a token, that okay, this user belongs to this token belongs to this particular user, and this user has a role which is a user role or admin role. Because whenever you're going to apply RBAC means role based authentication, so you need to understand if this user is a normal user or an admin user. Okay, I hope you're getting. So you have to pass the claims here. So this is done. Now let's do signed, and I'll do error, and I'm going to do token, and this is going to give you this signed string. Okay, and what you're going to pass here, so you have to pass the JWT secret. So I'm just going to take here, so if you see, it's take a key, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a byte and let's pass the JWT secret. So now JWT secret is nothing but that JWT secret you have taken in your env file, remember? Okay, so it's going to create that. Now I'm just going to do if error is not nil. So what I'll do, so return will be, so string will be empty because there is a error, and in the error maybe I'll do fmt dot error f, and maybe I'll do sign token field, and pass the error. If there are no error, so you're going to return the token. So this will be our signed and error will be nil. Okay, so this will be your first method which is going to create the token. Now remember, at the end we are going to use this where in our service, because if we go to our service, till now what we have done, that we will get the input will have the email and password. This email and password you're going to get from your front end side. So in front end side, user is going to type email, they're going to type the password, and you're going to receive this. Based on that, it's going to do all this check. And now after this, what I'm going to do, right, so first I'm going to use bcrypt, because we need to do what we are going to create a password hash. This is important. You're not going to save the direct password in your DB, and that is absolutely not needed, right? You don't need to do that, or you should not do that ever. So what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to create a byte. So I'll do hash bytes, and we'll do error, and now I'm just going to do bcrypt. So I'm going to import bcrypt. So you have the package, right? So this will be our bcrypt, and now what you're going to do, right, so this is going to give you, if not wrong, generate from password. Okay, and here you're going to get the password, and you also need to pass a cost. So what I can do, right, the password will be your pass, this one. And so if I go over here, you can see that this will be bytes. So what I'll do, we'll go here, and then we'll just take this one, so we'll do byte, and you're going to pass what? You're going to pass the pass is your password. This password is the input that you are getting from your front end side. Remember, you always need to consider or think as a full stack developer. Even if you are a complete backend, remember at the end, when some user is going to use your website, they don't have any idea of this, right? So there has to be some kind of place where they're going to type the password. So you are going to get the password from a front end only. Okay, for your testing we can test this, but at the end it's going to coming from a user side, right? User is going to type the password, you'll be getting the password here, and what you can do, right, you can pass a cost. So you'll do bcrypt.default cost. Okay, so this is done. Now I will again give a check here. So see, I'm giving check every single time. So I'm just going to do a return. I'll do auth result will be empty, and then I'm going to do fmt.error f, and I'll do hashing of password failed, and then we are going to use the error if there are no error. So now we are going to now do what? So at the end we will be actually creating this method here, right? We're getting error here. This is dependency error. We will see this. I think in other files also we are getting all this error. to add go get driver. Okay, this we are going to install. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, first we're going to we'll do now, and I'm going to do time dot now, and then we're going to do UTC, and then I'm going to create the user. So I'll take a U, and this will be the user struct that we have, and inside this first we're going to pass a email. So email will be our email, this email, so this will be our email. Then we're going to pass the password has will be, remember, very important, you can't save this password. This is your direct password that you're getting. What you need to pass is you need to use these hash bytes that you have created here. And to use this, what you can do, you can just use a string, and here you are going to use these hash bytes, and then you're going to pass a role. So by default I'm going to pass the role as user. Okay, if I want to change this to admin, you can directly change from the DB. For now, created at will be now, and updated at also will be now. Okay, so this is done. Now what I'm going to do, right, so now I'll be creating the user. So I'll do created, and I'm going to do error, and this will be now, see, now if you go here, so we have this as, which is our service struct. Service struct is have our repo, and if you go to our repo, you'll be having this create method, and this create method is actually saving the user, right? So here, so now what I'm going to do, so I will now going to save or call that particular method. So I'll do as.repo, see, okay, dot, and you'll see that you're going to have the create is going to take the context is this context, and then you're going to pass the user is just now you have created this user, so you're going to pass this u here. Okay, and then you're going to give a check that if error is not nil, so I'm just going to return, so I'll do auth result, and I'm going to do error. So this is done. Now we are going to create the token. Now again, one more thing I wanted to mention, that if in case you don't want to create the token once the user registered, it's absolutely fine. What you can do, right, you can redirect, or you can return a message that okay, you have created you have registered now, but you have to log in to create the token, something like that. But for now I'm going to keep this one simple because I'm creating for beginners. So for now let's create the token directly, but it's up to you. You can create the token once user will log in instead of creating after register. So here I'm just going to do error, and this will be okay. So what we're going to do, right, we'll be using our auth package, right, because this token is inside an auth package. So I'm going to use auth. We are going to import the auth, and then I'm just going to do dot, so get create token. Okay, and now how you're going to do this is JWT secret. So we have taken this, right, this JWT secret. So here I'm just going to do JWT secret. What are the things that it's going to take? It's going to take the user ID. User ID will be now how you will be getting. So let's see if you can guess this part, that how you're going to get this user ID. Now see, this user ID will be getting from this created. Why? Because if you go to this create method that you have created, once it is going to save that user, you see, notice, it's going to give you the inserted ID, or basically let's say if I'm creating a new user, it's going to give an ID, and that ID I'm actually saving here in this u.id, and I'm returning. Okay, so now if I just do here, okay, this created, and if I do dot, you see we have an ID. Okay, and then I'm going to use hex, and then also I'm going to pass the role. So role will be this created dot role. I hope this is clear. So now this is going to create the token. And then what you can do, just give one small check here, that if error is not nil, so you're going to return auth result, and then you're going to return the error, or else now we are going to finally return the result. So I'm going to do auth result, and inside this I'm going to return the token. So token will be this token that we have created, and we are also going to return the user. User will be which user? Now if you go to the model, you see we have created this two public method where we are going to pass this user, which is going to return in this particular format. So you can call this function here. So I'll do two public, and what you have to pass, so you're going to pass the newly created user. But what will be your newly created user? Newly created user will be this created user. So here you're going to pass the created, and there is no error, so you're going to pass nil. Okay, Alright, so now till this part, this is completed. So once we created the service, what will be our next step? The next step will be, now we are going to create the handler. Handler is nothing but, handler is basically your route you can consider where we are going to use these services, and then we are going to return the result or return the JSON back to the user. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now you will be creating the handler, and before that I wanted to mention one quick point. You are seeing some errors, right? And that error was nothing, so I just restarted my server and everything was alright, right? So there is no dependencies or anything. In case you are getting, so what you can do, right, you can just run go mod tidy and I think it will be resolved. Still, if you are getting, write it down in the comment, I'll try to see, but most of the times you'll not get. Maybe see what will happen, right? So I'll record for 5-10 minutes and then I'll do something else, okay, and then again I'll come back after maybe 3 hours or 4 hours and again I'm going to record. So sometimes it will give some error, or there can be some server related issues and everything. So I just restarted and everything, all errors are gone, right? Okay, so now what I'll do, right, so now see, services is done. So now services is going to interact with your repo is going to interact with your DB. So repo is your database layer. So now what you're going to do will be creating our handler. So here let's go to our user, and what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create handler.go. So first of all, this will be inside same package. So you are going to take the package will be what, user. Now what I'm going to do, so first I'm going to create a type handler which will be struct, and here what I'm going to do, let's take something like SVC, and I'm just going to take this one as service. Now here what I'll do, right, simply, so let's create our function, and I'm going to do new handler, and here I'm going to take this SVC which will be service, and what this is going to return, so it's going to return the handler, and you're going to just take this handler, and here you'll be passing SBC, will be this SBC that you're getting. So this is going to create a new handler which we are going to use once we'll be creating our we are going to sync or add this one in our main route file, but not now. But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create our register handler. So for, if you notice that we actually, if you just consider the whole flow, you'll see it is actually divided into 4 parts. Okay, first one is your database layer, then you have your service logic or business logic, which is actually calling your repo is talking to your DB, and this handler is talking to your service. I hope you're getting right. And this handler, whatever handler that we are using, then we'll be using this handler in our main route file. So it's a 4-step process. So here what I'll do simply is I'm going to take H, and this will be what you're going to have your handler. So I'm going to give this one as register, and I'm going to take our Gin context. So I'm going to take Gin.context. Alright, so first what I'll do, right, so I'm going to take var in, and I'm just going to take, if you go to the service, we have taken this register input, right? So here I'm just going to take this one as register input. Now first I'm going to check if error not equals. So here I'm just going to do, I just wanted to give some small validation, right? So I'm just going to do c.should-bind JSON, and here I'm going to pass this in or input. You can take this one as input. Let's take input only. So input, and then you're going to check if error is not equal to nil. So in that case I'm just going to return a c.json, and I'm going to do http.status bad request. Okay, we need to import this. And bad request, and then I think we have imported. Okay, then here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to pass a gin.h, and maybe let's do error, and I'll do invalid JSON body. Okay, so this is done, and don't forget to return. So this will be first check, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just do here create the output. But now here you have to understand what this handler is going to call this register service. Register service is actually calling the if you go here, the repo. Okay, so handler is calling service, service is calling repo. So here I'm going to take output, let's take out only insert, and then I'm going to do error. So here it is going to take the handler we have taken the this SBC, right, which is the taking the service right here. So here I'm going to take h dot sbc dot, and you can see you have register. Okay, register is going to take the context and the input. Input is basically nothing but your body, right? So what will be your context? So context, this part I already mentioned, this will be your request context. Okay, so this is the request.context. Now here you are going to pass the input. I hope this is clear. Then you are going to check again that if this is not nil, so you're going to do c.json and you're going to do http.status bad request, and I'll do gin.h and I'll do error, and let's do take this error dot error, and I think this is done. And what else? Also we are going to return. Now if there are no error, I don't think we have to take anything else here. So now we can directly return c.json. So we'll do http dot, because we are doing saving, right? So it will be status created, and here you are going to pass out, so your output, and that's it. So this is done. So now next step will be, so we are going to use this in our router file. Router means we already created our HTTP router, right, in our inside this HTTP server. So this is our router. So what we are going to do here? So first of all, this router is going to receive an input. So what input is going to receive, I'm going to explain now only. Now see, first here you have the health route. Okay, first of all we need to create our repo. So we are going to create our user repo, this user repo. So if you go to user repo, right, this user repo, new repo, but here if you see, this repo is going to receive a db. That means you are going to pass the input in this particular function db, but from where you are going to get this db, right? So this is where what you're going to do, right? So let's do in the reverse way. So first I'm going to go to my main.go file, and if you noticed, here we have created this app.go file. You remember this app.go file? Here actually I've created the config, you have created the this MongoDB and everything, and you're returning the config, Mongo client and the db, right? And this app you're using in your main.go file. So if you go here, see, this is the app. I hope you're getting, this is very important, right? This is the app. So app.new context. What you have to do, right, in this new router, when you're creating this new router is nothing but this router here. So you need to go here and you have to pass this a as a input here. Okay, so this is very important. So you're going to pass this as an input here. So we have to go there and we have to take this. I hope you're getting, right? So what we have done, in case you're getting confused here, so you can note like write in comment, but you have to pass this a. Why? Because until unless you're going to pass the a, this a is going to give you the db config and everything, right? So now if I go to my let's go to the router.go file, right? Where is that router? This one. So now what you're going to do, you're going to receive this as an input here. I hope this is clear. So now you're going to take input a, and what will be the type? So this will be app dot app. Is this clear? So this app dot app, right? Now you see, if you go to this, you have this app, right? The type, this app has config, Mongo client and db, and this app you're using in your main.go file, right? If you see, you're creating the new instance of this app here, and this app you're passing as an input in your router. So this router is going to receive this as an input. Now what will happen? Let's say if I wanted to create my repos, I'll do user repo. So now I'm going to do user dot repo, right? And this is going to receive, so you have to import this. So we're going to import this. Let me just we have imported, right? So this is going to have the repo. So if I do dot repo, so this is going to receive what? So if you go here, right, this is going to receive your db. So if you go in this, it's going to receive, oh sorry, I've done some mistake, not repo, this will be user dot new repo. New repo, this is going to receive the db. So but from where you're going to get the db? Now this a or this app is going to give you. So if you just do a dot, and you see you're getting db, Mongo client, config and everything, I need the db. So that means now in this new repo we are passing this db as a input. I hope this is clear. So now it's going to create the new repo. Once you'll create the new repo, now you're going to create the user svc. Now user svc is going to do what? So you're going to do user dot new service, and it's going to receive the repo. This repo is nothing but this repo just now you have created, and it's going to receive the JWT secret. But from where you're going to get the JWT secret? Now this is also, again, this A is going to give you, or app is going to give you. Why? Because if you go to the app has this config is nothing but what? The environment variables, right? So if I do here that, okay, I'm going to pass the user repo in this new service, and the JWT secret will be a.config.jwt secret. That's it. See, everything is related, right? Now you're going to create the user handler. So I'm going to do user handler, and this will be user.new handler. Okay, and this is going to receive the SVC. So this will be your SVC. So basically what you have done, right, you have created all those files previously, and now we are joining all the pieces together. So you have user repo, you have user SVC, and you have user handler. Now what you can do simply, so you take your router and you'll do .post, and now you're going to give the route. Okay, that when I'll go to the register route, I'm going to take this user handler, and then I'm going to call the register method. That's it. So that means now whenever I'm going to hit this endpoint, I'm going to call this register endpoint here. So with this, now our register logic is finally completed. I already mentioned that this will be a long process, right? It's not that much simple. Alright, so now let's test the register route. Okay, so we'll go to the Postman, and first we'll change this one to post. Let's make this one register. We'll go to body, and what are the things that we need? First we need the email, and I'm going to do this one to sangam@gmail.com, and we're going to do a password, and let's do maybe 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then I'm going to send. Okay, we're getting Mongo no documents in result. Okay, let's go to the service. We're giving some check here. Oh, this will be not nil, this will be error, no documents. Sorry, my bad. This will be no documents. Okay, so now we'll see what is happening, right? So first, okay, it's running now. We'll go here and try to send. Okay, now we are getting a different error. Sign in token. Okay, this I got it. Means we have used some different key there while creating the token. So, okay, we have, see, we have to use a different one. So I'm going to do sign in method h26. No, this will be hs256. Save this. Okay, so now we'll go here. Oh, that means this email is already present. Okay, let's go here. So first we'll delete this, and now we will just test it. Fantastic. So now we are getting, so we'll just refresh. Okay, this is getting set. Now if we send this, you should be getting email is already registered. Change this one to a different email, send again. Okay, role is user. So we'll go here, refresh this. So now you're getting 2 users. That means register is working absolutely fine. So that is the 2 mistake that you have done, but this is done. So now we'll move to the login. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now we'll start with login. So I'm in the service file first. So let's create one more function. So I'm just going to do function. So we'll take our service and let's give this one as login. So what are the things that we will be getting? So we're going to get the context. So this will be context.context, and also I'll be getting the input. And let's do one thing. So I think we haven't created the login input, right? So let's go to our repo, and I think in the repo only we have created that. So we'll go here. Let me just check. Not repo. I think in the model, or we're actually created in the, no, in the service only we have created that, right? So this one. So here also we'll be getting 2 things, right, in the login part also. So I'm just going to do this one as maybe let's do login input, and here also will be getting the email which will be same password, which will, this also will be exactly same. So now here let's go to this, and then I'm just going to give the input, and this will be our login input. What this is going to return, same thing, auth result and the error. Okay, so the first thing what I'll do, so let's copy from here. So we'll be just using the same logic for both. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're just going to use it here, same. And then maybe let's do the same check that we have taken this part. Okay, and also you can give the same check here, both. Copy this, and then you're going to just paste it here. Okay, so now what will be your next step? So first, what you need to do whenever you are going to log in, first of all, again, see, whenever a user will be logging, right, so they will be entering email. So first you're going to check that if that user is present in your DB or not. So that will be your first thing. If the user is not present, so you will not allow that particular user to log in. It's very common sense, right? So either that user needs to register or they can't log in. So for that, what I'll do, I'm just going to take the current user and I'm going to check. So how we can check this? So we're going to do s.repo, and you can see that we already have this find by email, and this is going to give you that whether the user is present or not. Simple. So I'll pass the context and we're going to pass the email, right? And now I'm simply going to do if the error is not equals nil. So in that case, I'm just going to give a errors dot, and let's do is, and here I'm going to pass the error and the target. So I'm just going to do error, and I'll do Mongo. Now this time will not make the mistakes, and this will be error no documents, not nil documents, error no documents. And then I'm simply going to return. So I'll do auth result will be empty, and here I'm just going to do errors dot new, and here I'm just going to do maybe invalid credentials. Okay, so this is done. Or else in general I'm just going to return auth result, and I'm going to pass the error. So this will be our first check. Once this is done, then what we need to do, it is exactly same thing, right? So whenever user will be typing a password, and the password that is stored in your DB, this one, so both you are going to check that if both the password is matching or not. As simple as that, right? I hope you're getting what I mean. If both the password is matching, that means this user is actually given proper credentials, and in this user will be able to log in, or will allow that particular user to log in. If the user password is wrong, that means either some other user is trying to access this account, or the user that already using the account, he is giving or she is giving password wrong, right? So that means we need to somehow compare both the password. So we're going to compare this password that is stored in the DB and the password that user is typing from their UI. So to do this, what I'll do, simply I'm just going to do if error, and I'll do here bcrypt. Now see, we need bcrypt, and this is going to give you this compare hash and password. As simple as that. So here you're going to pass the hash password. Remember, both are in byte. So hash password is the password that is actually stored in your DB. Don't make this one, don't get confused. Hash password is the password that is stored in your DB. That means, let's say I'm talking about this particular user, so this password will be the hash password, and the password that, if you go here, this password is the password that user is actually typing from their UI. Then only you will be able to check, right? So here what you are going to pass. So how you'll be getting the hash password? This hash password you'll be getting from here, right? Whenever you will be, so let's say I'm taking this user for example, and this user is given sangam@gmail.com. So this email I'm going to pass it here, and in this user I'll be having the information, right, that if the user is stored in the DB or not, and this U is going to give you all the properties of that user. So if you just do here, so what do we need to do, right? Okay, first of all we're going to take this on byte, and now I'm just going to do what? So we'll be doing U, and if you do dot, and see that you're getting all the properties and everything. So I'm going to take the password has, and I'm going to compare this one with, so we'll take byte, and this will be your password. This password is nothing but this password, okay, the input dot password. So here I'm going to pass the pass. Okay, so this is done, and then I'm simply, let's give a check that if the error is not nil, so I'm going to return an auth result of empty, and then I'm just going to do errors dot new, and I'm just going to pass the invalid credentials or wrong password, whatever you want to give. So this is done. Now we are going to create the token. Now I already mentioned one thing, I just wanted to mention so that you guys will you all will comment, right, that why we are creating token in both register and login. I already mentioned clearly, for your register, if you want, you can skip this part, right? You don't have to create the token. What you can do, when user will register, you can directly result the directly return the user and just return a message that okay, you are registered now, and now please log in to continue. That means instead of creating the token first time, you are first allowing user to register, then again user needs to log in, then only they'll be able to access. It's up to you. So now here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to do token and I'll do error, and here I'm just going to do auth dot create token, right? And here you're going to get the JWT secret. What you're going to pass, you're going to pass the your u.id.hex, this I already mentioned, and you're going to pass the role, which will be u.role. Now you're going to do if error is not equals nil, so in that case you're going to return auth result, and then you're going to return error, and at the end you're going to return auth result, and you'll be returning what? You're going to return the token. Token will be your token. You're going to return the user, and user will be your to public of that user, and don't forget to pass the error as nil. So that means this service is now completed. So once service is completed, now we are going to create the handler. Now handler will be pretty simple, right? So what we are going to do simply, so here just now we have created for registered, so I'm going to create one for login. So I'm just going to do function, so I'll take the handler, I'll do login, I'll take our Gin context. So first I'm going to take the input, so this will be input and this will be your login input, and then you're going to do if error equals, so here I'm just going to do C, or maybe you can copy from here only while you're writing. So let's copy this, paste it here, and then I'm just going to do out, I'll do error, and you're going to do as.sbc dot, now you're going to get the login. Login is going to take the context, which is the request context, comma, it's going to take the input, so you're going to pass the input, and then if error is not equals nil, so in that case you're going to do, so I'm just going to pass it here, right? Maybe let's copy this, and you're going to return, and then at the end you're going to do c.json, so I'll do http.status, maybe okay, and you're going to pass the out or the output. Okay, so this is done. Now I think we have completed our register and login flow. This is router we have already added, right? Okay, here only we need to now add, so I'm just going to do r.post, and this will become login, and this will be your user handler.login. Okay, all right, so now we are going to test it. So we'll go here and let's change this on to post, and let's do this on, oh sorry, this will be login, and let's go to body, and what I'll do, right, so let's use email, so I'll use this, but I'm going to give the password as wrong, right? Okay, I will give 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and let's try to send. So again, invalid credentials or wrong password, so I'm going to give now correct password, but I'm going to do wrong email. Change this, click this invalid credentials. Now I'm going to do correct one, send again, and you're getting the token. This is your user with ID and everything, right? That means we have actually successfully completed our login flow. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be we are going to implement a middleware, right? So middleware is nothing but now we will move into role-based authentication, right? Role-based authentication means what? See, there are always two-step process you need to understand. One it's like you have two guards, right? The first guard is that you have to first log in. The second guard is the restriction. For example, let's say you are creating a website and you have 5 pages, and in that particular website there are 2 users. One user is a normal user, second user is a admin user. Okay, so second user will be a admin user. Okay, I'm going to repeat. So those 5 pages that you are going to have, let's say 3 pages out of those 5 pages, 3 pages anyone can access, means a normal user also will be able to access, but the page number 4 and 5 is like a restricted page, only certain user can access. Okay, so that means here what we will do that, okay, if you are admin, then only you'll be able to access these 4 or 5 pages. But how we are going to check it? So we're going to check it based on what? Based on this role, right? For now we don't have any admin user. We can directly change here in the database. It's absolutely fine. For example, let's say I'm just going to change this user only to admin. Now for this one you can do a lot of ways, like there are n number of ways you can do that. You can write admin seed script, but for now we can directly change this one to admin. Okay, so this will be updated. Now if you go here and let's say try to send, right, you'll see that you'll be getting now admin. So this user will be now considered as admin user, which is fine. But the point that you need to understand that, okay, now if you're admin user, then only you'll be able to access these 4 or 5 pages. If you're a normal user, you won't be able to access. So we are going to show some kind of like that, okay, this is a restricted page. You don't have certain roles to visit this particular page, and this is very, very important concept. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that, right? Just okay, let's remove this part, save this. Okay, first we'll go here and let's go to internal, and then I'm going to create a middleware folder, and inside this let's do maybe auth.go, and then let's close everything else. So first I'm going to create a package which will be middleware. Now what I will do, right, now remember here you need to understand one thing. You know, right, we have the Gin context. Now Gin context is going to give you each and every like methods and everything that you need to do your job, right? So you're doing c dot something, and then you'll be getting all the methods and everything. What you're going to do, right, we are going to store our auth data. Now this is very important. Store our auth data info in our Gin context using keys. So we'll do store auth data info into Gin context. This is similar to, you know, if you work with Node.js. I'll give you one example. So let's say you are having a user information, right? You are getting the token, and you are checking that if the user is authenticated, and then what you are doing, right, you are doing request. So request is the request object in your Node.js or Express, and then you are doing user, and then you are storing your user info in this. So that means what will happen, whenever next time you are going to use the request info, you'll be able to get the user, current user, or the auth user information from this object. Okay, I hope this is clear. So same thing we are going to do. So I'm just going to take a const, and maybe let's take 2 things. So first I'm going to take context, and let's do user id key, and let's do this one as auth dot user id. Second, maybe let's take the role key, because role is important because we have 2 roles, right? So we need to actually have some kind of scenario where we are going to check if the user is a normal user or it's a admin user. So I'm just going to do ctx, maybe what we can do role key, and this will be what, auth dot role. Okay, now what I'm going to do, so we're going to create a function. Okay, now let's say how we are going to do this. I'm just going to do auth required. Okay, so first step, this is going to receive your JWT secret. This is the first step. Okay, so it's going to take the string, and here this is going to return. So I'm going to import Gin, and this will be Gin.handler function. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to return a function, and this will be context. So I'm going to take our Gin context. Okay, so what will be the first step? First step is how you usually send your token from a request. So consider you have a front end. So normally you're going to send how? So you will be having something called authorization, right? So you're going to have an authorization header, remember? And this is where you're going to pass it like this. So you're going to have a bearer token. So to bearer, there will be a space. This is very important. And then you're going to have the token here. So now whenever I'll be getting the token from my authorization header, I need to remove this bearer. I need to remove this space, and I have to take the right side. Okay, I hope you're getting. So this will give me the token which I'm going to validate. So these, from this authorization token, I'm going to get my this token. So first I'm going to take a auth header, and this will be, see what we are doing. So first I'm going to take the strings. Okay, so I'm going to import strings, and this is going to give you dot trim space. And now you see what I'll do, very, very important. This context is going to give you the header information. So you're going to do get header. Okay, and here you're going to pass authorization. Now this is very important. So you're going to do authorization. If you see, if I go here, right, go to header, see you already have authorization, and if you go here, right, I'll do you have authorization. So this is what you need. So I'm going to copy this. So we'll do authorization. This is where you're going to get the headers, then you're going to check just if the auth header is empty, so definitely you're going to give a message here. So I'm going to do about, I think it's called about with status JSON, and here I'm just going to do http dot status maybe unauthorized, and then I'm just going to do gin.h, and here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do error and we'll do missing authorization token, and then you're going to return. Okay, so this will be the first step. Now what you're going to do, I already mentioned that we will be doing how we are going to do bearer, then you are going to get the token. So there will be a space in between, so you're going to split between the space. So this will be my left side, this will be my right side, so this will be my first element or this will be my second element, consider like that. So I'm going to take the right side, so which will give me the token. So now here, okay, after this, so I'm just going to do here parts, and you're going to do, right, so you're going to do strings, and you're going to get the split end. And these here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the auth header, and now remember I'm going to give a space here. Okay, so I'm going to give space and I'm going to take the second one. Okay, and then what you're going to do, I'm just going to give a length of parts, and if this is not equals 2, so in that case maybe you can do something like invalid authorization format, right? So I'm going to do again about c dot about with status JSON, and I'm going to do http dot status unauthorized, and here I'm going to do gin.h, and you're going to pass error, and you will do invalid authorization format, and you're going to return. Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to get, so I need to get the token string. Okay, so what I'm going to do, first of all I'm going to get the scheme. So let's take a variable, and I'm just going to do strings dot trim space, and I'm going to take the parts of 0, and I'm also going to get the token string which will be part of 1, right? I already mentioned the right side. So here you're going to do strings dot trim space, and we're going to do parts of 1. So this is done. Now why we have taken this scheme, now this is the important part. So I wanted to give an extra check that if the scheme is not bearer, so I'm just going to return an error that it has to be bearer token always. Okay, so I'm just giving an extra check. So I'm just going to do that if, so let's do maybe not equals strings dot equal fold. Okay, and here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the scheme, and then you have to pass the value. So value I'm just going to give this one as bearer. Okay, and then you are going to do again c dot about with status JSON, http dot status unauthorized, and you're going to do gin.h, and you're going to pass error, and you'll do authorization must be bearer format, right? Authorization scheme must be bearer, and you're going to return. Okay, again I need to give one more check here, so I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do if the token string is equal to empty. So then also I'm going to give a check that missing token here. Okay, so I think this is done. And now what we need to do, right, we need to create one more method in our auth JWT. So we have created one for create token. Now we are going to create one for parsing the token. So we need to parse the token. So here what I do, right, so let's create a function. So I'm going to do function, and I'm going to do parse token, which is going to receive the JWT secret. So this will be string, and here I'm going to get, also need to get the token, right? So based on the token we're going to check. So I'm going to do token string, which also will be a string, and here I'm going to return the claims, right? So claims we have created, right, these claims with the role. So I'm going to return if there are any error. So first of all, so let's create claim, which will be claims, and here I'm just going to do parsed. Now see what you're doing, parsed error, and now you're going to use the JWT and this is going to give you a method called parse with claims. Claims is very important. I already explained this part, right, that why we need the claims. So parse with claims. Okay, so let me explain you first what this is doing, right? So I just open this link. So you can see that what it's actually do, right? This is a function that is used to parse and validate the JWT token. So it has 4 things or 4 inputs that you need to understand. First, I already if you see here, right, if you hover here also, you're going to get all the details, but let's see in detail. So first it's going to take the token string, right? So this will be the one that you're going to get from the header, right? For example, let's say if I go here and here I'm going to pass that, okay, this will be my bearer, and then I'm going to pass the token. So this will be the token string, okay, whatever you're going to pass here, or basically this part here. So this is the first thing. Second, it's going to get the claims, right? Sorry, claims is nothing but the struct or the structure. Now you understand in a different way. I already explained that what this standard claims is going to do, or what it's going to have, but apart from this we are also going to managing our own role, right, based on user, or it can be admin, or in your case it can be have maybe more than 2 roles also. Then it's going to take a function, right? This will be to retrieve your secret key, and then the fourth one will be the options. So here you can pass certain options. For example, let's say I wanted to pass that, okay, whenever I want to valid, so I'm going to use a valid method to check a particular sign-in method only. But let's say how you're going to do that with the example. For now you won't be able to understand very clearly, and you can see all the explanation and everything here, it is written, right? But let me explain you here. All right, so first so it's going to take 4 things. So first I'm going to take the token string. And also one more thing, I changed this one to not claim but claims. Okay, just added one s, and this will be token string. Second, you're going to get or pass the claims. Okay, so this will be second thing. And now next will be the function, right, which is going to do what? It's going to actually give you the or retrieve the secret key. So here I'm going to take inside this, I'm going to take a function. And now here I'm going to take, let me maybe take this one as t, and this will be to get the token, right? So I'll do jwt.token. And now what are you going to do, right? So let's return. So I'm going to return an interface, and then I'm going to return an error also. Okay, so first what I'm going to do, first will be, or first concept will be to verify the algorithm. Now why? Because if you go here, right, it's very important. We have taken this particular algorithm, and this is what I was talking about. This is the algorithm that we are actually using. So in case you are creating the token, let's say someone else trying to create a token with a different sign-in methods, but while creating the token we use a different sign-in method, if both are not matching, so it's a wrong token. So in that case we're going to return an error. So I'm just going to do if, so we'll do t.method, and that will be a algo, I think it's, I don't know, in short it is ALG. It's like return the big identifier for this method. For example, let's say what kind of algorithm that you are using, this will be algorithm. So here if this is not equals, now see what you are doing, we'll do JWT. Okay, and now you are using a particular method, right? So I'm going to do JWT, and then you're going to do sign in method. So I'll do sign in method HS 256, right? HS 256, this is what we have used, HS 256 dot algo. If both are not matching, means you're going to return an error. So in that case you'll not be returning the claim, so I'm going to return nil, and here I'm just going to do fmt dot error f, and here you're going to do unexpected sign in method. And also maybe let's return an error, right? So I'll do, so what you can do, right, you're going to get this from t.header, and you're going to pass the here. So this is the first thing, or else you're going to return, so you're going to return the JWT secret. Why? Because if you see, it's going to retrieve the secret key. So here you're going to do, so this will be byte, and you're going to pass the JWT secret, or error will be nil. So this is done, and then you're going to give comma, and after this I'm going to pass options. Now what I'll pass in the options, right, I'm going to just pass a with valid methods. So I'm just going to simply tell here that, okay, here you just wanted to check that if this will be JWT dot sign in method HS 256 dot alg or not. Okay, So this is what I'm going to check here. So this will be the first step that we need to do. Now what we're going to do, right, we need to do a couple of checks here. So first I'm going to do if error is not equal to nil, right? So this error that we are having, if this is not equal to nil, here we'll do if this is not equal to nil. So in that case I'm going to return the claims will be empty, and you're going to just do, maybe let's do fmt.error f, and you will do parse token failed. Okay, and then you're going to pass the error. Also let's give one more check. So I'm just going to do if, so this parse that we have done, it's going to give you valid property. So if this is valid or not, so if you see, it's going to validate, specify if the token is valid or not, right? So it's going to pass check if this is false. So that means what, this is a wrong token. So I'm just going to do invalid token. So I can take the errors dot new, and here we're going to pass invalid token. Okay, so I think this is an errors we have imported, right? Okay, I think this is my laptop is slow. Let's see. Okay, now next thing what we can do, maybe we can do one more check here. So I'm just going to do if this claims dot, maybe let's do subject, if this is equal to empty. So in that case also I'm just going to return, so I'll do claims, and here I'm just going to return errors dot new, and here I will do token missing subject. If not, then you are going to return the claims, and you're going to return nil. Okay, so this will be our parse token method. Now the one thing that you need to understand here is that this parse with claims is the important part here. This is what actually we need to check. Why this is giving, oh, okay, so let's save this. Now I think this is done. So this part you need to understand, right, how it's doing the claims. And one more thing you need to check, that this method part is important. Why? In case while creating the token you're using a sign-in method or algorithm, but while parsing the token, if the user, whatever user is passing the token, right, while logging, or let's say doing whatever, not logging, doing any accessing any protected route, and they have created the token using a different algorithm, or let's say something manipulation they have done, so we're going to give a check here, right, that it's unexpected sign-in method. Also we are doing an extra option here to validate this particular method here. So this is also important. So now I think this part is completed. So what will be our next step? So now what we need to do, right, we will be going to this auth here. Here we are checking, right, that if the token is empty, we have done this. What else we have done? Okay, let me just check. So first of all, we are checking that, okay, if the auth header is empty, so it's missing authorization header. Then we are splitting, we are getting the bearer part. This will be our scheme. First part, right side will be your token. We are checking if this is not starting with bearer, that means we are writing that authorization scheme must be a bearer. If the token is empty, missing token, then we are going to do what? So now we are going to use this parse token method just now we have created. So I'm just going to do after this. So let's do here claims, and you'll do error, and now you'll do auth dot auth dot, and here we are going to have the parse token. Okay, so now here what you have to pass, we have to pass the JWT secret. Why you are doing JWR man here? Let's change this one to JWT. Save this. So here we are going to pass the JWT secret, but from where you'll be getting the JWT secret? JWT secret we are going to get here, right? So we're going to pass it here. So I'll do JWT secret, and then what else you're going to pass here? You're going to pass the token string. So token string is your this token string which you'll be getting from your bearer token. So you have the bearer, then the token, right? So this is what you're doing, this token. So here you're going to pass the token, so you're going to do token string. I hope this is clear. Now you're going to do if error is not equals nil again. So I'm just going to do c.abort with status JSON, and you're going to do http.status unauthorized. We'll do gin.h, and here you're going to do invalid or expired token. So I'll do invalid or expired token, and here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass return. Okay, now what we need to do, now you need to understand one very important concept. I will say very important. Okay, now I mentioned, right, that whenever we actually taking these key value pairs, which we are going to store in a Gin context, so that later whenever we need to understand that if the user is authenticated, whether I need to protect this particular route for that particular user or not based on that key. So what I will do, right, see clearly what we are doing. Now these claims is going to give you what? Claims is going to give you the auth.claims, which will be having your subject, your role. Very important. I already explained all those things, right? So what you can do, right, you're going to do C is your context, the Gin context, and you're going to do dot set, and this is where you're going to store a new value, new key value pair for this particular context, and this is where I'm going to give this context user key ID. Okay, so this is what we are going to use. I'm just going to do ctx user ID key, and these will be my claims dot, and then you're going to have the subject, then you're going to do c dot set, and I'm just going to do ctx role key, and this will be your claims, and now see, you'll be having role. Okay, now everything is actually connected. Now what you need to do, now this will be simple if you have worked with Node.js middleware. So in the Node.js middleware you have something called next function. What next function is going to do? Next function is going to call the next middleware, right? Similarly here what I need to do, right, we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to call next. Now what this next should be used only inside a middleware. It's execute the pending handler in the chain inside a calling handler. So basically let's say you have 3 handler, right, like this, and these 2 handler is using this c.next. So it's simply telling that, okay, if something satisfies, is go to the next. If something satisfies here, it go to the next handler. If something breaks here, breaks means, let's say if condition is not satisfying, it's not going to move to the next middleware, something like that. Okay, so now I think this is done. So now what you'll do, right, so maybe let's do one thing. I'm going to create one more function here, and I'm going to do get user ID. So I'm going to create a get user ID, and this will be my gin.context, and here I'm going to return a string, or let's return a bool. And now here what I'll do, right, simply let's take something, maybe whatever we can take, maybe result, right, result comma error, no, result comma okay I will take, and I'll do c dot get, and here you're going to do what? ctx user ID key. Okay, so I'm going to get the user ID key. If I'm just going to do if not equal to okay, so I'm going to return empty, and I'm going to return a false, or else what I will do, right, I'm going to get the user ID, right, so I'm just going to do user ID, and user ID, let's do comma okay, and this will be this res dot string, and here what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to return, so I'll do user ID, and I'm going to return the okay. That's it. So this is not that much difficult. This is simply we are telling that if you go here, right, we have the auth.user ID, and if you go here, we are actually saving all this here, right, in this key. So if I want to get the user ID, so I'm just going to get, so it's like a map set and get, so you're getting from based on that key. Similarly you can do the same for exact same for your role. So we'll do function, or maybe let's copy here, man, instead of rewriting. So copy this, paste it here, and I'm just going to do get role. So this will be same, instead of ctx user ID it will be ctx role key, and here I'm just going to do this one as role, and this will be same, and just return the role here, and this is done. Now if you are able to understand this part here, right, then you will be able to do everything, right? So this is the most important part here, that how we are actually validating the token. That is the important part. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's go to our middleware folder, and I'm going to create one more file here, and let's give this one name as roles.go. Okay, now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to giving a check for our admin users or admin level restrictions I'm going to do here. This is also very important. So first let's start with package, and I'm just going to do function, and I'm going to do require admin or not. So let's say if I have two route and one route only admin can access, so this is what you're going to check here, that if your role is not admin, so you won't be able to access the route. In case you are admin, then only you'll be able to access, something like that. So that means this particular is also, you consider this one as a middleware. So why I mean by this, so you have two level of check. First level is auth required. Auth required is what? Auth required is simply telling that okay, you have to be logged in or authenticated. Next check will be if you are an admin user or not. So whenever, let's say I have a route, maybe let's say ABC, this is the route. Now this route only admin user can access. So in this case you have to give two level of check. So first level you are going to check if the user is an auth user or not. If yes, then you will do second level of check. So you will do second level of check. Second level of check will be if the user is an admin user or not. I hope this is clear. Now you have same one more route which is XYZ, but this is any auth user can access. Any auth user can access. So in that case, this will be one level of check. So that means you have to check if the user is authenticated or not. This check is not needed. Okay. And then you have third level, which is let's say CCC, anyone can access. So anyone can access means even if you're not auth user, then also you can access, means no check needed. Okay, so this is how you do it, you need to do it. So now remove this. So what I'll do, right, so here I'm just going to return a gin we need to import dot handler function, and I'm going to return a function. So I'll do function, and this will take our gin.context. So first I'm going to take role, I'm going to do OK, and this will be just now we have created, right, this get role, which will get from this key, this one, and this is what we are saving here. See here. So now I'm going to do get role. And then what you have to pass? You have to pass the context. So you're going to pass the context. Simple. If not equal to OK, so you give c dot about with status JSON, and we'll do http dot status unauthorized, and we'll do gin dot h, and I'm just going to do error will be unauthorized, and you're going to return. Then what we'll do, right, simply after this, so now I'm simply going to check that if the user is a admin user or not. If the user is not admin user, will not allow the user to proceed. But how we can check this? So it's very simple. So I'm going to take strings, and this is going to give you what? Equal fold, right? So you'll have equal fold, and then you're going to pass the role. This role is nothing but this role, and you're going to give a value here. So I'm just going to check, okay, if this user is an admin user, you will allow. If the user is a not admin user, so in this case it's not, so in this case I'm just going to do c.about with JSON, and I'll do status. Now see what I'm going to do. I'm doing status forbidden, not unauthorized, means you don't have access to this. And then I'm just going to do gin.h, and I'll do something like this, right, that these, I'm just writing for your explanation, this route can only be accessed by admin, something like this, and then you're going to return. And then what you need to do, if you can guess this, what you need to do, I can guarantee you understand quite a few things. You know what you need to do here? You need to call the next middleware. I just now explained. So you need to do c.next. That means you will be calling the next middleware until unless it is not going to move to the next one, even though condition satisfies. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what are you going to do, right? See, with this I think we have almost completed this particular section, right, that we have implemented register login, but we haven't seen that how we will be now applying this logic. So for this one, let's do in the next part that let's say I'm going to have two route. One route only admin can access, other route user can access. So let's see if it is working or not. So we are going to do that in the next part. So now till this part we have implemented everything. Now it's time to understand that what actually RBAC is. Alright, so role based access control. So here we already have our role, which is user or admin, correct? Now you're going to see that, okay, let's say I'm having n number of routes and I want to group particular routes based on user role, and certain routes only certain user can access. So that will be our final goal. But now see, here we will not go into much details like creating another route file, but for now what I'll do, right, we'll go to our HTTP server and router, and this is where only we are going to handle all this logic. That is not the point. The point is you can have very complicated project also. At the end the concept will be same. So if you notice that you have this r.post, then register and login route. First of all, you consider all this route as a unauth routes. Now this is the important part you need to understand, especially if you're a complete beginner, right? Let's say you're in college and you haven't worked in Node.js also, this can be little tricky that what actually this is happening here. So here unauth routes is nothing but public routes. Now I'll take this one very slowly. You need to understand or master this concept, right? So public routes means what? You have three user, consider, okay? So three user is A, B and C. So we have A user, let's take like this, which is a unauth user. Unauth user means what? This user is not authenticated. You have B user, this user is authenticated, means it's an auth user, plus it's a normal user, or user actually is the role here for this particular user. Then you have C user, which is actually also auth user, but if you see, this auth is actually common for both the cases, but this user is actually a admin user. So this is admin user. Now if you take this unauth routes, now who can access out of these three users? Everyone, right? Because unauth routes or public routes means you don't have to register or log in to access those routes. So that is the reason you can access this register route or login route. For example, let's say you have one more route which is r.get, and let's say maybe list of products, something like that. And this one maybe you have some user handler dot something xyz whatever, right? We don't have anything, but that is not the point. The point is actually this is also considered will be as a unauth routes, means any user will be able to access. You go to any e-commerce website and you'll see that if you're not logged in, you will be able to access their public routes, right? Or let's say you are going to the products page, you'll be able to access. Means what? Because they will not restrict those kind of pages. That is not the point, right? Because let's say how to explain in a business point of view, let's say you're creating your own SaaS website and you have 10 number of pages. Some pages you want to keep as public intentionally. Why? Because so that whenever any new user will come, let's say they want to check your website, if they like your website, then only they'll be able to register. I hope you're getting that. So this is what I'm talking about. Or else if I'm trying to explain in a different way, this is my website, right? So now if you notice this page, consider this is a public user. Even if you're not logged in, you'll be able to access. For now I'm logged in, which is fine. Even go to any of the pages, right, you'll be able to access. For example, let's say if I'm just log out from this, and now let's say if I go to the projects page, this is actually a public page, right? Anyone can access this. But if I go to this particular page, this is also a public page, but the action is actually not public. So this means to download this particular project, this is free, but you have to log in. This is what I'm talking about. So now all these pages will come into unauth routes. Now the point is how you can actually make any route authenticated. So for example, let's say you have one route to list all data, some data or files, whatever, blah blah, but you want to make this one as a protected route. So protected means only this B user or C user can access, this A user can't access. That means whenever you're going to create this particular route, you have to give some kind of lock or condition or check, right? So that no one like if you're not authenticated, you can't access this. Now this is where we have something concept called group. Now what group will do, right? So route groups actually will let you to apply the middleware to many route at once, and this is one of the best way you can do that. So for example, let's say I'm going to take API, and now I have this R, and this is going to give you something called group. Now group creates a new route group. You should add all the routes that have common middleware on the same path prefix. For example, all route that uses a common middleware for authorized could be grouped. See, this is what actually we are doing, right? So now what I'm telling that, okay, if I'm giving a group and let's say I wanted to give a /API, so I'm simply telling that whatever route you want, you can access, doesn't matter. If this route starts with /API, means this route I wanted to make as a protected route. I'm guessing you're getting what I'm telling, right? Means what I'm telling that, okay, this is, I'm creating a group. Now let's say I have a one route slash API slash 1 slash API slash 2 slash API slash XYZ blah blah, whatever. It can be anything. All this group, all these routes comes under one group, particular group. Now let's say if I give a logic here that, okay, all these route groups, whatever, all these routes that I've created, only this B user and C user can access. So instead of doing individually, what I'm doing, I'm just first creating a group here. Okay, so that instead of writing or writing the protection logic every time, we will be giving the protection logic at once in this group. So that is the reason grouping is very, very important. But now let's say what I'll do, right? For now, I'm not going to give any condition or anything or any protection that how you're going to apply your middleware, that you're going to do later. But I'm going to do API. See why, you know why I'm taking this this particular thing very, very little more time actually and explain each and every line. Believe me or not, this is very, very important concept. Whatever projects you can create, doesn't matter. Let's see, in your company or you're building your own product, authorization and authentication is one of the most crucial part, right? It's very, 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 very important, right? Why? Because let's say you're creating your, after 10 years you'll be creating your own learning website where money is involved, right? So some other people will pay you money. If you are not implementing your authentication and authorization properly, it can hamper everything. Okay, I hope you're getting that. So security, authentication and authorization is very important, right? You basically will start from that particular point only whenever you're going to create any project. So I want all of you to actually give some attention to this and try to understand this concept very, very clearly. So here what I'll do, right, I'm going to create a route. Now remember, this route you can put in a separate file also and you can use here. That is not the point. The point is to understand the concept. I'm going to create a simple route which is files. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to create a function. And here I'm just going to do C, which will be my gin.context. And what I'll do, right, okay, now because I have this API which is now grouped to this slash API, means what will happen, right? You need to go to slash API slash files. I hope you're getting right. Now let's say if I create one more here, list of products, maybe let's say products. So this will become slash API slash products. Because why? This is your group and on top of that group you're applying or writing the route. So this will be a group. Okay, now what I'll do, right, for now here what I can do, first let's say now I wanted to get my current user ID. Why actually we need the current user ID? Because let's say you consider this point, right, how you can understand that if the user is authenticated or not. From some way you need to understand, right? So from where you will be getting that point, from your token, right? You'll be passing your token, and in that token you will be having your user information. If token is not present, means user is not authenticated, and if the token is present, means we will be able to get the current user information. So what I'll do, right, simply here, now see, first of all, okay, let's do that that one later. So first I'm going to do c.json, and now I'm just going to do here, maybe let's do http.status, okay. And what I can do is let's do gin.h, and here what I'm going to do, right, we need to import HTTP, right? Let's see if we have, I think we already have. This is my laptop is slow. Okay, so here I'm just going to do okay, and let's do this on a true, and I'm just going to do files, and this will be, let's say maybe I will do any for now. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do here. Why this is so slow, man? So do status okay, and this is what I wanted to pass here, nothing else. Same thing I'm just going to do here, copy this, and I'm going to do products, and I will do any for now, and I'm going to save this. Now what I'll do, right, so consider, so first I'll go to this route in the postman, go here and change this one to get. No, we'll keep this on to post only. We'll open another one. So I'll copy this. So I'm going to do API slash files, and now I'm going to send this. Okay, for now. See again this some issues, man. Okay, I need to restart again. This is problem with this. So go here and try to send. So we are getting files is empty. Okay, it's true. But you notice one thing is that now you can ask me how this route is protected. I'm not passing any header, I'm not passing any token, still I'm able to access this, right? That should not happen, right? Same thing will be happen for your products also. So let's say try to pass products, send this, you'll be able to get the products. So that means here we need to do something, right, in this logic here before writing this route, so that these routes will be protected. And this is where your middleware will comes into picture. So this is where this auth required middleware is needed. So you want to protect this route. So what I will do, right, so here you see what you need to do. You're going to do API and you're going to use, right? So use is going to add middleware to the group. So you're going to pass a middleware. So what will be your middleware? So first I'm going to get my middleware, and this middleware is going to give you the auth required method. So I'm going to do auth required, which is going to receive your JWT secret, which JWT secret will be get from your app. So I'm just going to do app dot, so do a dot, and you do config dot JWT secret. Now what will happen, right? That means we are simply telling that these routes, so this group, sorry, not routes, this group is now authenticated, means this group is now protected. So that means whatever routes you'll be writing under that particular group, you can't access if you don't pass token. And if you save this, right, okay, let's do yes. Okay, let's wait. So let's see, it's building. I think this is some port issue. Okay, so now if I go here, right, and try to send this, see, missing authorization token. So that means what? This route is now protected. So you can't access this until unless you are going to pass the authorization token. I hope this is clear. So now if you go here, go to headers, and let's say I wanted to pass authorization, and you'll pass here bearer, right, and then pass XYZ, just random. Try to send this, invalid or expired token, means it's working absolutely fine. So now I'll go here, I'll create one token. Okay, now I'm going to copy this token, and we'll go here, and then I'm going to pass this token in our bearer. So I'm going to pass here and then try to send this. That's it. So that means until unless you're going to pass the token, this route will not be authenticated. So the route is now basically protected. So this is how you're going to protect. Now let's say I wanted to get my current user information. See how easy you can do that. Why? Because of this token, right? So here if you go right, so after this, maybe I just wanted to take my current user ID. So I'm going to do user ID, and this user ID will be, so give this, and here maybe I'm just going to do middleware dot get user ID, and what you need to pass, you need to pass the context, right? And you can ask me that, okay, from where you'll be getting the user ID? Because your context, we are saving the user ID. Remember this part, you're saving all this user ID, right? Now you can pass this user ID here. So let's, I'm going to pass user ID, and you'll be passing this user ID, comma, and I'm going to save this. Let's wait. I think this is some problem with my laptop. I think I'm on some other project is maybe running on 5000 port. That's it. This giving this. This is. I hope that you will not be getting this error. I need to fix that. So okay, let's send this. So I'm not getting. See, I need to again restart or do the same thing again and again. Okay, let's do it for now. So here, if you try to send the, oh, we have to do this one in files, man. We have done in the files. So if you try to send in files, right? And you can see you're getting the user ID. Fantastic. So this is the user ID that we have. So this is how you're going to protect. Now this is fine. So this is one level of check we have given. One level of check means this is where actually telling that, oh, if you're B and if you're authenticated and if your user is normal user, you can access. But how you can protect an admin user, that okay, certain routes only admin user can access. So to do this, what you need to do, we are going to create another group. So you'll be creating one more group, but where you're going to create the group, you're going to create the group on top of this API group. Now this is very, very important. Okay, so what I'm explaining you, we need to understand all these things. So basically, so let's say how we are doing this. So after this, right, I'm going to create one more admin. And now see, instead of doing on top of R, which is our route, because see, this is our first level of validation we have given. That means this means the user is a auth user. Now we need to also give a second level of validation based on role. So that means on top of this API only, on the top of this group only, so I'm just going to do API, and then again I'm going to do one more group here, and then I'm going to give /admin. You know what will happen now? Whatever route you're going to do, it will be /API /admin/xyz. So now it will understand, okay, this route means whenever any route will start with /API /admin, means this route is only belong to a admin user, means only admin user can access that. That's it, no other user can access. So in that case, what you will do simply, so I'm just going to do another one, right? So I'm just going to do admin, okay, and I'll do get, and I'll do only admin restricted, something like that. I'll do restricted, okay, I'll do admin restricted, and here what I'll do, take the function, so I'll do C, which will be gin.context, and I'm going to do c.json. I'll do http.status, okay, and I'm going to do gin.h, and I'm going to do okay will be true, right? And then I'm just going to do so here maybe we can take also the role, right? If you want, you can take the role also. So here, right, we are doing this user ID and this, right? So copy this and you're going to pass it here. So I'm just going to do this one as role, and this will be dot get role, and you're going to pass the C. And if I do role here, right, and you'll see I'm going to pass the role. So this is done. Now this route is now admin restricted, means how you are going to access. Okay, let's remove this. I think this is not needed, only restricted will be fine. So I'm just going to do /API /admin /restricted. Okay, so this will be the path, because this is your first level of check or first group, this is second level, and then you have the routes, and then you can have /API, maybe /API /admin /sales, then you have /API /admin /something revenue, whatever is belongs to admin, they can only access based on this, but it's still not yet done. Why? Now you need to apply your middleware. So you're going to do admin.use, and now if you see, we have created this require admin. So I'm just going to pass here middleware dot require admin, and here what are you going to pass? You don't have to pass anything, I think here, sorry. So middleware dot require admin. So you have given now 2 level of check. So you have your user is going to go to first middleware will be auth required. So we'll go here, then it will go to second level of check, which will be require admin. If this is also getting passed, then only they can access this route, or else this will fail here. Okay, you'll see this. I'm going to remove this, save it. Well, let me just restart 1 second always. I think for you this error should not be coming, but for me, I think I have some other code which is already running on 5000. That's why this is happening, but this is fine. But for now, let's see what I'll do. Right, first I'll go to the login. Now this user is an admin user, so what I'll do, right, I'm going to change this one to the normal user. So I'll do sangam@gmail.com, send this. So this is a normal user, so I'm going to take this, okay, and I'll go here and I'm going to do get, and then we'll do this /admin /restricted, okay, restricted. So first you try to send this missing authorization token, go to body, no sorry, headers, and you have authorization, and now you're going to do bearer and pass the token, send this. That's it. This role can only be accessed by admin, means what? This is failing in the second level of check, where you know this is passing the first level. Okay, this is getting passed here because the user is authenticated, but this is getting failed here because in your require admin middleware you are actually checking that if this user is not admin, so you can't access. Now you will go to login, and then change to the admin user, send this. Token is created, this is the admin user, and copy this, go here and change the token to this, send. That's it. So you can access this. So role is now coming as admin. Okay, is true. Fantastic, right? So that means we have clearly implemented that how you can implement role-based access control or authentication plus authorization. This is the important part here, that how you are actually creating the group. Now why I mentioned that group is very important, because when you'll be creating very large scale project, right, you will be having so many routes, maybe more than 100, let's say. So in that case, always try to maintain group, right, based on group. It can't be only admin, it can be some other role also. It's up to, maybe you're creating some vendor related project, so you can group based on vendor. I hope you're getting. And then what you can do, you can create one more middleware for vendor, then you can give the check like that. So with this, now this part is completed. So this project is now completed. So I hope that you understand the authentication and the authorization flow for in Golang, that how you are going to implement. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we will be ending this particular video, or basically this is our last section, which will be on, I think all of you are waiting, and that is Go concurrency. Now one thing I wanted to mention in this particular video, right, so this one, I'm going to give you the concepts with examples. Now why I'm actually telling, and also one more thing, that we are going to take each and every, or we are going to learn each and every concepts very slowly, because if you're learning this concurrency for the first time, okay, these can be really tricky. Okay, so the reason why I'm not doing project, or normally I do, right, so I create a project and then I explain all the concepts, but here it will not work like that. Okay, so in this particular video I will be covering all the concepts. So there are a couple of concepts you need to understand. So for example, you need to understand what is go routine, wait group, channels concepts. Then we have something called buffered channel. Then we have close and range, and these kind of things. So total 6 or 7 concepts that we are going to cover. All are very important. If you can learn all these concepts, you will be able to join all the concepts together and you can create a project. So that will be your final idea, but those projects will be creating in a next part. Maybe whenever I'll be creating a part 2, so there I will be creating a practical project. But for this one, we will be covering all the concepts. Don't skip even a single minute in this particular section. Why? Because you see already I'm telling very slowly, and the reason I have taken a lot of time, because see, discussing or explaining all these concepts also very tricky, right? So I have to think and I have to discuss, or I have to explain in such a way so that all of you who are complete beginner can understand very easily. So all the examples that I've taken, right, I've given a lot of time. So this will be very important section. I just wanted to give all the intro so that you will not skip this. The first one is a couple of things you need to understand. So let's do one thing. For now, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a empty folder. Then I will be having a Go mod file. So I'm not going to show all of this because we've already done. And then we'll start with discussing our first section, which will be what is concurrency, right? What are the some real world example where you can use this, where you don't have to use this, and then we will be discussing what is go routine is. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so we'll start with the first one. So I'm going to write all the concepts in this file only, okay, so that you can just copy paste, or you can note it on whatever you wanted to do. First of all, let's take a package which will be main, and I'm going to take a function which will be main as usual. And now first of all, we are going to learn a couple of concepts here. Okay, the first one is what is concurrency, right? So you have to understand the definition, or else you will not even know that when you are going to apply, or in which project you are going to apply this particular concept. So this means actually you are doing multiple tasks. First of all, so you're doing multiple tasks, but in such a way that those tasks can overlap with each other in time. Okay, so I'm just going to write it down. So it's going to, you are doing multiple tasks, so you're doing multiple tasks in a way that they can overlap in time. Okay, now if you can ask me that, okay, give me some example of overlap. So overlap means that, let's say you are doing a task A, okay, and that while the task A is waiting, for example, let's say it's waiting for network or file or DB or person, anything, the other task B can run at the same time. Okay, so that means overlap will be, so let's say while your task A, now remember these can be or anything, right? It can be a network call, it can be DB call, it can be anything, but at the same time the task B can run. Okay, now there are some confusion about the concurrency and parallelism. Okay, so concurrency and parallelism both are different. Why? Concurrency is dealing with multiple tasks at once, means very important. And I've seen, see, there are quite a few videos on YouTube that I have actually seen previously which are good. So this is the term you need to understand, that overlapping. Concurrency means overlapping, means you are dealing with multiple tasks at once. Parallelism means executing multiple tasks at the exact same time. Okay, so here I'm just going to do this one as concurrency, and here parallelism means executing multiple tasks. So executing multiple tasks, and this will be at the exact same time, right? So it will be exact same time, and you will see there will be lot of blocks also on this, right? You can do concurrency versus parallelism, and you'll be seeing this, right? Maybe I can show you here only. So let's go here, and I'll do I see it's already there. So let's see what it is actually telling. It's already right. So concurrency is not parallelism, right? Both are different. Concurrency is dealing many tasks at once through program structure, while parallelism is about actually doing many tasks by multiple CPU cores. This was I was about to tell you, but this is what you need to understand, that this is actually overlapping, means you're doing task A. Why I'm repeating these things multiple times, I will tell you, because if you're giving any interview, right, let's say for your Go backend developer, whatever job you're doing, these queries can come for sure, that what is the difference between concurrency. Give a simple example, you don't have to write code, and what is the difference between concurrency and parallelism. So here you have to explain that, okay, concurrency is actually overlapping, that you are doing task A, at the same time task B can run, and this is what you're doing multiple tasks at the same time, and here multiple CPU cores are involved, right? Here, whenever in Golang, whatever code you can write, right, that code can be concurrent without being parallel. So this is another important thing, right? So means here Golang code, okay, how to, so it will be like, I will say it can be concurrent without being parallel. Okay, this is also important. Now next query that you will get, why actually you need this, right? That why actually you need concurrency in real life. First of all, let's say I will do, right, so let's say you are doing some IO bound related work, right? So this work, now this work is normally slow, right? Why? Because of waiting. So it is slow because of waiting. Now there can be multiple reasons, right? So you're doing some HTTP request, or there can be DB queries, or maybe, okay, working with microservices or calling microservices also, it will be better, right? So calling microservices, so there can be lot of things. Or this is also important, right? Maybe you're waiting for some kind of timers or retries, right? So you are waiting for timers, or let's say you have implemented some kind of retry mechanism, right? So you have to, these can be slow sometimes because you have to wait, right? Now here, this IO bound work, if you are doing sequentially, what will happen, right? Most of the times you will waste waiting. This you have to understand. This is where this concurrency lets you overlap this waiting time. So that will be the definition or the advantage, right? It's going to actually overlap this particular waiting time. Now some of the real world example will be, maybe let's say, okay, so let's say you're having a backend endpoint, right? Backend endpoint is actually calling 3 services, right? Maybe auth service, payment service, or inventory service, right? These can be microservices also. What you can do, right? You can do all those calls concurrently, and then what you can do, then you are going to combine the result. Okay, so let's say you have a backend endpoint and you're doing multiple service calls, right? So multiple service calls, and in that case, once that is done, right, so you are doing all the calls concurrently, but at the end you are going to combine all the results. Okay, I hope this is clear, right? Or there can be so many examples also. Maybe let's say you have a CLI, right? So and there you're checking multiple URLs at once, maybe 100 URLs, right? So those also you can do all kind of things. Now there can be one more query that you can get in interview, that when you're not to use concurrency, right? So not to use concurrency. The first one will be very simple. if your code or logic is tiny and simple, right? If it is simple, you don't have to do. It's like, I'll tell you why. See, the reason is very simple, right? It's like, I will not compare these to a microservice for sure. Don't take that I'm comparing this with a microservice. But let's say you have you are creating one project, and you'll see that people have that kind of hype, right? So every time I also usually get these kind of comments, right? Do in microservices. But actually, if you do microservice in a simple project, that make absolutely zero sense. I don't care what if other people will say, that doesn't matter, right? So if not doesn't matter means actually makes zero sense. Like, why you need microservices when you have only one service or two services, right? Similarly here also, let's say you have a simple code or simple project that you are creating, you don't even need concurrency. Why you have to just add it to look cool, right? You don't have to do that. So this is important, that if your task is simple, you don't have to do that, because it will things code complex first of all, also create confusion, right? So this will be the first one, and there can be other reason. Maybe let's say you have some kind of how to say, like shared state everywhere, and you don't have any clear structure. So in that case also, if you're just introducing concurrency, it will create some kind of bugs, confusion, lot of other things. So you have to understand that where you actually need concurrency, right? So now here I think this should be enough, right? That you understand the definition, what is concurrency is. What is the difference between concurrency and parallelism? That is the important part, I will say, that you can get, okay, that query. So now let's understand what actually go routine is, right? So this is important. So go routine. Okay, the first one, so the definition, right? Definition will be, this is a how I can explain in a simpler way, right? So it's like a concurrent execution of a function. You think like that, right? And it's very lightweight. I can show you that, right? So you can see so you see, right, it's a execution function in Go, right? Now the point is, you have to understand it's actually uses very little memory and extremely scalable, right? So see, Go itself is very scalable, right? It's a fantastic language that if you can master, right, it's so good. But here also, when I'm talking about Go routine, you can see that I love Go so much, because although I haven't made that much videos, because you people are telling so many times that create videos on Golang, that's why I thought I'm going to create. But it's actually very good. There are a lot of cool things that you can learn in Go. So coming to this Go routine, right, it's very lightweight and it's very scalable. So it's like, if I wanted to give the definition, right, don't go there. So it will be like a concurrent execution of a function, right? So I'm just going to do concurrent execution of a function. Okay, so this will be the definition. How you can do that? It's very simple. So you just go and then you write any function, right? So it will be something like some function like this. Then this will start the function concurrently. So this is going to start this particular function, this function concurrently. Okay, so go some function. This is how you are going to do that. I hope this is clear. Now there are some rules you have to understand, but maybe you will do this one later, or let me just do right here. So every Go, right, so you have an entry file, right? You have your main function. So there are some rules you have to understand, that if your main function returns, this program will exit, the first one, and Go does not automatically wait for Go routines, right? Means if you start a Go routine and main ends, your Go routine may not finish. You got it what I mean? So let me just repeat once again. Go does not automatically wait for Go routines. Means I already mentioned that if your main returns, your program exit, right? So that means, let's say if you start a Go routine and your main function ends, it can be possible your Go routine may not finish. So now what I'm going to do, right? So I think enough of this concept. Let's start with a very simple example. What I'm going to do, right? I'm going to take a start variable here, and then I'm just going to do something like, I'm going to take the time. Okay, I'm not getting the time package. Just time dot now. Okay, it's important. So I'll do time dot now. Okay, all right. So now after this, what I'll do, right? So we'll start with our first Go routine. So how we can do that? So I'll do Go and the function. So I'm just going to do function, and here, so inside this, what we can do, so let's do a time dot sleep, and I'm just going to do, maybe let's do 300 dot into time dot, maybe let's do millisecond. Okay, So first thing, and then I'm just going to do fmt, so import this, and then I'll do print ln. This print ln. See, my laptop is very slow, man. Okay, so here I'm just going to do, maybe let's do go routine a, and what we can do, right, let's do a finished, let's do maybe simulated API at, and then I'm just going to do here comma time dot, and then you can use since, and then pass the start time. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Now one thing you need to understand, that this line that you are writing, this line is going to execute inside this particular go routine. So this is our first go routine. Now consider this one as a real life idea only, where you are going to do a, let's say you are doing a service call in this, inside this, like for example calling any API. Now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to create one more go routine. So I'm going to do go function, and then inside this, let's copy this. Okay, but you will make one change. So inside this I'm just going to do, so let's make this one as 150. Okay, now remember this is actually shorter than the first one. Shorter in the sense this is 300, this is 150, right? Means B go routine is going to finish first. Okay, so this is the first thing. So this is our first go routine. So I'm going to give this one as A, and this will be our go routine B. So we'll go routine B. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what I will do, right, now let's say I wanted to have some, for example you are creating an application and you are doing some real world or whatever you are doing, right? Apart from the network, or let's say you also need to do some other logic. So that means here I will be doing, or let's say this main function is going to continue immediately. So main is going to do what? No waiting, right? So main is going to continue, so there will be no waiting. So in that case I'm just going to do fmt.println, and maybe let's do main, and then these messages are very important, right? I actually intentionally keeping all this long so that you can understand. And I'm just going to do, see, started 2, so we have 2 go routines, right? So we'll do go routines, maybe let's do add, and then I'm just going to do what? Time dot since, and I'm just going to pass start. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Now let's say main is doing some other small work. So small work in the sense it can be anything, right? Any work, any logic you are doing here, anything. So I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm going to do main is now doing work. So I'll do main is doing step 1, and then I'll do same thing. So I'll do time.since, so that we can see the time, that how it is working, and you're going to pass a start. And then again I'm going to do a sleep. So let's do a sleep of 100 into let's do time.millisecond. Okay, copy this, maybe let's copy this one, and then I'm going to paste it, and let's do step 2, and we'll keep this one same. And at the end I'm just going to keep one more. Let's remove this, and I'm just going to do this one as, let's say, 3. Okay, like this is done. Now what I'm going to do right now, if you remember, I actually explained one very important point. I think we haven't written the rules, right? So you remember the rules that I already mentioned, that main is not going to wait, right? Once the main will end, it's going to end. So in that case, if we want to see all these results, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to temporarily just add a waiting time here. Okay, so that we will get all the output, or else if the main is going to end, we might not be able to get the result. I hope this is clear. So I'm just going to add a temp sleep time here just to test, and so I'm just going to do time.sleep, and let's give some more time. So I'll do 500 into, and I'll do time.millisecond, and then at the end this will be exit. So I'll do fmt.println, and this will be my exit. So I'm going to do main is now getting exit, main is exiting at, and then time.since, and now you're going to do start. All right, so now everything is we have done. Now how this is going to run, so that is the thing you need to understand. The first thing, let's start one by one. So first, go function is going to start a go routine. Okay, main is going to keep running, main is not going to wait for your go routines. This is the first thing. So what will happen, right, I will give you, so first let's run that, then I'm going to explain, or else it will be tricky to understand. So I'm going to copy this path, I'm going to do go run, paste it, and then we'll do here, right, enter, and we'll see what is happening. Okay, so main started two goroutines at 0. Now I'm going to explain everything. I was about to explain without writing this, but without running this, but still I think it will be better. So first it is starting here. So main started two goroutines. Why? Because again main does not wait after starting this goroutine A and B. It's not going to wait. I already mentioned this on multiple times. So it is going to print first one. So it's not going to wait until this will finish, that then it will come here. Then what is the point of concurrency concept, right? So it's not going to wait. Then what will happen, right? If you see what is happening here, it's giving you main doing step 1, right? So this is normal. It's going to do the step 1, right? And then main is doing step 2. Now you will see what is happening here, right? Oh, one more thing, I have done mistake. This will be Golang B, that's goroutine B, that's why it's getting confused. So save this, run once again, or else it will be tricky to understand. Okay, now you see it started. Main is now not waiting for these two. Step 1, step 2, it's running. Now you see I already mentioned that goroutine B is going to finish before goroutine A. So goroutine B is now finished this API at this particular time, right? Because why? Because B is going to sleep for 150 ms, A is going to sleep for 300 ms. Makes sense, right? It is going to finish early. Once it will do that, so now you see that goroutine finished this at that time. Now what will happen, right? It's going to do the step 3 because it's already completed. Still this is waiting. Goroutine A is not yet done because it's sleeping for 300 milliseconds. At the same time, these will be getting this will run here, step 3. So getting step 3. Now around this 300 millisecond time, goroutine is now finished. And now main is actually exiting. Why? Because now it's actually waiting for this time, because this we have given temporary, right? This is just for the output, but once it will finish, now main is getting exited at this particular time. So I hope this is clear, right? So this flow you need to understand. So first it's going to start this. Now if you can understand this part, right, why it is starting here, because this, although this started these two goroutines, it's not going to wait until unless it's going to finish. Main is not going to wait, main is going to continue. So getting this, then it is printing immediately this, right? If you see doing step 1 at this, right, then you have step 2. Sorry, where we are doing that, my console is doing crazy things. Okay, so here so main started at this time, then main started step 1, then it's wait for 100 millisecond, do the step 2. Now before this will finish in the 200, right? Step 3 means what? You added one more 100 here. See, you added one more 100, but before that B sleeps for 150, so it is already completed. Then it finished the step 3, then now 200 means it sleeps for 300, goroutine A, so it's printed here. Then main is getting exited at this particular millisecond. So this is how this goroutine actually works, right? And this is the concept of what? Concurrency, right? It is doing multiple tasks. And if you notice, right, what is this? If you have to sum up, this is nothing but this is overlapping. This is overlapping with each other. So it's finishing this first, then going to B, then again step 3. It's doing multiple things in a time, in overlapping in time. Okay, so with this is done. Now let's move to the next one. Okay, so moving to the next one. See, that is the reason I am doing this one next. I already explained the problem in the previous part. I already mentioned it. Main is not going to wait for all the goroutines to be finished. So what will happen, right? There can be possibility that goroutines run concurrently, but main is not waiting. So what happened? If main is going to end early, goroutines may be killed mid work, right? So when in the mid time only it can be getting killed. So that is the reason we have something called this wait group. So if you see this line, right, preventing the main program to exiting prematurely, means it's going to tell main that okay, you have to wait because I have some goroutines to run, something like this. So here maybe let's create one more file. No, not file, folder. So I'll do 02 and I'm going to do wait group and I'll do main.go. So I already mentioned that what it's going to do, right? So I'll do function main, already tell you you already know the problem, right? So how it's going to do. So now okay, first let's see some real world example. So let's say you started a background work, for example fetch, write, file related work or whatever, but your main program exits. So what will happen, you will definitely, if let's say you're doing a network call and you're getting some output or something, the output will be missing, right, if the network call is actually killed in the mid time. So that is the reason we have something like wait group. So it's like a, so you consider this one like a counter, right? So that lets you, or lets main wait for a set of goroutines. Okay, and you have to tell, or you have to add how many goroutines you expect. I hope this is done, so you can note it down. So wait group will be, so wait group, right, will be that you have a counter, so it's going to tell, or let's main to wait for a set of goroutines, but this set you have to tell. So this you are going to tell here that, okay, what you can do, right, you are going to add how many routines you have. So how many routines you have, then only it's going to understand. And then how you can do that, right? So we have something called, for each and every go routine you can call the done method once it is finished. I'm going to show you, right? So let's say how we are going to do that. So maybe what we can do, right? So let's take okay, I'm just going to do like this. I'm going to write a program. So what it will do, right, it's going to start a go routine that's going to simulate some kind of work, and main is going to waits properly. For that we are going to use this wait group, right? So that means we don't need this kind of thing, right? We are using this slip kind of logic that we are being, okay, we are telling that we wait for 500 milliseconds until unless my first go routine will run. We don't need this. I'm just going to do var, and you can take any name you want. I'm just going to do maybe wg or whatever, anything xyz. Now we'll do sync. Okay, so we're going to use sync, and then what you have to do, right, if you do dot, and you'll see that you have something called wait group. So you can see that if you see this definition, it's a counting, so I don't know what is this term, to be honest. It's a count, that's why I mentioned, right, it's like a counter. You consider this one is a counter. So it's typically used to wait for a group of go routines or tasks to finish, right? So what we can do, we can use this dot wait group. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, when you have some real world project that you'll be building, right, you are going to start with one go routine. But here what I'm going to do, I'll just give, right, this is just to explain the concept. I'm just going to tell that, okay, I have 3 go routines. So I'll do wg, and if you do dot, and we'll see that something you're getting add. So adds delta, means which may be negative. This is like a counter, right? So what will happen, if you see, if the counter becomes 0, all go routines blocked on these are released. Okay, so I'm just going to tell add, and then I'm going to tell that how many go routines I want to finish, something like that, or I want to wait for these 3 go routines. Okay, so now you're going to create all the go routines. So I'm just going to do go function, and what we can do, we'll keep this on simple, right? Now remember, one thing I already mentioned, that what actually it is going to use. So you're going to call something called done. Done means what? So it will understand that, okay, this particular go routine is now finished. Okay, so add, right, add is what? It's going to tell for how many go routines you want this to be weighted. So this will be add. So that means you're telling that I will wait for 3 go routine. Okay, so first you have add, done means this go routine is finished, and then you have something called wait. Wait means you're going to block until all the go routines are finished. All right, so first we'll start with, so I'm just going to do defer, and I'm just going to do wg dot done, and then maybe let's do a fmt dot println, and I will do task 1. Maybe what we can do, right, let's do task 1 only, and then I'm just going to do a time. Now I'm going to use slip, and let's do for 200 or 250, maybe let's do 250 into time in dot millisecond. Okay, and then I'm just going to do fmt dot println, and I'm going to do task 1 is now done. Task 1 is now done. Okay, so this will be our first one. Now what I can do, right, maybe let's copy this, and then I'm going to paste it. So here we are going to keep it same. The only thing is I'm going to make this onto task 2, and let's do this onto 150, and task 2 will be done now. And then I'm just going to do task 3. So copy this. So this will be task 3, and what I can do, maybe let's do 200, right? So do 200 or 199 or whatever. Let's do some odd, and I'll do task 3 is now done, and this will be task 3. Now what you have to do, is very simple, right? It's not that much difficult. So now I'm just going to do fmt. Now see what I'm doing. I'm going to do println, and then I'm going to do main is now waiting. So I'll do waiting for all tasks. I'll do waiting for all tasks to finish. Okay, now I'm going to do wg dot wait. So you're going to wait until unless it is going to finish. So it's going to automatically understand it's smart enough, right? So it will understand that, okay, I actually given that, okay, you have 3 go routines, so I'm going to wait until unless these 3 will be finished. So I'm going to do fmt.println now, and you're going to do all tasks finished. So I'm going to do main all tasks are now finished, good job or something like that, whatever. Okay, that's it. So I think this is done. So now where we are getting, oh, we have imported something, man. So save this. So I think this is completed, and now we are going to run this, and this one will be actually simpler to understand, right? So I'm just going to clear this, and we'll go here, copy this. So we'll go run, enter, and see what will happen. So you have task 1. So task 1 is this one. 1 minute, let me just bring it down. So your task 1, right? Then you have main waiting for tasks to finish, task 2, 3, and all 3 are done. Now this is finished. So it will basically at the end, it's going to wait until unless your all go routines will be completed. Now I already mentioned these, I am taken 3, doesn't mean that you are going to take 3. These things are very important, or else you'll tell that, oh, I actually showed you in the video. I already mentioned normally in project, whenever you're going to do, right, you will actually normally start with 1. Okay, that is very important, but here I'm just going to show you that with multiple also, in case definitely you have, maybe you have some situation where you have to take multiple here these multiple go routines, that if you have, normally you will start with 1. But with this, you have to understand the concept of this wait group. What is this add, done, and the third thing is wait. These 3 things are doing. If you understand these things, it's more than enough to get started. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's understand the concept of channels. So let's create 03, and then I'm just going to do this one as channels. Maybe let's keep it only channels, and let's do main.go. Right, see all the concepts that we are covering in this concurrency section, right? Everything is actually important. So it's like small pieces that consider is like one concept, right? So this is one concept, this is one concept, like that. When you'll be creating any project, you need to understand, or you need to practice that which concept you are going to apply where. It's not like you were learning channels and let's say you're creating any project and you'll be applying channels everywhere. That is not the case. So first let's understand in very basic way, right, how actually this is works and why we need this. Okay, so first of all, till now we have understood that what actually concurrency is, what is the difference between concurrency and parallelism, which is very important. Then why we need wait groups. But now the point is why actually we need channels. So, and what actually mean by channels? So in short, or in simple ways, channels is like communication, right? So it's like you are going to send something, it's going to receive in one place, or you're going to do reverse, you're going to send from another place, it's going to receive. Now I'm not going to give you the exact comparison this one with a socket, but if you're from Node.js background, I'm going to explain in a simpler way. It's like you have sockets. So how sockets works, right? So socket is like whenever you'll be doing some real-time communication, so you have some sender and you have a receiver, something like that, right? So you're going to emit something from, and you're going to accept from other side, and it can be reverse way. So this is something like this. The point is you need to understand that why actually we need channels. This is the important part. Till this time we have understood that, okay, what actually wait groups does. So wait groups actually helps you wait, right? So for example, let's say you have let's say 3 routines. So you're telling that, okay, until unless these 3 routine will be completed, go routine, so you just have to wait here. So that means wait groups, I'm going to write here. So wait groups helps you to wait, right? But there is a point, right? These wait groups will not carry results. So now consider you are writing a socket logic in a Node.js project where it's a real time. So what you will do, right, you're going to emit something, and when you're going to emit, right, what you usually do, you're going to send some payload, while emitting, so that from other side when you're going to receive, you're going to receive that payload, right? Or you're going to consume. Means what? That means this actually can carry data, or it can carry results, but these wait groups actually can't help you by carrying result, right? It will not do that, it will only wait. Okay, so this is where we need these channels. Now let's say if I give you some proper example, right? So you are writing some concurrency related project, right? What you need to do, right? You're going to do two things. Normally it will happen. So you're going to run the work concurrently, and at the same time you're going to collect results also, because at the end, using these results only, you are going to do something. So now coming to this, so what will be the definition of channel? So consider this is like a pipe, right? It's like a pipe that usually used to send values between goroutines. So it's going to send values. So it's like a pipe, it's going to send values, but it will be between goroutines. It will be between goroutines, right? So if you just go to the definition, and you'll see that what it is telling, that it's like a pipes that connect concurrent goroutines, allowing them to exchange data safely without any locks. That is fine, but this part you need to understand, the exchange data, right? So you have one goroutine, you're sending, you have a channel, you're send something, it's going to receive. I hope this is clear, right? So that's why I mentioned it, that don't exactly compare this one with a socket, but you can actually compare little bit so that it will be easy to understand, right? You're going to emit something and you're going to receive in other place, and in between you have a communication, which is actually your channels. Now there are some other concepts, for example, you have unbuffered channel, buffered channel, that we are going to discuss, but for now this will be the definition. So it will be like a pipe which is actually help you to send values between goroutines, right? How actually this is done? So you have, let's say, one goroutine. So this is your one goroutine. Okay, what this is going to do, right? So now this goroutine is going to send something, right? So let's say you have a channel, and we usually write this using this operator. So this is a channel operator, and then you're going to pass the value, and you can see this one here also, right? So send, this is your channel and this is the value, means you are sending this value v to this particular channel. So this is while sending, and receiving, you are receiving this value, right? So you can see that receiving this value and assign to v, but you're receiving from this particular channel. So this is send and this is receive. Okay, so this is the operator that you are going to use, this operator. Okay, so here that means we are sending this value, correct? So if you go here, send value into channel ch, and this is opposite, so you're receiving the value from your this particular channel. So here this will be another receives, and you're going to do, this will be your value that you're going to assign, and here you're going to get it from this particular channel. Okay, this part you need to understand, or else you can't use. All right, so this is very important. Now there are two types of channels that we have. One is the unbuffered channel, right? So how you can create this? So remember we used something called this make function. You remember we have used this one quite a lot while creating the maps and everything, right? So this is where you can actually create a channel. So what you need to do, you have to use make, and then you're going to do CHAN, means channel, and then T. Now this is going to do what? It's going to create an unbuffered channel, right? Now one thing you need to understand, this is also important concept, like how actually it behaves, right? It's like a handshake, right? So means you have sender, you have receiver, and both sender and receiver must meet at the same time. Okay, now okay, let's see some real world example, right? For example, let's say okay, you have a goroutine, right? So let's say you have a worker goroutine that sends a result back to main. Okay, second, there can be multiple workers send result to a single goroutine. That is also can happen, right? So now let's say how we are going to do that. And if you just go here, right, let me just show you one more definition here. If you see unbuffered channel, create with this make channel T, they have zero capacity. This I'm going to discuss later, this buffered channel, that where you can pass the capacity. But for now, just understand we have two types of channel. One is unbuffered channels and buffered channels. Okay, so this is how you can create an unbuffered channel. So now let's do one thing. I'm going to keep this one very, very simple. Okay, so what I'll do, right, inside this, let's create a struct. So I'm just going to create a type user. Let's do this one as struct, and let's take two properties. So I'm going to take ID, which will be int, and I have a name. Let's take this one as a string. Okay, so what I'm going to do, right, let's do one thing. First, let's create an unbuffered channel which is going to carry the user values. Okay, so I'm going to create a channel. So you have to understand in that way, right? Your channel is nothing but, don't think like a very complicated way that this is complicated concept. It's not like that. You consider a channel as a carrier, right? So it's carrying something, means you actually can carry these values, whatever values you can pass from one go routine, and you can pass via channel to another go routine, something like this. So for example, I'm going to create a channel. So how you can do that? So you have to take make, right? So you have to take make, and inside this you have to pass channel. So this will be a channel, and let's say I want to pass this user. What actually this is doing? So now this is actually a channel. Okay, this is a channel. What actually this is doing, you can note it down. This is actually carries the user values. Okay, this is important, right? This channel now has the values of this particular user. This can actually carry. Now what I'm going to do, right? So now let's say I'm going to create two go routines I mentioned, right? So you have a worker go routine, so which is going to, let's say let's create first. So I'm just going to create a worker go routine. So let's do worker go routine, and what I'll do, right, I'm going to create a function. So go function, so this will create a go routine. Inside this, maybe what I'll do, right, so let's simulate slow work for now. So what I'll do a time, and I'm going to do a sleep, and let's do maybe 200 milliseconds. So I'll do 200 into time dot millisecond. Okay, now this sorry, this can be API call also, right? This can be anything, some real world work, let's say you are doing. What I'm going to do right now, see here, first I'm going to write, and then you're going to understand. So I'm going to do ch and see what I'm actually doing here. So I'm just going to do user. So I'll do user, and then I'm going to pass a ID. So I'm going to pass ID as 100, and let's say I'm going to pass a name, which will be my name here. Now pause this and try to understand what actually this is doing. This is actually doing what? This is, okay, first of all, two things I'm going to write here. So first one is that this is actually doing send, means it's going to blocks until main receives. This is the first thing. And second, this channel, that whatever channel that we have created, this is what kind of channel? This is an unbuffered channel, means, so this is an unbuffered channel, right? So it's an unbuffered channel, and this is like send plus receives both. I already explained this part, right? That what will happen, sender and receiver must meet at the same time, means send plus receive is like a handshake. Okay, now if you consider this, what actually you are doing here, if you go in this, so that means you are sending this value v into this channel. So that means we are sending these user values into this channel. I hope this is clear, right? Now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm just going to do fmt.println, and maybe let's do main is now waiting. So I'll do main waiting, what will do, waiting to receive user, something like this. Main is now waiting to receive users. Now how you are going to receive this? So how you can do that? So you have your channel, and then you are going to receive a value. So you're going to receive a particular value from this channel, and you are going to assign this to a particular value. So let's say you are assigning this to v. So now I'm going to do what? So I'm going to take any, so you can take anything you want. Now I'm going to see, I'm going to assign. So that means this is sending, and then I'm assigning here. So what I'm going to do here simply, so I'll do this is, now I'm going to take from my which channel? So from my this channel ch, this is the channel that from where I'm actually receiving. Now if you just do fmt.println, and I'll do main is now got user. So I'll do now got user, and let's say I'm just going to pass the user information first. I'm also going to pass a user dot, and you can see you're getting ID, and also you're going to take user dot name. Okay, so now let's save this, and let's see what will happen. See, I'm going to explain one more time. There are a couple of things you need to understand. First of all, okay, first let's run this, then I'm going to just recap. What is this? Can be little confusing. So copy this, so I'll do go run, and then what will get? Definitely get the values. So main is now waiting, and then now you're getting the user. So this is the user information. So you're getting the ID and the user. This is nothing but you just created a channel. Simple. See, you created one channel which is an unbuffered channel that we are going to discuss later, what is unbuffered and what is buffered channel. You have a go routine, and then what you are doing, you are sending the value. So let's say what you are doing here, you are sending this particular value. What I want you to understand, these two lines, that this sends value to a channel, and then this you are assigning a value, and then you're receiving the value from this particular channel. These two things, if you can understand, you can write. So first one is sending a value to a channel, assigning a value that you are receiving from this channel. Simple. I'm going to repeat one more time. So this is what you are doing, right? Sending these values to this channel, and then you are assigning another variable, and you are receiving these values from this particular channel. That's it. So this is the concept of channels, right? So first of all, in your interview, you will get two kind of queries. The first one, why actually you need channels, how actually it works, what kind of channels that we can create, two types of channels. The most important part is that the syntax, that how you can send a value and assign to a channel, and then how you're going to assign a value and how you're going to receive the value from a particular channel. So that will be the basics of channel. So with this, now let's move to the next one, which will be buffered channel, and that is also very important. Okay, so now let's create one more. So I'll do 04 and let's do buffered spelling is correct, right? So I'll do channels, and let's do main.go. Okay, all right. So now let's understand this one again. Okay, so first of all, from the previous video just now we have understood one thing, that unbuffered channel is like what? Handshake, right? Means what actually mean by the what actually we mean by this, right? So it's like sender is going to blocks until the receiver is ready, and vice versa. Receiver blocks until sender is ready. This you have to understand. What actually buffered channel actually do? Buffered channel has a capacity, right? It's like a buffer sized. So I'll do buffered channel has a capacity. So it has a capacity. It's like a capacity. It's like a buffer size. Okay. Now what will happen, right? So it's like similar way when you are going to create a channel. So you'll use make, and then you're going to pass channel, and then let's say int type of, and then you can pass a value, right? It's like a not value, it's like a size. Means it can hold up to that much values inside that particular channel. So for example, let's say if I'm going to do make, then I'll do channel, and then I'm just going to do int. See, notice int, and then I'm going to give 3. Means what? Means these can hold up to 3 values inside this particular channel. Now this is the basic definition, and why, and you can go right, you can also read this, that it has this capacity you can pass. They can hold a limited number of values. Sender only blocks when the buffer is ready, receiver only blocks when it is empty. And this is very, very clear. They create a synchronous handshake between goroutines. What I mean by synchronous handshake, this is the same concept that I already mentioned, right? That it's like sender is going to block until the receiver is ready, and vice versa. Receiver is going to block until the sender is ready, right? So here it is not like this. How it is worked, right? So send, whenever you're going to send something, for the buffered channel I'm talking about, not this one. So in buffered channel, sender does not block immediately. It's only block when the buffer is full. Okay, I'm going to repeat once again. It's not going to block immediately. Why these concepts are very important? Because if you don't know the definition and why actually you need this, and then blindly you are writing all this in a project, doesn't make any sense, right? So you have to understand that sender is not going to block immediately for this buffered channel. Once, when it is going to block, if let's say you are passing a capacity of 3 and you're passing a 4 values into that, so it will be what? The buffer is full, right? So then only it's going to block. So it's going to block when the buffer is full. Receivers only block when it is empty. Okay, receiver also doesn't block. It does not block if there is already data inside that buffer, right? So means if the data is not present for the receiver, if it is empty, then only it's going to block. So I hope this is clear. Now there are some more things we can explain, but for now I think let's do one thing. We are going to create an example, and it will be easy to understand, or else this will be the only definition. And also if you want, maybe let's do one thing, right? So I'm just going to search go buffered unbuffered channels. So we'll do go buffered channels. So in the meantime, okay, this is all the definition and everything that you can read here, but that is fine. We'll write the example, it will be easy. Let's create a jobs. Okay, so I'm going to create a jobs. What I'll do, right, I'm just going to give this one as make, and then I'm going to create a channel. So I'm going to do channel. This will be string. Okay, that remember, right, it will be the type here, generic, so you can give anything you want. Then I'm going to give a capacity of 2. So now this is a buffer channel. Means 2 means, you can note it down all this, right? 2 means it is like, so I'll do 2 means channel can store 2 jobs without a receiver. So it means, so I'll do 2 means this channel, so I'll do this channel, maybe let's do can store 2 jobs, because we have created jobs, right, without a receiver. So I'll do without a receiver. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now what are you going to do, right? So let's create a go function, and here what I'm going to do, so inside this, first of all, I'm going to do fmt dot println, and then I'm just going to do, so this is our producer. Okay, this is going to create our jobs. Consider this one in a real world project that you are creating. So this producer is doing what? It's sending job 1. So I'm going to do job 1. So how we are going to send? So we'll take jobs, then take this, and then we are going to pass job 1. Means what? Means these will now goes into the buffer. So you have a size, right? Why? Because buffer already has space. So buffer has space now, right? So this is the first job. Now I'm doing the second job. So I'll do println, and I'm just going to do producer is now sending job 2. Job 2. So we'll do jobs, and then you're going to do what? So you're going to send job 2. So you're going to pass job 2. This also will work. Why? Because this also will goes into buffer, because buffer still has space, because its capacity of what? 2. So buffer still has space here. But now what will happen if I just try to do or pass one more job here? What will happen? This point buffer is full. Now what is the concept that we have understood here? Let's go here. Now see how we are going to understand all this, right? These go to here. This was simple, right? Where just now you have seen, right? Sender only blocks when the buffer is full. Means what? Now at this point your buffer is full. Why? Capacity is 2, and it's already holding job 1 and job 2. So what it is going to do? The next time when you are going to send, or the next send will block until the consumer receives at least 1 job. See, if you understand this part, you can understand this, or else you can't. Simple. See, first of all, this has 2 capacity, right? So you are creating 1 job, you're already sending, so this buffer is holding 1 space. So it's like 1 house is gone, second house is also gone. So it's like house is full. So it's going to block, right? Even if you send 10 jobs now, all the jobs will be blocked. Why? Until the consumer is going to receive at least 1 job. So there is a free space. So now what we are going to do, simply I'm going to do fmt.println, and here I'm just going to specifically write that producer is now going to send this job 3, but here I'm going to do, but this will wait until, so I'm just writing here consumer, because this is like producer, consumer, you can give anything, you are getting that what I mean. Or you can say, let's say you are sending client A or client B, so it's going to, until client B is going to receive something, or there is a free space, it's going to wait. So here I'm just doing producer and consumer. So you're producing something, you're consumer, so until consumer is going to reads, right? So it's going to wait. So now you can do that. So I'm just going to pass jobs, and then I'm going to pass here one more job here. Let's do job 3. Okay, now let's say I don't want to send any jobs, although I have 2 capacity here. I pass 2 jobs. Now it will wait until only it's going to receive, and then it's going to pass these jobs. Now what I wanted to do, right now I'm going to do fmt println, and then producers all work is done. So I'll do send all jobs. So all jobs we have already sent. Now what we are going to do, we are going to close the jobs. And to close this, I think this part we haven't discussed, so this is where you are going to use closed, and then you're going to pass the jobs here. That's it. What it's going to do, it's going to close the sender. So I'll do close the sender. It's going to close the sender. Means These signals, what these signals means, we don't have any more jobs left, no more jobs, all are done, something like this, right? So it's going to close the jobs. Now we will write the consumer. So producer is now sending, and now we have a consumer. So I'm going to do a for, let's do job, I'm going to do what, remember you have understood the range, and I'm going to take the jobs here. And now, okay, let's give a space. Inside this, what I'll do, I'm going to do fmt.println. What I'll do, right, so I'm going to do now consumer, what I'm writing, man, consumer got, and then I'm going to do this job. So it is going to get one by one all the jobs, right? And now I'm going to do a time, let's import time, and then I'm going to do sleep. I'm just going to doing, let's say, just giving some time here. So maybe let's do 300 into time dot millisecond. Okay, this is done. And then I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'll do consumer is now also done. So consumer finished, and then you're going to pass the job, that which job it is finished at the end. So we'll just log up, this is just for understanding purpose, and I'm going to do main all jobs now completed. All right, so if you can understand this part, right, every project, whenever you're going to create, you can do anything, right? Understanding concept is very important, that how it is going to do. I hope this is clear. Save this and see how this will work, right? So I'm just going to open this, clear this, copy, and I'm going to do go run, enter. So you have sending job 1, sending job 2, see, I've done sending job 3, man. Let's do sending job 3. So this will be sending job 3, sorry. Okay, so let's do one more time. Sending job 1, job 2, sending job 3, but this will wait, right? It sent all the jobs. Now it got job 1, finished job 1, got job 2, finished job 2, got job 3, finished job 3, all jobs are completed. Fantastic, right? It's absolutely makes sense. So it's doing sending first 2 jobs, and it's waiting here, and then producer work is done, it's waiting. Consumer got first one, it's finished, second one finished, got the third one finished, and all jobs are completed. Now you just compare this to a real world project that you are building. It's nothing like, let's say whatever you are doing, the concept will be always same. So that means this is how you can create a buffered channel, right? Buffered channel is nothing but you have a capacity, but the only, again I'm going to repeat, the only, if you can understand this part, that when sender is going to block, when receiver is going to block. Simple. Sender is only blocked when the buffer is full, receiver only blocks when it is empty. If you can understand these 2 lines, you can do anything with this, right? It's not that much difficult. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now moving to the next one, which will be, we're going to understand something called select, that we can use whenever we want to work, or let's say wait on multiple channel operations. So let's see how we are going to use this. So I'll do main.go. So let's create our package and also our function. Okay, so first of all, actually here we need to understand that what actually select is. Select here is basically like switch that you want to use for channel. So you have the switch case, right? In, let's say in your JS you are working, so you'll be using switch, and then you're going to give your multiple cases, and whenever that particular case will satisfy, it's going to do that particular job, whatever logic that you have written. So similarly here, this select is basically switch for your channels, okay. Now what actually it's going to do, it's going to, let's say you have a go routine, right? So it's, let's say go routine wait on multiple channel operations at once, right? So I'm just going to do it, let's say a go routine to, or let's say wait, not to, it's, let's say go routine wait on multiple channels operations at once. We'll see with example, but you need to understand the concepts, right? Now the example can be, let's say you're waiting for one particular result, or let's say you want to wait for some timeout, or maybe it can be a cancellation signal, it can be anything, right? Why actually it needed? Whenever you'll be creating any production level application, right? So you don't want to wait on only one thing, right? So you need some kind of safety. For example, I'll give you one very simple example, right? Either you give me result, or let's say if something goes wrong, you don't want to hang it forever, right? So you want to do something that either give me result, or you just close the operation if it is failing or something, right? Means you are going to stop it if, or let's say the second one will be you're going to stop one particular operation if user cancels. So it's like a user operation involved, something like that. Or you're going to stop something if there is a timeout, right? So these all can be, see, these things are actually important. So you have to write all these down. If you're giving an interview, you can get these kind of queries, that why actually you need select. So you give me some example. So one will be like, you give me result, right? So you give me result, or you just going to maybe don't, or let's do something like this, give me result, but you don't want to don't hang forever. So means you want to do something. Or else, let's say if there is some user involvement is there, so you'll do user involvement. So in that case, let's see if user cancels something. So user cancels any action, or user is doing any action, what you're going to do, you are going to do what, you're going to stop it, right? Or third, maybe let's say there is a timeout happened, so you're also going to stop the operation, something like that. So this is where select is going to help you, that okay, if this particular condition happens, you're going to do this, so it's going to skip the other conditions, right? Now there are some important points. The first one is select is going to blocks until one or any of the cases can run. Okay, now what will happen, let's see, multiple cases are ready. So in that case, there can be multiple cases, right? There won't be only one case. So if there are multiple cases and all cases are ready, what it's going to do, if I'm not wrong, Go is going to pick one randomly, so that we can see also, right? So maybe let's say if I do go select channel, something like this, let's see what actually it is giving here, so that you'll understand. Okay, so I see by default select blocks until at least one of its case ready. If multiple at same time, okay, Go chooses one to execute at random. This is what I mentioned, right? That it's going to pick one randomly. If there are multiple channels, possible, definitely it's possible. Let's say you have multiple channels, right? And all are ready at the same time. So it's going to pick one randomly. Okay, now how we are going to do that, so this I'm going to show you here. We don't have the example, so let me show you how we are going to do that. But these two things you need to understand. One is the blocking wait, very important, that it's going to block until at least one of its cases. See, if you notice that when you discuss what the buffer channel concept, right? And similarly here, if you see, I'm actually focusing the concepts very in detailed way, because if you don't know that when it's going to block, right? For example, in channels, when it's going to send, when it's going to receive, when it's going to block the sending, something like that. If you don't know all this and you're writing the code, someone asks you that what, explain me this code, what actually this is doing, you won't be able to explain, right? And that will be like that why you are writing that you don't understand, something like that. So these things you need to understand, that why actually you need this when you are going to use it. Functions like a switch, but exclusively for channel communication, right? It's for channels only, but it's similar to switch statement. Let's do one thing. So let's go here, and then maybe what I'll do, right? Let's create a result, something like this. I'll do channel. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a make, and let's do a channel, and I'll do this one as a string. Okay, so this will be my channel. That is going to do what? It's going to carry the worker result. Now I'm going to create a worker go routine. So let's do a worker go routine, or whatever we want to take. We'll do go routine, and now I'm just going to do go, and this will be function. And inside this, what I'll do, I'm going to simulate one slow work, right? So slow work, or consider this one as your, consider this, you are doing a network call. Okay, so what I'll do, so I'm just going to do time dot sleep, and here I'm just going to, maybe let's take 400 or 500, whatever you want to take, and I'll do time dot millisecond. Okay, now what I'm going to do, once this is done, so let's say you're doing some operations, right? Then you're going to send a result. So I'm just going to send the result. So how you can send, you can do something like this, right? So I'm just going to do, let's say worker, and what you can do, maybe let's do success. That is success, and you're sending the value to this channel. Now what I'm going to do, right? Now here what I will use something called as timeout channel. Now here we have something called time dot after. So let me just explain. So we'll do time dot after. You see what it's going to do. See, time dot after, okay, and here you're going to pass a time, returns a channel that sends the current time after a duration, this time has elapsed. Okay, so this is exactly, so if you notice, right, this is giving the example of this is what we are going to use. So we are going to use something called as timeout channel, where we are going to use this time dot after. So I'm just going to create a timeout channel here. Okay, so I'll do timeout channel. I'm just creating the channel. So I'm just going to do timeout and I'll do channel, and here I'm just going to do time dot after, right? And here what we can pass, the d, which is the duration. So let's say I'm just going to do 250 into, let's do time dot millisecond. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a select statement. Select is actually going to wait for whichever is going to happen first, but how we are going to do that? So we'll take a select. Okay, so we'll take a select. Inside this, what you're going to do, you're going to write a case. It's exactly similar to switch case only. So you're going to write a case and you're going to give, okay, I'm going to take a response, something like that, any variable, and here I'm going to give what I'm going to take or put this channel value, this value, right? So here the channel, this channel, right? So this channel value I'm going to put into this value. So I'm just going to do this. So I think this part we have already discussed, right? This is how you're going to pass the value. And now what I'm going to do, you have to give colon, and then you're going to do fmt.println this println, and here I'm just going to do main is now got result, and then you're going to pass the response. Okay, so this will be my first case. So this is done. Now you're going to write our second case. So our second case will be, so I'm going to do case, and now let's say if this is timeout, this particular channel, I'm going to give a case here. So basically what it's going to do, select is going to wait for whatever is going to happen first, and now I'm just going to do here fmt.println, and we'll do that main, actually here timeout happened or something like this, and then you're going to do stop waiting. Okay, this is done, and then you're going to do fmt.println, and I'm going to do main work is done. Main work is now done. Okay, so now save this and we're going to run it. So let's see what is happening here. Okay, let's run once again. So you can see that timeout happened and stop waiting. This is why, because we have the, if you notice the time here, right? So that means actually this is happening here. So now let's say I'm just going to do this one as 40. Save this, and now let's see what is happening here. Run this. Fantastic. So you're getting go result worker and success. Why? Because this you are getting now, right? So here this one. So now this is how you're going to get. So you'll do go result, this is what getting, and you're getting the worker success. Because why? This is happening first. So this condition is actually satisfying here. You think like that this condition or this case is satisfying, means select is going to wait for whatever is going to happen first. I hope this is clear, right? So this, I hope this will make the things clear. You notice what actually this is doing. It's taking a race, and then you're putting this value and checking if this is received, or else it's taking one more time dot after and it is printing this. So whatever is going to happen first, based on that it's going to render that. I hope this is clear. So this is how you can use select, okay, whenever you'll be working with channels. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now moving to the next one, so we'll be understanding that how you can use context timeout in your concurrency related concept whenever you are going to implement, and why actually you need this particular thing. Now, if I'm not wrong, while we have created our previous project, I have discussed what actually context is, why actually you need that. But let's see with some practical examples so that it makes sense. I thought I'm not going to do this, but actually this is important. So I'm just going to do context timeout so that you'll understand that in which context you are going to apply the context. Okay, so first let's take the package main, and I'm just going to do function main, and now just notice this carefully what I'm going to do. So first I'm going to write all the concepts first. So context with timeout plus context.done, both the things I'm going to understand. Now first of all, you need to understand that what problem can happen whenever you're going to implement any project. First of all, some of the things, and you can see this on multiple times. For example, let's say you are doing some HTTP request and that is stuck. So that is the first thing, right? It can happen. So this can happen. Second, most probably you'll be getting this, let's say you're doing some DB operation and this is taking too long, right? DB operation, this is very normal, right? Third, very important, you are using some external services, right? and that is also not responding. So these kind of things happen, right? So what can be the output of this? So if this happen, right, so if you're waiting forever, what will happen? Your program will hang, right? So it's going to hang. So this is where we have two type of timeout approach. What is the first one? Just now we have discussed, right? So just now means this one. So we have something called select plus timeout time dot after combination. So either you using select that do this whatever happened first, or you just do the timeout. Means if timeout happen, you are going to stop. So this is one of the way that you can do this, but there is a catch. So this is only fine for if you're doing some small demo or whenever you'll be doing some small kind of project, but this is not the best approach. What you should do, right, we have something called context, right? And context, I already mentioned multiple times what actually context is. Now here context is the standard way whenever you'll be creating any project in Golang to control your timeout or cancellation. Now again, if you ask me that, okay, just compare with a JSON, so it's like you're giving a set timeout, right? And you are giving some 5 seconds that, okay, if something happens after 5 seconds, you are going to cancel this. Or let's say you're working on a React project and you're doing a cleanup. I'm just giving an example, okay, that whenever this particular thing happen, you're going to clean up this thing. Similarly here you have context that you can use to control the cancellation or timeout if something goes wrong, right? Everywhere you're going to use this, right? Let's say you're using your HTTP package, or you're using some database related things, gRPC. Everywhere you're going to use context, because what actually context gives you. So we have something, right, context, right? So this is an object, right? So here you'll be getting your, first of all, you have something called context.background. You remember we have discussed that, but this context, this is a control object that is going to give you cancellation, timeout, deadline, lot of other things, right? And here you have something called context.done, right? Now what actually this is actually this is kind of a channel, right? So it's context, this is a channel inside your context. Now this is actually very, very important. So let me just show you in the definition. So to explain, so I'll just do Golang and I'll do context.done, and you'll see what actually this is telling. So this is a primary mechanism for signaling cancellation or timeout. It returns a receive only channel. I mentioned, right, this is a channel, right? So these will be getting closed, this will be called when you are going to use, or whenever your context is cancelled or timeout. Now when it is closed, what will happen, right? The receivers, right, it's a receive only channel. So receiver is going to do what? It's going to stop the work immediately. So I hope you're getting, right, because I'm going to repeat once again, this is for cancellation and timeout for your Go routine. It's only returns a receive only channel. Now if you're using this, when this is closed, what it's going to happen, it's going to stop the work immediately, right? Then you have something called context or with timeout. If you remember, I created multiple times the child context and the parent context, right? Remember we have created when doing the DB operations, that when we connected to MongoDB in the CRUD project, that time I was using this context dot with timeout, and I was giving 5-second timeout, right, on top of the parent context. So similarly you can use this context dot with timeout where you have to pass the parent and the duration, which is going to create a child context, right? What will happen? See, for example, your parent context don't have the timeout. What you're doing, you're taking the reference from the parent context, you're giving a 10-second timer. So you're basically telling that, oh, if something goes wrong, you're going to automatically cancel after that 10-second duration, right? So if you just do, right, context dot with timeout and then search Golang, something like this, see what it is telling. So you have the parent and the timeout, which is going to return the derived context. That is, this is the important part, automatically cancel after the specific duration. Okay, so this is very important. Now I already give you all the example. What I'll do, right, let's do this one with a very, very simple example. I'm going to create a context, and now let's say I'm going to create the context which is going to automatically cancel after, for example, let's say 400 millisecond or 450 millisecond, whatever you can give. So I'm going to create a context, so to cancel, and this will be, I'm going to use context, you have to import the context, and I'll do with timeout, and here you're going to pass the parent context. What will be your parent context? Let's see if you can get the idea. I already explained this one. Your root context is what? Context dot background. So if you search here, right, you will just do go context dot background. What actually this is telling, let's see. It's a root context, it's the empty context. So whenever you don't have any parent context, right, that you want to use, so you're going to use your root context. So these will be your context dot background, and then you're going to pass a timer. Let's say I'm going to pass 450 millisecond, time dot millisecond. Okay, now you should always do what? Defer is going to do what? It's going to cancel the free resources, right? So it's going to use the cancel. Always you have to do that. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to start a go routine, right, that is going to do some, let's say, slow work in the sense, let's say if you're doing some project, real life project, you're going to do, let's say, some network call, or let's say you're doing some DB operations, whatever it can be. So I'm going to do go, and then I'm going to do slow work. And now notice what I'm actually doing. I'm passing this context as the input here. This context, this is not the parent context, this is the child context, which has a 450 milliseconds of timer. Okay, so here you're going to pass the context. Now I'm going to create this first. So first let's create this. I'm just going to do function, and I'll do slow work, which is going to receive what? It's going to receive the context, and this will be type will be context.context, right? Now what I'm going to do, so I'm going to use a select. Now see how I'm using the concepts that I'm just learned. So I'm just going to use a select. So in this select, what I'm going to give, so I'm going to give a case, and I'm simply going to tell that, okay, let's give a time dot after, and let's give this one as 700. Okay, so I'll do 700 dot time dot millisecond, and I'm just going to do here return. So what actually we are doing here, now if you notice, I'm given here 700. Why? Because I'm just giving this one intentionally, so that this is going to simulate a slow work, right, that is taking longer than the timeout, because our timeout is 450. This is I'm given 700, and then I'm going to do one more. So I'm just going to give case, and this time I'm going to do a, this is context.done is doing what? It's going to, it is a channel, right? I already mentioned. So we are going to use something called context.done, and here what I'm going to do, I'm also going to do return. Okay, something we are doing wrong, is it? Oh, so this will be return. Okay, so here also, so now what will happen, right, it's going to actually check that which is going to happen first. So select is going to wait, right, that which action is happening first. So here one keynote you need to understand, or key idea, that go routine that you are creating, the go routine should always listen for cancellation or timeout, and this context.done is the standard signal for that, right? So if something happened, so that means there is a timeout, right? So timeout or cancel happened means we are going to stop early. I hope this is clear. So this is what actually we are doing here. Now after this, let's do one thing. So we are passing the context, and then I'm just going to do here, let's do here context dot done. So this is simply you are telling main that you are going to wait until context ends. Okay, you are going to wait. So I'm just going to writing, and then I'm just going to do fmt.println, and do main context ended, and let's do either context.error, and then I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm just going to do main exit, something like this. Okay, so till this part this is done. Now let's run this, right? So I'm going to run this. So let's copy this. So I'm going to go run, enter. So run again. Okay, so you're getting context ended, context deadline exceeded, and main is now exiting. Okay, but why this is happening? So now you have to understand. So you're getting this, right? So main context ended, and then you're getting context deadline exceeded. Makes sense. The reason is because the first of all you need to understand what we have done. We have set a timeout to 450 milliseconds using what? Context.timeout. So what will happen after 450 milliseconds? Logically context will automatically end, right? Now this go routine, this slow work is what? It's a go routine. It's running in a go routine, right? What we are doing, that we are writing a select. We're telling that, okay, if two cases can happen, one is like there is a time dot after with 700 milliseconds, or there is if context dot done. If both the cases, whatever will happen first, it's going to basically do that. So this means that we are simply telling that if work finishes first, the 700 millisecond case is going to 700 millisecond timer is going to win. If timeout happened first, this context.done is going to win. See, this is how I am actually breaking, right? No one is going to break. So basically two things we are doing that. Okay, if your work is done, this is going to win. If no, if this is actually first done, means if the timeout happened first, so it's going to win. Now basically definitely it's going to happen first, because 450 millisecond is less than 700, so your context done is going to win. So that is the reason what you are getting. So here you are getting that context deadline exceeded. Okay, so this is how practically you have to use this context.done for any kind of timeout and everything. And this definitely you can use with select only, because remember when you are going to create a project, you are not going to use like this, right, timeout, because there will be some real work you are doing. Maybe let's say you are doing some network or you are getting some data, but let's say the data fetching is stuck in between. So in that case you are going to give a timer, right? Because let's say maybe you are going to give 5-second timer. So what will happen if that particular network call actually stuck? So what you are going to do, you are going to write a case, and then you will tell that okay, if the context.done means if that network fetch is failed after 5 seconds, so we are going to do what? We are going to tell the deadline exceeded, and it's going to exit. So this is how you can use this context.timeout. This is what actually you need to use. You are most probably most of the times you will try to avoid this, right? Because this is the standard way. Why? Because context is the object that is going to hold everything about your context related object, right? So you can not only use with timeout, you have lot of other properties, which I will suggest that you go to the official documentation and try to read some of the methods, which is not at all possible for me to explain everything. But I hope that this will give you at least some idea that how you are going to use context timeout in with select, both the combination. So two things you have learned. One is how you can use select plus time.after. This is also another way. Second is how you can use this context dot with timeout, right, plus context.done. This is the important part here. So these two combination you have to use. All right everyone, so now we are almost at the end of this particular video, and I'm going to finish this with this particular concept that is actually very important that you can use, that is called sync.once. And I'm going to explain that when you're going to use this, whenever you'll be working with something related to concurrency. So first let's create our package.main, and I'm just going to do function, and let's give this one as main. All right, now what actually this is doing, now see, for example, let's say you are doing something and it's anything, right, any operation, and you have multiple go routines, and when multiple go routines is going to start together, what will happen, right? So all the go routines actually need some kind of shared setup, because you need to set up all those go routines, right, or else how it's going to do some real work. For example, let's say you are connecting to a DB, or you are loading env variables, or you are doing maybe let's say some single HTTP client. It can be anything. The problem is happen that whenever you have a go routine and you're calling, let's say there is a setup method, every go routine is going to call the same setup method. So what is happening here? So you're doing some duplicate work, right? So that is the main thing here. So this is where we can use something called sync.once. Now what actually this is going to do, right? So this will guarantee that if you're creating a function, that function is going to run exactly one time, right? Even if we have multiple go routines, it's going to call at the same time, but that function is going to run at least only once. So when you can use that, so if you go here, right, now see what actually this is telling. Sync.once is designed to handle the concurrency during initialization, right? So maybe let's say you are doing your setup, right? That time if you use this particular concept, so what it's going to do, it's going to run that particular function exactly one time, right? So now let's say how we are going to do this. First of all, what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to take var, and let's take wg. So I'm going to take sync, and here I'm going to do first, this will be our wait group, and now I'm going to take var, and I'm going to take this one as once, and I'll do sync dot once. Okay, this is what we are taking. Now let's take a workers, and I'm going to take 5. Now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to start a go routine for every worker here, and to do this, what you're going to do, you're taking a for here. So I'm going to do for I equal to 1, so I'll do I less than equals workers, correct, and then you're going to do I plus plus. Now first of all, what you're going to do, you're going to use wg and dot add, and I'm going to do for every go routine. So I'm going to do 1, and now I'm going to start a go routine, right? Here what I'm going to do, so how you're going to write it, so I'll do go function, and here first let me just invoke this. Inside this, first we are going to use defer, and I'll do wg dot done, And now here, this is the important part, what we are doing. So here we are going to use something called this once that we have taken, right? This sync.once. This once is going to give you this do method. What this is going to do, so here this function is going to call for the first time for this particular instance, right? So here I'm going to create a function. Okay, that will be our helper function. Maybe let's say I'm doing a setup where you're doing some DB related setup. It can be anything. So I'm just going to do this one as setup. Now here what I'll do, right? Also we need to, maybe let's do one thing, let's log this current one here. So I'm just going to do here fmt.println, and inside this I'm just going to do worker, and maybe let's do comma id, and I'm going to do comma, and let's do here colon. I'm going to take the id and I'll do running, and this id will be my I, that this I have this one, and this one I'm going to take as a id here. So I'm going to do id init. Okay, so this is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait for all the goroutines to finish. So how we can do that? It's simple. So you're going to do wg.wait, right? This we have already discussed, and then I'm just going to do fmt.println, and I'm going to do main is now done. I hope this is clear, right? Now what you're going to do, we'll be creating our function, right? So I'm going to do function, and I'm going to do setup, and this setup can be anything, right? So in real project, what you're going to do, maybe you're going to open a DB connection, you're going to create a shared client, you are doing some maybe environment variables loading, right? For now what I'll do, I'm going to do fmt.println, and I'm going to do a init, and I'm going to do init starting here, and then just to test it, I'm just going to give a time dot sleep, maybe let's do millisecond, right? So I'm going to do time dot sleep of 600 milliseconds. So I'm going to do time dot millisecond. Okay, and then I'm going to do fmt.println, and I'm just going to do this one as init is now done, and this is completed. The point is this part here, that when you're doing the setup, you're doing only once. Now we are going to run this, and then I'll explain why this is happening. So first let's open this, copy this, so to go run, enter. Okay, so now we're getting okay. First I'm going to clear this, run this again. All right, now see what is happening. First of all, we have 5 workers, so 5 goroutines is going to start at the same time. Okay, so once it will start, each goroutine is going to reach here in this particular point, right? So that means only one goroutine is allowed to execute this setup, because what I mentioned that this is going to run only once, and that is the reason you are getting this init starting and init done. This is only once. These two lines is going to appear only once in the output. You're getting, right? Because this is going to run only once, this function. Once this is done, then what will happen? Now one more thing, and another thing I wanted to mention, I clearly mentioned that only one goroutine is going to execute this particular setup. Other goroutines, for now we have 5, right? So other goroutine is going to, it not going to run. So do not run this setup again, right? So what they're going to do, so they're going to wait until setup goroutine finishes. So that is the reason. First of all, it will go here, it's going to log this init starting, init done. After the setup finishes, now what will happen? Can you guess? Now all the workers is going to continue, and then it's going to print. So that is the reason you are getting this line here. So it's going to do worker 1 running, worker 2 running, or whatever. This can happen, right? This can be the sequence can be anything, but this is the process will be like this. So it will come here, it's going to run every workers, and then at the end it's going to come here, it's going to do the main or basically it's going to exit, or the main work will be completed, right? So this is the important part here, right? So the important guarantee is that the setup output is going to appear only once, means setup is going to run only once, right? So first worker is going to run the setup, then the other one is going to wait, because setup is already done, right? So setup means, let's say you are doing a DB connection. So now if you do a DB connection here, means what? The DB connection is actually completed now. Next time it's not going to run this function. I hope this is clear, right? So it's not going to do the DB connection again. Then it's going to do the normal job here. And once all the jobs are done based on this wg.wait, so it's going to wait, and then it's going to log the main.done, which is the main function. Now it's actually completed. So this is how you can use the sync.once. Very important. Let's say this is a very good practice also if you're creating any complex project. So you can use these setup related things, maybe loading env variables in this particular context. So now with this, I think we have completed all the concepts that you need to know as a basic in concurrency section. I think this is more than enough, and that's all for this particular video. Now I already mentioned it, if this video get good response, I'm going to create a part 2, but for now I haven't decided yet. I hope that you learned a lot of things. With this, I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.